kings themselves. Let us find out as we jump into the land of Dawn.
I don't know if we're casting from Malaysia or Myanmar right now, man, because the Falcon fans in the building, they're going crazy. The Burmese in the building are going crazy.
They've been going crazy the whole time, even before the teams had walked up on stage. So you can really see the support being shown here for Falcon Esports. That should definitely play into their winning chances quite a bit. And of course, as per usual, guys, the M6 Pass is available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, Baxia's Battle Emote, special skin Baxia Dauntless Shield, as well as several other things like Claude's M6 exclusive skin, Challenger Spark.
Ooh, or the Prime skin, man. My personal favorite from that pass is definitely the Prime skin, Cosmic Blaze. We haven't seen it just yet in the M6 Swiss stage. Maybe it's still just not the best pick to go for when there's a Granger, when there's Bruno. And on the note of the Bruno, this ain't a random Bruno. You know, this is Benny on the Bruno. I've spoken to multiple pro players. You can see the win already for Benny there, last hitting the gold crab. But speaking to a lot of different pro players, they all have like similar opinions for Bruno on Benny, Benny on Bruno. You do not give him the Bruno, because every time you do, especially if he gets the item power spike, he was, to put it simply, he was carrying on the Bruno before the Bruno was busted.
Yeah, so far, Benny has a 100% win rate on the Bruno this Swiss stage, so it is undoubtedly a signature. But you could say the same for the opposite side, right? Moba Zane still 100% win rate on the Fredrin as well. A comfort pick that the BTK team will always go for, even if it's not necessarily the most meta. From what I've seen, it really allows them to tighten their gameplay, right? Because Moba Zane's able to contribute to opening up the map and is able to go more aggressive with a bit more of a safety net.
See, the taunt coming down, Dax already very low. Fried Chicken gonna jump into the back line. Mobazane wins out the retreat battle. It is Fury, catches two, but Chicken electrifying beats onto Kid X. Royal Milk caught in the Brazers, Rap Force back. Fried Chicken with a double kill, and BTK with the early dub.
BTK, this is the impact, really, of having Mobazane on this Fredrin. Oh, Benny.
Zia, just looking for the oh, man. Diversion, glorious pathway. Benny still surviving for a bit, but Hood deals the final blow to take him down to the bottom lane.
There's a very different quality to BTK's aggression when Mobazane is on a hero like this. It lets them have that dual front line while enabling Fried Chicken to be more of a aggressive enabler in the EXP lane. So it leads a bit closer to the previous meta, but it is something that they are very practiced on and have mastered to a certain extent. However, we certainly cannot count out Falcon Esports. Their ability to scale and respond to aggression towards the mid-game phase needs to be respected. So for the team from NA right now, they want to try and expand this lead as much as possible to set up space for Zia to get these stacks on Granger.
And usually you would say, you know, with a lead like this is great, right? I mean, Falcon is it's going to be tough to come back, but Falcon have always been able to come back, Dax. Spear Valve defensively, the diversion was perfect from Hoon, and they get the collapse. It's just so coordinated by the Bloodthirsty Kings. BX7, good Terrify there to stop Mobazane from getting a pick. Probably Chicken off top in a 1v1, popping the electrifying beat, solo kill by Chicken is on a killing spree.
BTK are feeling themselves right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is a team that wants revenge for what the Burmese have put them through in previous international stages and wants to show the world that they are capable of easily making it into another M-Series knockout stage. You can tell that they are in their comfort zone, the connection, the communication, the timing.
Great Eternal Guard from PX7 there to stop whatever BTK was planning, but they still get the prio, and Zane's on the turtle.
Being able to secure this turtle would help a lot. BTK already on a 3K net worth lead. Falcon Esports, they need this one.
Midas Fury coming down as a retribution. Benny's the one who gets his strike in the economist, but also White Chicken jumps in with a diversion into the back. And now the electrifying beats will melt PX7. Zane falling down, but it's just Zane. That's Sonata one from Zia. That's a flicker from Zia. A Rhapsody and Chicken will be dancing with the beats.
Ooh, Falcon Esports successfully securing the turtle by just dropping one by one to a relentless pursuit from the Bloodthirsty Kings. You can really see that there's a little bit of a personal vendetta here. They are really chasing them down, and there's a lot of confidence in their ability to achieve that. The Joy EXP lane, not something that we've seen in a long time, but actually a surprisingly effective position for the hero, since giving her vengeance allows her to be a much bigger threat, especially now that she no longer has that CC immunity that she started off with when she was introduced. You would think that Phobius would be a bit more effective at dealing with a dash hero, but nowadays, with the revamp that has been added to him, it's actually more difficult for him to stay on top of White Chicken.
Revenge for Royal Milk. Perhaps Chicken Low gets out. Barely there. Good calculation. The Bloodthirsty Kings, it's a bit off, right? I mean, usually when you see a Granger, especially with a Fredrin, you would think that they would play front to back. But Bloodthirsty Kings are playing front to back with the frontliners not being as tanky as a normal front to back composition. They're playing the frontliners as divers. So, with the aggression, they're able to get space for Zia to just shoot them down. I think that's a very unique way to play this front to back.
Yeah, frontliners as divers actually seems to be the traditional BTK style, right? That's the reason why Mobazane really enjoys these tankier junglers. It enables them to go for the same sort of aggressive stance that you can with a front to back, while also introducing the wild card in the EXP lane as a team fight engager. Because nowadays, we see a lot of heroes like Phobius or Hylos who can start fights in the EXP lane, but not to the same extent as something like a Joy, for example, right?
Zia gets a turret down below. Zia will just poke Royal Milk out. Zia's Detonata, that's one. Rhapsody as well. BTK corralling over Turtle.
Dangerous positioning. White Chicken in the back line.
Electrifying Beast of Glorious pathway now. Miss Fury at internal guard. 3 members knocked up. That's another knockup onto 3. But it does not matter. Zia was free to just cut them down. He's looking for more. Dax is zoned away, and BTK didn't lose a single member in that skirmish.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the current meta, we are seeing more classic tank heroes like the Minotaur not having as much of an effect as it used to compared to before. It's just not tanky enough after the more recent nerfs, the HP across the board, and Minotaur not really being that tanky in the first place. Bloodthirsty Kings are just basically surviving all of the initial engagements and then turning it around on Falcon once they've run out of cooldowns.
Now they're rotating up top. The siege from BTK continues. 3 turtles, 7,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. So far, the Bloodthirsty Kings have been able to actually get Zia into a spot where he's literally just snowballing. And we know the Granger is already a threat, right? I mean, if you're not snowballing, if you're just equally trading and equally scaling with the Granger, stacking up is already going to be a big problem. But now that Zia's 3 kills ahead, he has so much farm on his name. I wonder how many stacks he has, right? If it's enough already to get to technically that late game power spike for Zia, even though we're in the mid game.
I don't think it's quite to the late game power spike yet, but he has definitely started to overcome the mid game power spike for Granger, right? So this is a very comfortable position for BTK to be in. Falcon does still have the Bruno, but hold on.
Good point for the vengeance is right there. White Chicken will still be able to survive, and he actually won the number Spear of Alpha. But Dax falls. It's a shutdown. Oh, Penny barely flickering out, almost getting caught by a very low Fredrin's of Fraser's Wrath. Still though, 3 for 1. Chicken dies. It's a shutdown, but it's not enough to really get a dub here in terms of trades. And there we have it, 528 stacks at 8 minutes.
Yeah, definitely past the mid-game power spike now. Zia in a very, very comfortable position. And we've already mentioned this beforehand, right? When you're up against a Bruno, your goal is to end the game before the 15-16 minute mark. BTK definitely on that track right now. In fact, it's a 9k goal lead in 9 minutes. 14 kills, only 2. Falcon Esports has a track that's okay at scaling into the late game, but they're so behind at this point. It is going to take them a miracle to be able to turn things around against BTK, and they're just continuing the pressure.
A full crush connects. Will Fall Chicken dashing the back. Benny will be able to cut away. That's not close enough. Royal Milk body blocking the shots from Zia. They get another kill over. It's Dax and Kid X for Fried Chicken.
Oh boy, we are seeing the reason why teams are banning this Fredrin.
Oh, Skypiercer.
Oh, yep, there it is. I really like this timing as well. We saw previously the Granger being played, I believe, by Twisted Minds, going for the Skypiercer very early on, trying to build stacks, but This is a better timing where Zia is already in a position to be able to get those stacks easily. The first Lord pushing up top lane usually doesn't do all that much damage, but with the amount of advantage that BTK have under their belt right now, Falcon Esports, their counter engage is not bad, but they're simply not able to dish out enough damage to actually be a threat to BTK. They cannot even survive the initial burst, not to mention deal with Mlbb.
They were slow pushing up top. Oh my god! Oh, who gets him the lethal ignition? Zia constantly just broken down. Back to the mid lane, coming out the way. The Lord has dealt with one. Chicken trying to look for an angle now. Going back with his place down. Royal Mlbb forced to flicker out. The air reaction ready. Dax still able to run many waves. Lord take him down up top. And Falcon half defended. But BTK with the first Lord are able to crack a base turret open and looking for more in mid lane.
Yeah, the higher your lead is with the first Lord, the more damage you can do, and even Fried Chicken being teleported in.
With a diversion out of Vengeance as well, distracted from this Fury and Chicken should die. Straight down with him, but still able to survive. She's on the safety. And Sia guns him down. One last death Sonata earlier. 3-4-1 trade. With Fried Chicken. And now it's getting Benny cut down again. Sia with a Sky Piercer. 11 minutes. And BTK take game one.
Living up to their name, BTK is bloodthirsty for revenge, and they run down Falcon Esports without a shred of mercy. They said they were out for vengeance. They said they were out for payback, and they're showing the world what that payback looks like. A very quick and easy domination using comfort heroes and a surprise Joy EXP lane. I think our panel will have a lot to say about this one, so let's throw it back over.
Falcon Esports look like they just straight up underestimated the power of BTK so far in M6, giving some of the best heroes that BTK has played with so far in this tournament. Dare I say, that draft from Falcon felt a little bit disrespectful. They overestimated their capability.
They took no heed to one of BTK's most powerful tools in the playbook, the collapse. No one collapses like BTK. No one does, especially when you put a Louis into whose hands, and that throwback on the Joy, the XP lane Joy. That Fried Chicken just tweaked a bit, threw it from all the way back in M4, made it a lethal XP core here in M6.
I mean, it's an interesting take on what the EXP should be doing, right? Because Joy can get into that backline and nobody can really stop that. But at what cost? Let's look at the item build here, because then it makes a lot more sense. Now, that very first interaction probably was the haymaker coming in from BTK, because Chicken walks away with 2 kills. Once he got that genius one, man, I don't know. As much as I want to believe that Royal Milk should have been able to hold on, that goalie gap was just way too much. That rated armor just came in way too late. You can't protect yourself. And when you prioritize rush of Phobius like this, that usually means you're saying we think our EXP laner can outperform your EXP laner in lane because we can win duels. That's one thing Phobius is very good at. If he's not winning the duels, then he's a more annoying presence in the team fights, in the front line. But the Joy doesn't care about the front line. Joy here has one job. Activate what you gotta activate. Get the Bruno, get the Vexana.
And they never even found themselves in a situation where it's a real, honest team fight. It's always either been an ambush or a straight up boss rush tower defense. Because BTK was so far ahead. We were looking at what, 8 or 9 minutes, and that was 10k gold between these two teams. So with that said, I think Falcons works. I'm gonna say now, this early on, respect BTK more than the rest.
Because especially when BTK has the lead, even when you look at the items, right? The fact that you went Thunderbolt brute force breastplate from Mlbb, you know that he wants to just chill. Hey, give Guardian help, you know? We want to fight. We want to make sure we hold this lead. And I think, unfortunately, for the side of Falcons, it's really difficult because you have to choose. It's either I throw all my spells towards Chicken's side so he doesn't get into my backline, but then the front line is creeping up on us, and then we are going to get pincered in. And BTK can get a solid center and allows them to be flexible and creative with their side lane picks. There's a reason why heading into this draft, we put a lot of focus on Fried Chicken and what he does for the team into drafting, and they bring out an EXP lane Joy last pick. What the heck? I mean, let me expand on this more. As much as Fried is able to get into the backline, the question is how?
Now, the delivery system specifically from Hut, they're not sending everybody, it's just chicken. Sometimes maybe Mlbb is doing neutral objectives, but in big team fights, you dump him into that side with 2 stacks, 1 dash, pop him, and then you let Zia do the cleanup.
And that's what gave Zia what we call in the business gold lane experience. He literally was just minute to minute racking up stacks on the Capri show, and as early as 9 minutes, he was at like 550 stacks.
It's such a great way of playing it. From the micro aspect of the snowball to the item progressions coming in from BTK, I think that Falcons are going to have to rethink the draft coming into game number 2. There's probably a moment in that game where they're thinking, alright, this is a GG code next angle.
Yeah.
Minotaur just doesn't cut it anymore. That in itself is very questionable. When you have a heavy front in the Fred with the high loft plus the low E, Minotaur's not going to be the answer.
In Minotaur, last pick, red, blue 4 and 5, I think that's the equivalent of the Vex 2 and 3. Because I was thinking, hey, they invested so much in this Bruno for Benny, maybe they should have got the Aurora as well as a strong stopper. Instead they went for the Vex, so I'm curious.
100%. And if you look at the MVP in Shark and his high loss 3-0 and 17, when you have your EXP laner playing something a little bit more offensive minded, it now falls into the hands of the Roamer to be the solid rock and foundation of your lineup. That's what Shark was with his high loss. I love it because we're seeing another side of BTK where it's not about just, hey, making huge plays, but also thinking of creative angles to get under the skin of your opponent. And now, at least when I was talking previously, yes, they are playmakers, but they need a pillar. Shark can do both. You need to be able to make a play, absolutely, but if you give us something like Hylos, my plays aren't crazy, but I will make sure I will get you over that finish line.
Look at his item choice, ladies and gentlemen. Both build items just tailored to answer Benny. Blade armor and dominance. I slow you down and hurt you as you kick them balls in my face. So Shark just does so much, whether it be on the offense or when you're going for re-engages. You'll see it in the clips right now in the highlights. Oh, that's it. Benny had to spend the flicker here. That's the nail in the coffin for me. As early as the 3-minute mark, I knew that the trap was going to do very little to BTK.
They were just non-stop. Again, bloodthirsty with the performance of BTK and Falcon Esports just couldn't stop it. Even though they would chain knockups, they chained a great Minoan's Fury and Guardian over there, but nothing, and no follow-up. It just completely got slipped away from their hands after they lost that initial scrimmage.
To be fair, I would say that in most other situations, if you're at even goal against your opponent, that would have been enough. But again, there's just not enough influx in the economy to help them do so, not enough items to make that happen effectively. And I think that at this point, if Falcon Esports were to redo their draft all over again, they probably should not look to deny BTK, but instead focus very much on their own play style. If you want Benny to carry, sure, but we need a secondary win condition.
Okay, quick hot topic question. A part of me feels like that the draft of Falcon Esports was them leaning way too hard in their individual play style. Because when you look at the picks, some of these are a little bit greedy. The Bruno, of course, well, number 1 Bruno in the world potentially, as some people would say. The Phobius, the Vexana, that sounds like them just trying to really pick their best, and they said, yeah, I got this.
The greatest hits. They just went into their greatest hits without heeding the fact that they're potentially facing off against one of the best team fighting teams in the world. So with that said, I agree. It takes 2 to tango. And for you to win a game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you just have to focus not only on your strengths, but consider what your opponents bring to the table. So if ever we do see a side switch up here, Falcons on red, that should help them do that.
Personally, for me, I think they need to just keep up with the consistent gameplay, especially in that laning phase here. Unfortunately for Benny, the fact that he got chunked out so much went as soon as the timing for Zia hit level 4, pokes him all the way back to his tier 1, then expecting the dive immediately after. I think the consistency from Falcons really needs to come by before they think about their draft.
All right, real quick, I gotta give this to the BTK fans. Yo, BTK fans, make some noise! All right, they're feeling good, and you know what, you two gentlemen, you look good every time you're on your desk. You know, there's just something about you that just glistens, it shines, really. Is it something with the wrist? I just don't know what. As we want to say, Luxury Beats Gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches, special jewelry collection for Houston and Mia, and brand new champion rings and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and our website for updates.
Oh, you're talking about this.
Oh yeah, that beautiful watch around the wrist.
Dragonhide leather.
Ah, that ice.
It's Swiss quartz movement.
Oh, so good.
Sapphire crystal. The works.
The works, all of it. I mean, if you want to start showing off to pretty much anyone, yeah, put it on there. Show him the green, what the green fairy has got for you. Because if you think that he was a handsome man, ho ho ho, fairy bumps it up to a 10. I feel like it's even more than 10. Leo was already a 10, bumped it up to a 20, you know? Woo! It was like, flattered me. All right, now man, it's all facts here. Another fun fact is that Hello Panda, I love it. And we all do. Where is it? Over here. Go ahead, finish it, man. You deserve it. Just go ahead. Yeah. Just gobble it all up. Yeah, that's what Hello Panda turns us into. We love it when Hello Panda can fuel our game. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. That's why Gideon never runs out of energy. Wow. It's non-stop. That's why we stayed up until 2, 3 a.m. playing card games last night.
That's right. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Order some because Gideon already ate all of ours.
All right, Gideon. Good. You got some more Hello Panda on your side? You hiding it from me, brother? No, I'm not hiding anything from you. You better not be hiding from me. You know I love that Hello Panda. He's a fiend. No, I finished it. There's nothing you can do about that anymore. Gideon. Sorry. All right, look. The way that I'm seeing things, sorry, I had to flush that Hello Panda out of my system. I can still see the logos flying across my face. I think that as we go into this upcoming game, right, the consistency needs to be there because I think that not only did BTK play to their strengths in collapsing, but they really took advantage of any little sign of weakness. Oh, I jumped you out and went, instant die. You give us too much respect and too much space, instant punish. At this point, Falcons, as much as I want to believe that, hey, yeah, they best hits top to bottom, I think they might need to do it one more time. We need to see not only those best hits, but we need to see something that synergizes, that really ties the whole composition together.
Okay, so you want the best hits for the current generation. You don't want to pull something from the 60s or 70s. You want something that's fresh and new that people can get used to.
Exactly.
Take out the Vex, take out the Minotaur. That's it for me. Like, just work that out.
Yeah. Let's see if we can delve a little bit deeper into the minds of Falcon Esports. We actually have a quote from their coach, Yuan Chao. I believe, hopefully he can allow us to understand Falcon Esports a little bit better with this one. He says, as a representative of Myanmar, Falcon has already won 2 matches from defeating Aurora and SRG. Reaching this stage in M6 makes him proud, considering the fact that they've been in the same lineup since 2022. Hopefully the wins over Aurora and SRG hasn't gotten into the heads of Falcon Esports.
Yeah, no, after defeating SRG, they felt Falcon big, right? After beating Aurora, that put us in this weird situation where now Aurora has to take down Team Liquid ID, so this is their doing.
Yeah.
So they gotta dig deep into the playbook. Get into the mindset that they were when they got these big dubs,
Exactly.
so that they can, I don't know, qualify, go to game 3. Like, that's the goal right now for them. Go to game 3. How do they do that against BTK, who's literally, even when they're like tables away right now, I think the way Falcon feel right now, BTK is breathing down their neck.
Well, maybe just a little bit because there still is, I mean, there's not much stakes here. Nobody's going to get eliminated just yet. But I do think that at the very least, hey, let's go back to what works. Dax, let's put you on something that can hard carry this game rather than oppress your enemy. We need you to be able to get into that backline and really start threatening the members. But I personally think they need to start shaking off Hoon here. Because Hoon has been doing a very good job all throughout the Swiss stage. And the only times that you do see the team composition actually crumble is when you force Hoon to move out of position.
So shake up and shake down, Hoon.
Yep. Those are great approaches, especially for Falcon Esports. I respect the center of the map of BTK more. When they didn't do that against Twisted Minds, they lost. When they needed to recover and defeat SRG, they respected the heck out of Youths and Stories' potential pickups, and that's how they were able to get the W there. Let's see if they'll be able to continue that. But first, gotta hear the members of the crowd there. Some very familiar faces from North America.
Hi guys, welcome. For here is Michelle. Tonight I'm having the Assassin Dip with me. So what is Assassin Dip?
Why Assassin Dip?
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah, why not Assassin Dip? It sounds they're fun, right? You saw the joy? Everybody love the joy? Yeah.
So you play Assassin right before? Okay, so would you like to introduce yourself to our audience around the world here?
Well, absolutely. My name is Dave. I'm just a lover for the North America region in Mlbb Esports M6. But I think our crowd is also a lover of BTK. Let me hear it! Oh, you know the vibe. You know the vibe.
Full of the passion. So only the lover,
Yeah,
not like
lover.
the media producer or manager anymore.
Just a lover, yeah.
So many title for you. Okay. So Dave, now with your team, BDK is coming back to the World Championship. And they have become one of the headlines for our M6 race. So would you like to share any stories behind the scenes? Because people are going to be interested in this, right?
Oh, I only have two things to say. I think number one, this is the strongest BDK we've ever seen, so we're excited to be here. And number two is we love Malaysia.
You love Malaysia. Yeah, you enjoy your stay here, right? So you have just mentioned it's the strongest BDK right now. So what do you think about the main difference between like the BDK in this version and the Valley in M4 and also the BDK in M3?
I mean, just look at the stage. We got the best roster in the world, right? I mean, we are not here for like top four, even though that's what players say. We're here for the top one. You better watch out.
You were here for the top one, yep. So, how's the feeling after watching the game one, the BDK versus the Falcon Esports?
How do I feel? Feel pretty cold. I feel like the venue should get more heat here. No, I'm just kidding. We're very, very excited to be here. And then game one was really clean. I hope BDK can keep it up and then show us some great 2-0 games.
Oh, we're waiting for the second game. So now let me check the time. According to my Ferrari watch, it's a good time to start the game too. So let's give it back to the panel.
Thank you to the lovely Michelle, and of course, it's always great to see Assassin Dave on our official broadcast. Always knows how to bring the hype. Dave, great job. Michelle, great job also. So, now we gotta look into this game number 2. Will Falcon heed our advice and respect BTK? Because they need to.
It's not up to us, man. It's down to Coach Liu Chao and Coach RC to get into their craniums that BTK are not to be trifled with. Not like that.
They got to warm up here. I think, hold hands, game number 1, and that can be a valid excuse for this one. Coming into game 2, they got to equalize it. If not, no, it's not exactly the best showing, but they need to get into the right mentality. We want to see the hungry Falcons. We don't want to see them just perched up.
As weird as it is, they got to bring out that dog in them. Because if you look at BTK, every single one of them, they was right to that level, to that effect that this is their best lineup for the world stage. Each player, we mentioned earlier, lane by lane individually, they're the best at what they do. And they all have that dog in them. How do we see that in Falcons?
BTK locked in. Falcon in the wins that they had against Aurora and SRG, they looked locked in as well. Actually, no, even against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds and Falcon was a very long game, and they were on point there as well, even though they took the L. So, it's just this was the first draft was so perplexing to me, and my brain keeps going back to that. So, our clean slate, game number 2, so 2 very clear things that Falcon needs to do. Get Mlbb out. Get Captain America on something.
Agreed.
And respect either a Hoon or a Shark. Yes? I would say that both are good arguments to respect that pick, but more importantly, the main concept that they've got to control BTK with is tempo. Control their tempo. You know where they're going to rotate. You expect it even to a certain degree. Here's the draft. Receive respect. There we go. Eve, Matilda, and Loyi.
Yep.
All right.
There's how you control tempo. In mid, you choose what Shark and Hoon can get, and then you go from there. I think it's easier to play lane from lane.
But, however, this is only the very first phase. Still, Frederick is not going to be banned, and I think Falcons, they might have an answer to this. I just don't know in what just yet. Are they going to throw it way back and just say first pick Frederick? We already had like 2.5 years of that. No, better yet, maybe it's first pick Marcus. Huh? He even took out the gym. We've had a long reign of Marcus versus Frederick. We look also at how Japan is heading into this, and BTK has a lot of options in terms of compared with that. Other than the Fred, we have the Akai, the Alpha, the Suyos available, but now they're hammering down on the idea of, you know what, I feel like Shark and Hoon are more of the problem for us, so we'll take the highlights instead.
So this opens up the Bruno Gatot.
I mean, not only that, there's also Hilda as well.
That's right.
By the way, fun fact about Shark, he's actually terrified of sharks. He chose this IGN to confront his phobia. Is Shark the Batman of NA?
I think he is. I mean, he's got the voice for sure.
It's a different universe from Captain America, but it'll work.
All right,
It'll fly.
And Mlbb NA just gave y'all an idea for an airway.
Moon Knight. Checking in the other show too. Show's open.
Oh yeah, the show. Flexible, I believe. Oh, they rust the glue.
That is handsome. That is out of order. But it might just be the X factor.
But Marvis, they acknowledge that there's not a lot of answers to this glue, and BTK and Fried Chicken have shown how disruptive they can be with it.
Okay. I mean, they're going to go with the soft counter in the Vexana one more time, just to kind of force priority with or without your support helping you out with concussive blast.
Yeah. Necro keep heroes, whatever, same. Paramus Vex.
All right. So they get the alpha locked in, which...
Do they go Fred again? Fred 3?
Why the heck not? I mean, they can just build a deck around that idea, playing for Bruno. And of course, Captain America gets it back.
Okay, maybe the idea coming up from Falcons, true damage through the tank.
Yep, just burn him up, right? The Alpha does well. They still need more solutions. What, they throw a Lunox in the gold lane here?
That would honestly, that's a pretty interesting idea, but up against a Bruno, I think it scales too slow.
You just hunker down like I'm gonna have to survive the first 10 minutes.
Falcons are running out of options. They chose to prioritize the Vexana over the Beatrix.
Where do they see this Vexana?
You will find out eventually in this game number 2. BTK takes away the Tigreal, and Falcon are slowly getting into the zone of getting out drafted again.
We'll see in just a little bit, right? The second phase is where things are going to really shake up here, and I think that, BTK, really good idea is getting rid of the Beatrix, make sure, okay, at least you can't stop us from running at you, and as well as the Tigreal.
Yeah, it's a different beat, same destination. I'm with you, Renmar.
I'll take out the choke. Okay.
Respect Shark. Better than first phase here. Better than the first game.
If they're going to show up a Shark win pick here, hopefully they can save it for last. Because if Falcon decide to go the run, I'm thinking in my head, if they just say, oh, let's go Harris, suddenly they'll get turned around by a good.
That could happen, but also, what if you pick up another tank shredder in the Edith?
For Falcon?
Yeah. Primal Wrath, throw it on mid, throw it in XP, whatever. You can switch it up with Hylos.
Longer team fight, Hylos.
Yeah. And then you still go 4-1. You put whatever on Benny.
Problem is, BTK can block that if they go Valentina now.
I mean, I suppose, but at the same time, we have to remember that Glue is still currently active for the EXP lane, and right now they don't have many answers to it other than the Vexana. So the laning phase might be a little hard, but BTK now looking to scale.
Okay, so is this clear? Do you go Edith? Because there's no Valentina anymore. I was afraid they could go Red 5 Valentina.
That's what I was thinking too.
The way for this might actually punish her a bit. Granger
Edith?
Falcon. Oh, the lineup of BTK is just solid already, even though we don't see the last pick. If they go full heavy front line, then Falcon might take them a while. If Falcon wins like 2 engagements early on, like a sure win, then that's like the best way. They snowball.
I mean, they don't necessarily even have to interact with BTK for the first 2, at least for the first 2 turtles, but now they're going to go CC just to try and win out that lane against the Glue. It's an interesting take coming in from Falcons. I got to give them that.
They might be answering solutions. They might be bringing up solutions to problems that they see, but we don't in the draft. Are they respecting this Red 5 pick?
That's ahead?
Yes, it is.
Oh. A lineup that scales well from the mid game. If ever it doesn't go well in the early, it does late. Very well rounded. While for Falcon, maybe Royal Milk will have the CC performance of a lifetime. That's the wildcard X factor that I'm having a hard time reading right now. Mirko Staffa, let's go. I do not know what's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, but BTK not only getting the Fred Rin once again, but also the Bruno and even the Cecilion. A bit of a switch up on the formula here, Mirko.
Dog, that is crazy stuff, In game 1, we saw a trade, the Fredrin, Mobile Fred for Benny Bruno. Now, I think it was a pretty good trade, even though it didn't work out. They could have adjusted more, but I guess they saw that the Louis, the Hylos was a bit more prio. But in return, the giveaway, Bruno and Fredrin will have to see, man.
We will have to see whether or not the Burmese Sky Warriors can dethrone the Kings with blood at the forefront in the land of Dawn. It's gonna be game number 2. Falcon Esports on the blue side versus BTK on the red.
In game 1, BTK quite literally clipped the wings of the Falcon. And for Falcon now, they're going to try to come back, man. They're going to try to equalize it on the board. 1-0 match point for BTK to qualify for the knockout stage. And you can already see how the Jawhead can work out. Right? What's the weakness of the Fredrin in this meta? I would say it's clear speed. You pick up the Jawhead, and I don't know about the clear speed anymore, right? Like Shark on the concussive blast 2 on Jawhead. Crazy. It's so good for leashing, man. Mobazane has already cleared up almost the entire jungle here. He's actually matching up with Dax on the alpha.
Yeah, that Jawhead really provides a Fredrin with a lot of assistance in the jungle. And because nowadays you don't see quite as much jungle invasion as everyone do anymore, you're not really going to see anyone try and mess with the Jawhead, providing that leashing anyway too, right? So it provides a very effective way of helping speed up Mobazane against a jungler like the Alpha. We also see once again BTK going for a very mobility-based emblem setup, especially on Hoon, who is playing the Sicilian. This does mean that BTK is not going to have the greatest mid-lane burst potential, so having Shark on this Jawhead helps make up for that as well.
For Chicken 2, you can see on the blue, he's actually opted to go for the agility and the wilderness blessing. My guess is he knows he's going to lose on this lane, so what he's going to do is just clear out the waves as fast as possible and then rotate to the team. Dax, oh wow, great sidestep. I don't know if that was intentional by Zane, but it was definitely flashy. Dodges away from the Spear of Alpha. They're just jiggling.
Actually, really impressive movement by Mobazane there. Literally, the moment he walked into that brush, saw a red health bar, just instantly walked out. Didn't even give Dax time to get that Spear of Alpha out. A catch there would have been huge and would have poked Mobazane down to the point where BTK couldn't secure the turtle easily. But now, they're at full HP, and they'll take control.
The pressure on peak 7, slaps that pass, the internal got forced on him. Split, bring him back all the way. Shark finds first blood, the appraiser's wrath will bonk on Dax. Zane's still alive, and Royal Milk is there with the yo-yos. Fried Chicken with a split again. It's a 2 for 2 at the end of the day for Falcon, and I think it's a win for Falcon.
Yeah, I think that is indeed going to be a win for Falcon here. It looked really, really good for BTKs to start off. There was actually some impressive microplay. Debbie?
Still one last shot. Zeus still wants to stay for minions, but is waiting on the last death together.
Not even get it in time. Yeah, no demonic energy, but Dax secured the turtle.
Turtle take it, traded with Kid X, and Zane takes the kill. Kill for Turtle. Dax still have an XP lead. Zane walks up. They're just going to steal that camp away and Shark, I believe. No, was it Shark? Was it Zane? I think it was Shark.
Yeah, I think so as well. But we can definitely see the impact that the Sicilian mid is having on BTK, right? They're still trying to play as aggressively as before, but without a mid laner that can match up to that pressure, they are lacking just a little bit of DPS to really finish off Falcon in some of these extended skirmishes, right? Royal Milk being able to survive in that previous turtle fight was what allowed Falcon to be able to turn things around because BTK already lost most of their consistent sources of DPS. So right now, Falcon does still hold on that goal because they were able to secure the objectives a bit more consistently away from their opponents thus far. However, Bruno Sicilian is a lineup that has been able to turn around late games for multiple teams here in the M6 Swiss stage. So a similar condition is going to be put on Falcon in this game that BTK had in game 1. End the game by the 15-16 minute mark or you will have problems.
You see the unstoppable force there from Shark over the internal guard. I believe maybe trying to escape from a possible follow-up from Falcon Esports, but for BTK, I agree with you, yeah. With the Sicilian with the Bruno, they can really just play it slow. And for Falcon, with the first turtle, they gotta try to play fast. They gotta try to fix the tempo to their speed. They don't want to let Who continuously just stack up, and they definitely do not want Zio on the Bruno to farm up, right? In game number 1, it was a good way from BTK to actually stop Benny by just constantly ganking and putting pressure onto where's the Bruno. This game, I think We don't see as much attention from Falcon Esports up top, but Benny's doing a good job alone at shutting down Zeta.
When you're playing with a Bruno on your side, there's this subconscious expectation that he'll be able to hold his lane by himself and win it out pretty safely. Not to mention, BTK can't really give up too much of their mid-pressure to try and gank him. And because of that, Benny is able to use the extended range of the Granger to poke out Zia in lane and start building up stacks. You can see too, they just have more pressure.
Great retribution from Dax. Right as he goes into the Spirit of Alpha to stun Mlbb. Now he's going to be caught. Royal Milk in the chase. That's a flicker from Shark. Injector not ready. The Spark missiles will come through, and Chicken actually gets away. Benny is waiting for the last shot, perhaps, of the Detonata, but will not be able to get it in time, and will instead to shove in the wave up top. Shark trying to stop that steal, that invade from happening, but I believe Falcon should be able to just take it away, even despite that ejector.
Yeah, this is exactly what Falcon Esports needs to be doing right now. They have a composition that is way better towards that early to mid-game scaling. They just have more DPS and more burst overall, so they gotta run him down. They gotta take more map control, take more structures, try and end the game early.
No Purify on PX7. Smart missiles. Oh, great Terrify. What was he with the pressures? Wrap PX7 trying to go for a little bit of a dodge there. Oh! Sage still gets him with the enhanced attack. And then he missed the skill one. Concealed from Shark. Sane will sacrifice himself. Walk it up, but Shark will fall too. The sacrifice failed. And that's another kill over. Benny is angry.
Yeah, you can see that anger right now from Falcon Esports, slowly building up on that goal lead. And I'm sure the fans are very happy to see this. Falcon is happy to see this, because this is what their lineup is built for. Granger is a snowball hero. He farms well, he scales evenly, but the more advantage you can give him, the more of a threat he's going to be, especially once he hits that Sky Piercer timing. So Falcon Esports knows that they cannot afford to let this game prolong for too far. They have heroes that will drop off in effectiveness the later the game goes. And we've already seen in the past that Granger, although very good at opening up the map and picking people off, is not actually that good at taking structures, especially the Crystal, since he's based more around skill spam than auto attacks, right? So it'll become harder to push into the base the later the game goes for him.
Great Purify from PX7. Dax with the respect as well, just using the Spirit of Alpha instantly there. Doesn't want to take any chances. Penny stealing the purple off away. Taking it away. And now, Royal Milk. Oh, that damage! Royal Milk has just soloed Mlbb. It was a bit of help from Dax, but that was a statement. That was a declaration of war from Falcon.
The CC pick, very effective for Falcon Esports, not just for winning out against tankier EXP laners, but for being the bane of heroes like Redrin, and the crowd is chanting!
Eternal Guard into Dax's spear! Chicken cut down by Benny with a Death Sonata! And now it is all Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports are sinking their talons into the bloodthirsty kings, and the atmosphere is electrically charged by the Burmese fans as they are witnessing their team go head to head. Right now, 5k goal lead, 8 minutes in. Falcon still has plenty of time to continue piling on the pressure and ending the game before Zia and Hoon have a chance to come on a line. But the Bruno and Cecilian so far have not been killed once in this game. The next target for Falcon Esports is to stifle their farming, and then the game should go very easily into their hands.
We saw Benny on the Bruno, 100% win rate in game 1, destroyed. Now we're seeing possibly Mlbb Fredrin, 100% taken away by Falcon. That would definitely be poetic, right? BTK taking away the 100% from Benny, and then Falcon returning the favor just in game number 2. And you can just see in the draft, we were talking about it, criticizing, Fredrin, Bruno, leaving it both to BTK was a risky move, but they played their cards well. They knew how to deal with it. The CC pick turns out to be the way to do it. And with the CC here being so free in the team fights, they decided to go flanker. And they don't even need the extra sustain from the Vengeance, doesn't even need the extra sustain from, or maybe just even the mobility from Sprint. It's all about the flankers, just blinking in, getting damage, and getting out.
Yeah, no reason to have to go Vengeance here, right? This CC was specifically picked towards the end of the draft, and by that time, Falcon Esports had already seen most of the DPS options that BTK had, especially this Sicilian mid lane, right? Because of that, They just don't have to worry about Royal Milk being bursted down very much. It's better to go for extra maneuverability so that they can chase BTK down and disrupt their very tight frontline potential. A Lord has now been secured for Falcon Esports, and the timing is closing for BTK. The chance of the fans in the audience.
Wait, something went wrong.
The potential death toll of the American representatives.
This is crazy how loud the fans are. It's phenomenal. M1, I thought M1 stands for Malaysia, man. Honestly, game 2 here is making me really feel like I'm in Myanmar. That's a Sea Halberd, Orax. Oh, Penny's built. Penny's ready for a fight, for a real brawl.
Not even going for the Sky Piercer, actually, just straight up building into damage so that Benny is able to melt down frontliners like Mobazane and Fried Chicken as well, and we can see that it being very, very effective. A 4K goal lead between the goal laners. Lord pushing in, it's only the first. BTK still has their holy defense, but how well can they hold?
Well, let's go in the back with the curtain call. Putting Hoons together with Fried Chicken. Mobazane gets ejected back. That's a retribution from Mobazane. Only on the mid waves. The Lord will be able to get the first base turret in the mid lane. BTK dealing with the rest of the waves. Falcon Esports, the first Lord. A base turret take is already crazy value, but they're not happy with just one. They're setting up the waves for another siege.
Falcon Esports are well aware that the next Lord is probably the last chance they can get to really push in an end before Hoon starts building up genuine stacks. The Sonata is doing a lot of poke damage.
Connects showing them in the back move. Insane isolated. Curtain call. Connects brought back to the development. Sharp flicker back. Fried Chicken with a slap pass on Royal Milk. Dodges away from it. Benny mounted up. Back again. Sia. Together with Hoon finds the kill. A 2-for-1 trade. But Falcon Esports, they got the 2 base turrets, and they are happy with that now. With that trade, they back away.
Falcon Esports are still in a very, very comfortable position, but the next Lord is basically their time limit for ending the game. Bloodthirsty Kings being able to find some pickups there, and even giving Zia and Hoon their first kills of the game respectively, is going to help them start building up that potential they need to start holding on to the base defense, right? They're very good at counter-engaging against sieges. Hoon, we can see, already has those 200 stacks on the Sicilian. That's pretty low. It's still a bit low, actually, yes. So Falcon actually may have more time than we expected.
They have a lot of time, right? We were talking about maybe, 14-minute onwards that the power spike might hit, but see how behind Hoon is on stacks. I feel like even 14 minutes is not really going to cut it, right? Like, Falcon actually have a lot of time now to play. They can keep calm, playing slow, and they've gotten 2 base turrets, right? That fight for BTK, it was good for them. They got a few kills, but it was still way better for Falcon Esports. That was the far lane base turret taken away, and it'll just be an auto advantage for Falcon as they set up for the enhanced Lord of 12 minute of the game. Benny already securing the endless battle.
That is Benny's final item as well until he decides to replace his shoes. So this Granger has reached the peak of his DPS potential. The 15-16 minute mark, the second Lord we talked about, is usually about the time when Bruno becomes a problem. But looking at the stacks that Hoon has, the Sicilian hasn't quite reached that point either. So Falcon still has a bigger window to play with than expected. They will be able to get this Lord without too much problem. 7k gold lead still in their hands, and a marksman that is quite capable of outranging the Sicilian. Bloodthirsty Kings, not too sure if they have the lineup to be able to hold a base defense here, especially with Falcon effectively pushing and sinking every wave on the map.
It's looking bleak for the defense of BTK. For Falcon, gonna spread their wings now. In the siege they go. Kinex with Glorious Pathway. Hoon to be jumped as well. Injector coming out. Hoon very low. Flickering out to safeties. Kinex is caught with Cycling Claws, but now on the back line as well. Royal Milk, Winter Crowds, Hero of Alpha from Dax. CSC able to cut away as he flickers out to safety. Benny low. Chicken with split. Mobazane kind of again as Hoon constantly goes for a bad impact. The base wide open. Benny trying to go for it right now. The Lord is there. Winter Crowds is spot as well. They're trying to target it down. Benny will slay Mobazane. Sia is next to the chopping block. And Benny will go for the base to equalize it. And we're getting a game number 3.
Despite their best efforts, BTK not able to hold the crystal up, and the Burmese Sky Warriors making sure that they stick to their target. They are the predators in the land of Dawn, eyeing their opponents making sure that there is no chance for them to reach the scaling necessary to counteract. Yet again, we are going to a full series where a single game will determine which team moves on into the M6 knockout stages. As usual, let's throw it back to our panel to tell us what happened in this game.
The X Factor pick for Falcon Esports comes in big. Royal Milk on that CC, and Falcon Esports has forced game number 3. That was fun. I love that. That was great.
Banger confirmed.
Banger confirmed.
We were looking for Falcon Esports' playstyle. We were looking for their signature approach, and here they presented to us a solution that none of us were expecting.
I didn't expect it for sure. I think a lot of it came down to just hard execution from their side, but they're just showing BTK, hey, if you can snowball on us, we can do the exact same thing back at you. If not, maybe a slightly tad bit better, especially against the Frederick. I gotta give Royal Milk big star for him, A+ performance on that CC. But not only that, PX7 decided to step up, and Benny now showing that his Granger, he's got the footsies. He knows his spacing.
Yeah.
Now I understand the Vexana. Now I understand how game after game, PX7 just says, give me the Vexana.
Yeah, game number 1, they were overwhelmed. Game number 2, when things were a little bit closer, you see just how good the Vexana for PX7 is. Officially now, Falcon Esports has delivered the very first loss of BTK's Frederick in M6. Going into this game, Mlbb was 4-0. Falcon Esports are the 1-4-1. I mean, look at these items, man. A lot of it just comes down to how ahead can you find your side laners. And in this case, Royal Milk did a good job because not only did he truck out Flight at level 1, from that point onwards, once he got both brute force breastplate on top of that war axe, even Zane, who didn't find that initial snowball, and a lot of collapses coming out specifically from Falcon. Maybe it was just this high wall pick that really stopped them in the first place. You can't disengage from it, you can't walk away from it. Kid the X, Dax, Royal Milk, it looked like they both, and even the internal guard of the Vexana, all did a great job of messing up the backline of BTK. But of course, when you have Fly Chicken going forward, Mlbb as well, Shark, Hoon, and Zia, if they have all the room in the world, they will deal all the damage in the world. But Falcon nipped it in the bud, and they stopped that every single time. Benny, also, we got to see him in lane, show us a fact of current Mlbb, where after level 4, majority of Grangers should defeat Bruno in lane once they both hit that level 4 mark, and that's exactly what Benny did.
And that puts BTK in such an interesting spot. Falcon Esports did what we asked of them to do pre-game. They compromised mid, forced Shark on the jawhead, forced Hoon onto the Sicilian, and that allowed for Falcon to move a little more freely, compromise those side lanes, again, win with the Granger in the side, up until at least the Bruno gets the inevitable power spikes, and again, Royal Milk's silent MVP performance. I'm gonna tell you now, if he doesn't get the MVP, he gets my nod.
I have to agree with that as well. I think, the biggest mistake coming in from BTK's side is, hey, you need to make a decision on which lane you want to win. As much as you have a lot of faith in Zia, his build in terms of emblems alone, if you wanted to win lane even, or at least try to win at pre-level 4, you look for Master Assassin. But he respects it because Zia did the exact same thing to Benny in game number 1. So I think at that point, BTK needed to make a choice because right now, based on what we've seen in this game, Shark on this jawhead after that first hurdle, null and void.
And it's that choice that Falcon Esports forced BTK to make. Actually, counterintuitive, there's no good choices for BTK to make, especially in the small frame of time that they were working with. As early as, 10-11 minutes, Falcon were already knocking into BTK's base. And with that, they've unlocked a playstyle we haven't seen from Falcon in all of M6 yet. I'm going to call it the Burmese Python playstyle. They've used the Hylos to lay down a back line from BTK to not cross over. Kidek's very good at doing that. And then suddenly you would see Royal Milk crossing over, forcing BTK to back off, and that compromises that strong backline that BTK has. Everything else just follows. That's just what made the defense hard for BTK, because underneath turrets, this Burmese Python playstyle really doesn't shine as much because you have turrets hitting you. But once that final push came in, that final siege, they figured that out with the right tempo and bursting down what was left of BTK in that final fight. It made more sense. I want to see more of this in game 3.
You have to respect what Falcon did here. Game number 1, we doubted what they did, giving BTK so many power picks.
Did they readjust it? They acknowledge that the problem lies in the mid, lies in the low. Take away, steal away some of the best picks, and we can set up Benny for success. 4, 1, and 5. As much as he was set up, again, he did it in the lane. He beat Zia in lane.
Look at that GPM. 935 GPM. That is disgusting. And not to mention that the equipment that he decided to bring is actually a little bit different, right? He's not only thinking about survivability, but he's actually getting a good amount of CDR, not only from the War Axe, but also the Endless Battle, which not a lot of Ranger players actually opt to go for. Because again, you're waiting for the full Rhapsody to end before you get the Empowered Auto.
He's weaving in those basics, and that's what makes Benny the bite in the Burmese Python playstyle. What they were doing, that weaving in and out of combat, denying choices from their opponents, Benny is the one in the middle making BTK writhe in pain, making them feel like, oh wait, we're running out of frontliners, we're running out of options, and then next thing you know, all right, we just lost the fight.
That first highlight was absolutely key. Since Falcon Esports were able to break the gold lane first, that forced a switch from BTK to send Zia bot. And of course, Mlbb would set that up to try and trade the tower up first. But since Benny was let out of lane, they could go as a full 5-man to counter the BTK engagements. And after that, everything just turned around in favor of Falcon Esports.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough to watch, especially for BTK fans, because again, it was a good showing in game number 1, but game number 2, the Falcons Esports, they're here to play. And I think that coming into 3, adaptations are going to be extremely key, because again, big game changers here came down to the wire of the EXP. I think that all other lanes definitely could have made an impact, but not as much as Royal Milk in that sector. Tie up the back line, tie up the front line, doesn't matter. As long as they're tied up, they ain't running away from these Death Sonata shots coming in from Benny's Granger.
Again, constricting their opponents, forcing them into a non-winnable position, and then Benny just goes for the head. Pop, pop.
And now we find ourselves here, one game. After all of the BO1s we have, we default, go back into the best of one. One game to secure that next knockout spot. And it's all up in the air now. What I appreciate about the series so far is game number 1, BTK made the Bruno, arguably one of the best Brunos in the world, bleed, and the lineup around that. Game number 2, Falcon showed that Captain America and his shield isn't unbreakable. They deliver the first loss on the Fredrin of Mlbb, and they did so against a lineup that looked like it was built for success because it was the best of BTK's qualities. No, here, they played their greatest hits for that game number 2, but then Falcon answered that with their own unique EXP lane pick as well. I call Cece unique because we don't see her a lot. So the question is that now going to be something looming over each of these two teams' heads? That CC is active and has proven to be great against lineups that are too front heavy and rely a lot on a solid backline.
I don't disagree with it. I do think that, yes, there is some logic to it. However, it does come at a little bit of a cost. Because let's say that level 1 didn't happen the way that it did, and Quiet was able to hit level 2 on time, and then maybe call a little bit of help from Shark to create a scenario where he could leave the lane first. I think it would have been a very different scenario at that point of time. So it just goes to show that as much as the EXP is highly impactful to overall team fights from early to mid, there is a lot of focus in that laning phase because it's so volatile.
All right, best case scenario, if these teams are locked in, crazy momentum shifts withheld, if they say game 2, Falcons solve the whole mid lane situation, game 3, XP lane is now a legit threat, what do we do for gold and jungle? Because that seems to be the only other lanes left unlocked.
I agree with you, gentlemen. Great points. Unlocking the right lanes and taking a lot of focus and taking care of your laning phase. Now that we find ourselves back into a very familiar scenario, well, question is, did you miss this? I mean, we're back in the BO3 brackets, BO3 days, but did you miss the BO1s? Gideon? Already shaking your head?
No, adaptation is always going to be key. And my favorite thing about BO3s is we get to see the full, length and breadth of a squad. What are they capable of doing? What are some of the adaptations they like leaning in for? And most importantly, who are the standout players? Who's going to be consistent in all 2 or even 3 of those matches?
Yeah.
Short answer is no.
No.
The fact that we got here to what we could call a best of 1 is a creation of the best of 3 series. If for not the opening salvo of the joy from BTK and not this amazing CC game from Royal Milk in game 2, this best of one would not have been possible. So no, we've crossed that path. We're done with BO1s.
Yeah.
Welcome to M6.
Well, I mean, the best of ones are still a significant factor into our world championship. It unlocked a new level of scenario for Mlbb Esports and the results. But at this point, I'm very happy to be back in the BO3.
Yeah, same. It's a simple question of, do you like your appetizers or do you like, main courses? Something a little bit more tangible, a little bit more bite and meat to it.
So let's see now what these two teams are going to be doing to win. Again, one game, one win will send you to the knockout stages to join RRQ Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and can you help me jog my memory? I am blank.
NIP Flash.
NIP Flash, thank you.
Fresh off of that best of 3.
Yep. So, Falcon, are you gonna default and go back into that next?
I feel like they might do it one more time, but that's on the assumption that they're on blue side once again. BTK could take blue side for their own and then start changing it up with an early choke pick. Like, I felt like in this game, BTK are putting themselves in a position where it's like, hey, if it works, don't fix it, right? They had a couple of good ideas when it came down to the EXP as a way to punish, but I think now they default back to their true play style. Let's make the plays all over again.
Regardless of side, I think as long as you ban out the Hayabusa and the Fanny, or you take care of those kinds of factors, PX7's Vexana is not a problem. It's the actual threat.
So now let's see who will respect whom, which power picks will get locked in, which comfort picks will make a difference. And one last question. Similar to what we set up heading into the draft, will the EXP lane pick be the main focus yet again? BTK, respect the CC and ban it first face blue side.
Pretty crazy, right? I mean, again, this just goes to show that BTK are giving that respect over the Falcons. And I think that both sides understand that they are very momentum-based teams. You get that snowball running, it turns into an avalanche within 8 minutes.
Can imagine the conversation BTK had alongside their coach here, Pika Diff, Steven Tran. Coach, you just got to get rid of that. Just right now. Pick 2. Ban 2. CC. And the Jushin, they go back to their defaults. Still open. At large. The Hylos, the Cho, still out there. The Hilda as well.
Yep. Let's not forget about the Yves. I would imagine that Falcons is most likely going to ban the Yves this time around. Unless they don't mind playing the Yves into Valentina, Yves into Vex even. It could be okay. It's tough. I would say that this is a tough decision coming in from Falcon side. Like, red side feels just a little bit weaker, specifically in this best of 3.
Too bad. Still the Eve, but the interesting thing is if BTK decide to, hey, let's just run it back, let's try to replicate our red side draft, put it into the blue side this time around, with the CC gone, things might end up actually in favor of BTK if ever they decide to go that route. But at the same time, of course, I think Falcon can easily read into that.
Are you saying a blue glue?
Not a rush for the first pick, but first
phase.
Last phase.
Oh.
Yep. I think definitely last phase is going to be more important. This high loss has been quite a problem. Personally, for me, I was thinking maybe like BTE might just go straight into the flex pick Cho instead of the high loss, but we've seen in these past 2 games how devastating the Glorious Pathway has been.
Yeah, and the difficult thing is now, because of Falcon's aggressive 2 bans onto the mid laners with the Loyi, the Eve, and of course BTK taking away the Jushin, the high loss is set up for success.
Yep, it's a soft counter to the Bruno, because the Bruno's wide open, Benny's thinking twice.
Yeah. Falcon now will have to consider the Vexana. They're rushing it, and it's the Phobius for Falcon.
All right. The way that Falcon is drafting, I'm pretty sure they're taking into consideration what happened in game 1, and I hope it's not a replay. That would have been, you know the saying, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And with a game 2 in the middle of that too, like you can't forget a lesson that quickly.
Yeah, very true, very true. But at the same time, hopefully BTK doesn't overthink this, right? There's a good chance that they're thinking, hey, all right, if they're going to replay this composition one more time, could we dig even deeper into our pockets to whip out something more interesting, more extravagant to get into that back line?
So it's X-Fred. Because that's what that game 1 looked like here.
Yeah. Will it be Fred? Will it be Suyo? The Alpha? Still the Fred, and of course for BTK, and they get the Granger. So right now they've built up a strong front, and they're going to be saving the fried chickens pick for the later phase, while the mid laner Moon is still up in the air, and I think that's what Falcon might consider banning out even more. But I feel like a Valentina Aurora or Valentina Sicilian ban, banning two of any of those three might be just a little bit too much. They're gonna have to pick their poison.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to pick their poison, and I think as long as it doesn't have some form of way to keep up with the rest of the team, because you've already got the glorious pathway. That's gonna be one. The extra movement speed is gonna help you kind of close that distance, but at the same time doesn't have self peel, and that's something that was missing from the previous game when Hoon was on that Sicilia. There's an optimal distance that you want to be at.
Finally, Falcons get their hand on Kid X's signature pick. The Tigreal was banned with a vengeance in game 1
Oh yeah.
and 2.
Since he got it, ain't good. But now I'm starting to remember my old question. I think a Valentina and an Aurora ban might actually be okay. It might not be too greedy considering that you have a tick and a focus.
For sure, the Valentina.
Yeah.
Maybe both.
they might just leave it to both, depending on the next bans here for BTK. Because giving a take ult to BTK's lineup now might be equally terrifying. If Falcon don't have to worry about a Valentina, he might actually just be able to run away with this.
And there's also the possibility of, we haven't seen the jungle come out from the side of Falcons just yet. And I think it's a really good idea to kind of hold back on what it is, just so that you could find an angle to punish the mid laners now that you're already pinching it, right? And I think in BTK, straightforward, get rid of Beatrix, get rid of, probably also get rid of the Bruno while you're at it, right?
But 75%, it's looking like an alpha once again.
Call
it now.
Alpha, Tig, Vex, at one point, 2.5 months ago, we would say that's an ultimate winning combo. You already win the early to mid.
Yep. But here in M6, here in this current patch, things are not so simple. There's a show. They're still continuing to attack Shark here. So that does leave the Valentina open.
Are they not worried? So they're probably going to overload them with ult at this point, right? It is Alpha plus X, and I would only imagine that if they could get their hands on Beatrix, they would. But since it's banned out, does that mean they need self-peel for their marksman, who's going to get outranged anyway by the Desanata? Because I think even at least with the Moskov, the Spear and Despair, Alos is coming at me, I can at least push you back, and if Mobazane happens to be standing behind you, I don't mind the extra bit of time.
They're asking for the Bruno.
That's true. Whatever the jungle needs to be, they just really have to make sure that again, it's Bruno. It has to be a strong 4-man team fight. And now they're just gonna go for a full 5-man team fight. Valentina wide open would be the perfect pick right now. Unless they've cooked up something that will give more difficulty to this Tigreal and this Phobius.
After what happened in game 2, would you still glue?
I don't know. I think at least the matchup into Phobius is like a lot better compared to CC at a bare minimum.
Yeah. They both leave the lane about the same time. You're still worrying about the same threats from mid.
At least you'll be healthy when you leave the lane.
Really tough, yeah. Again, you did pose a question, the ESP lane pick. If it's Harlock, might be skeptical, but I think it needs to be active.
It's a Joy again!
And they go back to the Joy for fried chicken, and there's the Valentina, as you said, for Hoon, lineup of BTK. Did Falcon prepare for a last pick to counter it all?
Is this the venom we're looking for, the poison? Because Burmese pythons are non-venomous.
Yeah.
They take down their prey with sheer force. Brute force. Is that what we're looking for? Is that the alpha?
Just back on the brute force breastplate sometimes.
Yeah, he does.
He does come in pack
But that's spelled out. There's no sense of urgency nor an element of surprise if this is indeed the alpha.
Yeah.
They just have to play good.
I honestly think that both teams are just going to have to play good. I think they're trying to, especially from Falcon side, replay game number 1, except better, less mistakes. No alpha, Suyo.
The switch up.
Right. A little bit more mobile, a little bit more chances of being able to flank. They don't have something along the lines of the CC, so it might fall to the hands of Dax to break the formation. Game number 3, it's Falcon and BTK.
A single best of one now separates both these teams from moving on to the knockout or having to face off in the final day of the M6 Swiss stages. My name is once again Staffa, joined by Mirko to bring you game 3 of a very intense series.
Oh man. Again, it's back to a best of one. Falcon Esports with the draft. This is very similar to how they were able to win the qualifiers, right? Bruno on Benny, and then Kidx on that signature Tigreal. We'll see if they can do it. Reverse sweeping BTK just like we saw in match 1. It was a reverse sweep.
Yep, these two teams have both elected to go back to the basics, the all reliable, the pocket picks, the comfort strategies, but only one will emerge victorious. Will Falcons replicate their success during MSC, or will the bloodthirsty Kings finally claim the vengeance they've been eager for since then?
We'll have to see. BTK back on almost just game 1 all over again, right? The only difference here being Hoon on Valentina, not the Loyi. For this game, the Valentina, I was pretty surprised. I think the panel was also pretty surprised that we didn't see the Valentina banned out, considering they already have a Tigreal. Who might actually want to go for the Valentina to steal away the implosion? That's a retry. I believe Dex was able to get it. Yes, he was. Kidx, though, will be chunked quite a bit, but he should be happy with that trade.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, you would probably want to ban the Valentina, especially with Tigreal on your side, so you don't have to deal with like counter implosions. But getting rid of that show, I think, did have a little bit higher priority for Falcon Esports, just to make sure that BTK doesn't have a hero that's able to separate their front lines, right? So far, BTK has shown that they're very effective at playing more scattered team fights. So they want to give initiators that can create those situations for them. In terms of emblem setups as well, we are seeing things go back to a bit more of a standard style, but a heavy emphasis on damage for the Falcon Esports side, with that Master Assassin on Benny, as well as the penetration emblem for PX7 and Royal Milk.
He knows without the Loyi, he's actually, without the Loyi on the hands of Hoon, he will be in the lane much more just 1v1 against Zia. So that's why this time he goes for the Master Assassin, no longer the tenacity, I believe, that we saw from game number 1. I think it's a good decision. PX7 already sent up top to get level 4 quickly, just shoving the waves with Mlbb. So a good job just holding the turtle away from Dax. Will reset it and will not give the full control over to Falcon Esports.
Suyo was very, very popular for a time because it was impossible to out-retry him. That health threshold has been there, that's hard.
They took the damage. Fried Chicken jumps in though to find Beats over Dax. Not enough damage to actually sort the run away. Kidx! Put away in front, get the implosion. Who do this here is hoping to catch out 2 members. Picks up pops an eternal card. And now, Insane still sustaining. Royal Milk going inside. Trying to break for the pursuit. Finding trying to get. If the pursuit should be ready, jumps in one more time. Trying to get the stun down. Insane is trying desperately to keep him alive as Dax gets the turtle, and that's first blood on Royal Milk. Insane to be shot again. So able to dash away. Royal Milk goes in for the pursuit. Chicken walking out with a vengeance. Going on to Dax. But look at this blink from Royal Milk. Infernal pursuit. Now it's Mlbb is getting caught. Infernal pursuit one more time. Zane able to guide away as Sia joins in the team and picks up a double.
Oh, it's personal between these two teams here. An extended fight around the turtle and then extended into the purple buff. It's really hard to say which team actually came out on top in that one because it did end up being very, very scrappy.
One more ball. Penny gets the kill, punishing Zia for rotating. You stay in my lane.
Falcon Esports now starting to recognize the habits of BTK a little bit more and understanding that this is not an opponent that you can give map control over to. It is time to take your foot off of the brake pedal. It is go. You have a Tigreal Vexana mid duo. It is so good at countering rotations. As long as you're able to keep track of where BTK is, Falcon Esports can stop them from being able to regroup at any point in the game.
That was a good hold by Shark, though. It could have been way more punishable by Benny had Shark not held the wave. But luckily for Zia, he gets the 2 kills, gets taken out still, but he's able to actually still get the XP and gold from the mini waves. Chicken up top, this is a different story this time around. Royal Milk actually just getting lane advantage, and Dax, this is the reason Suyo is still really good. Despite the nerfs on the Soul Sever, you still deal a lot of damage with all your other skills. As a hero, it wasn't really nerfed, it was only the objective damage.
It gives you a lot of utility, this hero, still, because of the number of skills he has available in his arsenal. The Hunter Strike already completed, Dax should be able to start rotating around along with Kidx and PX7 to really dish out burst damage. And that's going to be good, right? Falcon Esports, the more advantage they can get, the slower they can force the BTK members into playing. And when they have a Granger on their side, they're really trying to upscale that mid-game momentum.
Boone has eternal guard, way poked out by Penny. Implosion from Kex onto 2-Tex. Final retribution onto Mlbb, jumping in the back line. So will Chicken with electrifying beats. Not able to put some damage though. Seems like Royal Milk is dismantling the back line of BTK. Dex with the soul, center slashes. Boone will be able to escape. Dex go for the stun. Boone barely getting out. But Falcon Esports got the dub everywhere in that fight.
The Burmese Falcons showing us how it's done right now. They recognize their opponents. They know how they play. They know how they operate. They are punishing BTK for very tight front lines, playing around Mobazane on this Fredrin. The take reel has always been a concern for BTK's exact style of gameplay, which is why they have been batting it out consistently against a player like Kid X, but it slipped through the cracks this time. And you can see how effective he is being with that timing. He's not using it to force battles. He knows that BTK, they've got those trigger fingers, they're going to want to start things themselves, and that is when he can jump on them and strike.
Falcon Esports, this is a very, very different Falcon Esports from game one, despite the same draft almost from BTK. Penny is not 0-2 on the Bruno. He's 1-0. He is scaling up to be a monster. Already almost Berserker's Fury at the 6-minute mark will be given the space by Kid X to get the turret up top. Level 9, a level ahead of Zia already. And we know how lethal Benny on the Bruno can be. Zia will be able to get a trade down below though, but as we were talking about, Benny gets that Berserker's Fury.
Berserker's Fury, 2 items completed in 6.5 minutes. This is a huge problem now for BTK. We already know Bruno, he accelerates the game, right? You want to end it before, hold on.
Check in with the vengeance, able to kind of wait for now. Kid X will be chain CC and Boone gets the pick off.
BTK really needing to find some sort of punish there. The ideal would have been a kill on Benny, but removing Kid X for another 10 seconds is actually great timing because the turtle has just come up. This will allow BTK to more comfortable position, but look at Benny's damage already.
Ridiculous damage. Royal Milk. Going in, Benny put some damage down on the shark again, and Falcon Esports were able to buy enough time. Kid X is spawned back in the game. White Chicken, over the back line, will be going on big start electrifying baseball as in chain CC's it. Dex gets the turtle though. BTK still hard on the fight. And the pure purpose there. Kid X finds an implosion. 2 members caught in the implosion. Zane brought back again, and that will be Zane trying to run away. But you cannot run away from the infernal pursuit. Benny continues with the siege, and it is a win by Falcon Esports again.
With the talons of a falcon and the eyes of a hawk, the Burmese representatives, with their eye on the prize the entire time. Fried chicken in the backline does not matter. Losing PX7, just a trifle because they get the turtle, and they're able to surround BTK immediately. They have way more punishing power over time.
Check in with vengeance. Benny assassinated in the back. Kid X dealt with as well. A bit of an overstay from Falcon Esports, overextending to get the orange bump, and he will be punished for it.
We have to know, White Chicken's still going to be a threat to Benny as long as he's not minding his position, and in that case, they were definitely pushed up a little bit too far. I'm not really respecting BTK after the previous battle of wins. Even a flicker now forced out from a Royal Milk Pocket. They still have the goal lead, they still have the tower advantage, and Benny is farming well, but that kill is going to stifle that speed a little bit and give BTK a bit more breathing room.
Man, you forget about it. You just, when you see a lot of these fights going Falcon Esports way, you completely forget the damage that Chicken can do when he's on vengeance and electrifying beats to a marksman. And I guess we were reminded of that. Benny won't make the same mistake twice.
Dax, though, however, will try to ensure that that mistake doesn't happen twice. If he's able to poke down Zia and the rest of the members constantly with the arrows, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, Fried Chicken focusing on PX7 and Benny in most of these fights, it means that Dax is actually going by unchecked a lot of the time, right? The frontliners of BTK are not actually too well equipped for handling a Suyo with his max HP damage, and because of that, he's actually able to whittle down Shark and Mobazane quite efficiently. Even Zia having a hard time finding safe positioning, especially since Benny just completed that Mlbb gun.
Oh, that's painful. And the thing is, that was literally just Dax with Royal Milk skill 2. That's it. No curse blast, no Benny with the footballs there. I don't know. If Benny gets a crit plus the combo earlier, could they have gotten Zia? Would that have been enough damage to take him down?
I think it actually would have been, right? Since he just was milking up right before dash.
You see that damage onto minions? Benny's online.
Honestly, the more items Bruno builds up, the heavier his balls become, I feel like. That's basically what's occurring with Bruno as he gets more farm. It goes up to like bowling balls, then to cannonballs. I don't really know what the ultimate is because you usually don't live that long anyway. But fucking esports are now playing the slow game, trying to bait BTK out of safety so that they can get a better opportunity for Benny to start melting them down.
Good poke, Royal Milk stunned up again. Mobazane trying to put the poke connects. Go over the implosion, but only on to Mobazane. They turn the back up in as well. That could be who? Body for damage. Mobazane taken down. Fight Chicken looking for the flag. Ooh, he stuns CC. Fight Chicken will fall. Royal Milk gets his shot, is burning down. But he survives. Free Lord to Falcon Esports. There is absolutely no chance for the Bloodthirsty Kings to contest.
The implosion only caught Mobazane. But when you're in a Lord dance, the enemy jungler is always going to be the best target you can go for regardless. And there's no way he is surviving both Jax and Benny when they are disarmed up. And then after that, being able to land the Blade Surge in the middle of the electrifying beats to catch out Fly Chicken, Falcon Esports have come to play. And they are showing BTK why they are still to be feared. A 5k net worth lead now. We can see Benny even picking up that Rose Gold Meteor BOD completed by Dax. If you thought that they were at their power spikes before, you haven't seen anything yet.
And you can see the respect from Benny, right? That Rose Gold Meteor already. Zia is not dealing enough damage to actually threaten anyone just yet from Falcon Esports. He needs to find he needs to threaten Needle. He needs to get out to PX7. It's been hard doing it, but somehow they get it, Mosaic. We have a taunt over to Royal Milk. Milk doesn't have the flicker, but they can't go for the punish. Oh, Worldy, that's the bounce. Taking almost half HP, and Falcon will go for the base turret. That is base turret number 1 in the mid lane, falling down. It's tier 2 dealt with by Dax. In the bottom, all over talking about it. Zia going for Detonata over to PX7, who trying to push out some damage, get on the Kinex, but the base turret will fall again. Royal Milk locking up. Glorious back away from Shark, looking for a moment, but will not be able to find it. Dax in the mid lane will just blink away, and Falcon Esports have dealt with the far lane base turret for the next Lord.
So far, we can see that Falcons, everything is going exactly to plan. BTK, I like the discipline they showed earlier, and it's clear they're keeping track of the flicker timing on Kid X as well, because they were willing to group up to melt down the Lord without worrying about that potential flicker implosion combo. So it's very important that they know the timing on this battle spell, because it has been their undoing in almost every single fight. But we have reached the stage of the game where if you are not ending against a Bruno, you are in a lot of trouble. And BTK are nowhere close to that situation. They are the ones being threatened. Benny is almost maxed out on items. Dax is still a consistent threat, and they're having difficulty even breaking through Royal Milk in the first place. They are not able to find the angle they need, and fucking Esports knows it.
Kinex finds the implosion, instant punches for Fletcher, and Benny will be caught in a bad situation. PX7 gets the internal guard down, and that will take him down. Dax gets a 3-man stun. It's the kite back now, and Shark pops in to revitalize. No chicken, Benny. Damage now, Windtalker 2 for Benny. Dax gets the Melvic Roar. 15 seconds for the Lord, and Chicken will not respawn in time. Falcon might just blitz this enhanced Lord.
This is the perfect opening for them. And even if they decide, hey, we don't want to end this right now, they have plenty of time. They scale so well into the late game with a Bruno and a Vexana. BTK are wholly relying on Zia and maybe Fried Chicken being able to find the angle right now, but what can they even do here?
They're very low, but it's not low enough to actually threaten anyone. And you can see the crazy zoning from Kid X just standing there menacingly, stopping Zane. You shall not pass.
It may be a kid, but he is a terrifying one right now. is BTK. There is no way for them to win. The only ideal situation is somehow Shark slows them down when they overcommit, and then Fried Chicken goes in and melts their red flag. There is no other way to disrupt Falcon Esports. Their lineup is honest, it's simple, but it works, and they have the right options, and they're gonna try and end this right now.
Look at the bottom lane base turret. Kid X still with the immortality already. Mobazane looking for a bit of damage. Looking to go for the taunt. Fried Chicken will go in with a vengeance and the electrifying beats onto the mini waves and onto the Lord. Kid X getting the implosion down. Gets it. A big implosion. Not enough to take anyone down though. No one was there to follow it up. Shark looking for the play. Trying to bait out the mini waves. Zia still kiting. With one ball over Benny. Looking for the crit over to Shark. One last one. He finds it. That's a double. Now Chicken caught in the midst of it all. The shove from Kid X will bring him back. Daxa is unstoppable. Falcon fly high. Benny gets a triple on the Bruno, and they recall on the bloodthirsty King's corpses as they qualify to the knockout stages.
They may be falcons, but they are embodying the spirit of vultures as they circle their prey from above, just waiting for that final stroke to come. Falcon Esports denies BTK and claims yet another spot, moving on into the top 8, the knockout stages of M6.
Falcon Esports with a reverse sweep again. 2 matches, 2 reverse sweeps.
Let's go ahead and throw it back to the panel. I'm sure they'll have a lot to tell us because this was a great one.
Myanmar can now confidently say they are a top 8 team as they make it to the knockouts, taking BTK in 3. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game. And now they have made the best strategy of BTK bleed back to back with their own comfort. Turns out Big Santa was the answer all along.
We had the question, and they had to take it through the ringer. Game 1, not just the Big Santa, even the Phobius. And I think BTK were onto something. Taking away the Tigreal from Kid X was important to making this Game 3 victory happen. But that aside, Benny's Bruno still a known quantity.
It is a known quantity, but it just goes to show. Game 1, they may have underestimated. Let them snowball it. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure their coach told them, calm down, stay focused, minimize those mistakes. We got this.
In Burmese.
Yeah, in Burmese.
Well, if it's Coach Arcee, also in English, probably. That's right. Maybe a bit of Filipino. But yeah, Falcon Esports definitely looked like they learned a lot from their game number 1 experience, respecting the movements of BTK. They even led the Joy through, and I gotta say, it felt like in this game number 3, they were more ready for the Joy. It seems like the shock value the Joy brought in game number 1 was one of the biggest reasons why BTK won in that first game.
Oh, yeah. And again, to build on one of Gideon's points is the shock value added onto the layers of Falcon Esports playing a little sloppy. That was the game 1 story, but after that, game 2, game 3, they tidied up and they got to this position wherein the knockout stage slot was all but theirs.
Yep, just equalize those side lanes. That's all they have to do. We come out of the laning phase healthy, clean, and at the same level. You'll be fine after that.
Really looks like Falcon Esports have solved one of the things that other teams failed to solve against BTK. Focus on the mid. Shark, Hoon, if you could get a winning matchup over them, it seems like things go well for your team. Congratulations to Falcon Esports, but we are still going to hear from them on stage with Rose. Let's go.
In pursuit to be greater than ever, Falcon Esports advances to the knockout stage. I am here with Royal Milk. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Are you nervous?
I'm a little excited.
Excited. Yes, it was an amazing 2-1 series. Look at the crowd. Okay, now I'm going to be honest. Falcon just made Mobazane's Fredrin lose. Now that's something very difficult because even Fnatic Onyx Philippines couldn't do it. How did you guys do it?
ပတ်တွဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ကပေးပြီးတော့ရှင်းကြတယ်။ကောင်းတယ်လို့ကြားတယ်။
So we wanted to avenge BTK because we heard that they are so good. I see. So, are you satisfied after winning against them?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
You feel satisfied. You feel happy. Okay. Now, previously we talked to Dax, and Dax said that Falcon Esports' goal for M6 is to surpass whatever standards Burmese Goals has done in M2. Royal Milk, what's your personal goal for M6? Champion? I don't know. Share with us.
Yes, champion.
Champion. That's your personal goal. We can see that the crowd really, really loves it. Okay, now Royal Milk, maybe you can give us a little bit of an insight. I heard that the reason why your IGN is Royal Milk is because you like milk.
Yeah, I am it.
Why do you like milk so much?
No, I open a refrigerator and I see meat, and then I name my name as Mick,
I see. Then why Royal?
and I'm upgrade my name as Ryan and Mick, Ryan Mick.
I see. As a kid, does it like remind you of you as a kid? You like to drink milk as a kid?
Yeah,
So that's also the reason why.
yeah.
Okay, I like it, a bit nostalgic. He opened the fridge, he saw a bottle of milk. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna name myself Milk. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Royal Milk, one last question. After an amazing series, we can hear that the arena here in Malaysia, so many Burmese people came to watch and support you guys. What do you want to say to them? Look at them.
ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်လို့လာအားပေးတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအကုန်လုံးကြည့်တဲ့ online ပေါ်ကနေအားပေးတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေကိုလည်းအများကြီးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်လို့
Thank you so much for everybody who come and support us here. All right. Thank you very much, Royal Mick. Congratulations on advancing to the knockout stage. And of course, amazing crowd for Falcon Esports. And with that, let's run back to the panel to break down how they went up against BTK.
Congratulations again to Falcon Esports. I didn't know it was simple as that. The heroic origin of Royal Milk's name is just open up the fridge, saw milk, said, I'll name myself Milk. My name is sort of similar to Royal. I'll be Royal Milk.
Hey, simple name, simple origin story, simple approach to the game.
It's so on the nose. It's so honest, and I love it. Because again, this has been a long time coming for Royal Milk. He wasn't this standard a couple of years back. He was definitely one of the weaker links. But now, he's really reformed and is coming to his own. And considering watching that game, playing up against Fly, who is known to be tried, tested, and true, I think at this point, Falcon's a namesake for M6.
Well-deserved victory from the representatives from Myanmar. And to see a Myanmar team succeed so far as they have, it's great to see. Again, as Filipinos, because of their runs in M2 up against Red Esports in that grand finals, we've always had Myanmar. There's always been a special place in our hearts for the Burmese.
The only other country to have ever shared a grand final slot with the Filipinos alongside the Indonesians.
And it's good to see the performance at the top after a very shaky, quite sloppy game number one. The recovery here, it feels like this game 3 was just a culmination of all their learnings from their first 2 games.
I love the swerve on Dax's Suyo. We forgot how deep this young man's hero pool goes and how mechanically gifted he could be, because in game 1, this was the alpha. This very slot was an alpha. And we were so expecting, hey, game 3, that last slot, just give him the alpha. But no, the way he played here, he was asserting big Dax energy.
He really was. And I think, the flexibility, it suits his playstyle a little bit more. With Alpha being so all in, you got to make sure when you throw that spear, you land it. But Dax this time around, also keeping in mind that Flied cannot get to that back line.
The backline access really was tough. Even though we think that Fried Chicken might be able to replicate that first game that he had, again, like Falcon was ready for it. Remember, throwing back to game number 1, there was a moment where Fried Chicken was 2 levels ahead, and even then, with a full kit and a significant item gap, Royal Milk was still able to bring the joy all the way back, bring it low. Now Royal Milk looks like he saw that and he was like, you know what? I don't mind this joy. Falcon said, we don't mind this joy, and they just played around each other's ability gets so well with the crowd control they have in the Roman mid.
Except that one time wherein Flight Chicken punished Benny, took him down close to the orange buff, and I think that was the one moment that Falcons needed to wake up once again. That was what? Post-late game, after a ward push, And if Falcons let go of those kind of moments, which was a majority of game one, if they let go of those follies, then all the more they should be a threat in the knockouts.
I mean, it's an overheat, and I can understand where the Falcons are coming from, right? Again, after, a disappointing game number one, coming in and fighting really hard in game number two, I think in game number three, once they kind of leveled their heads and understood that, hey, wait a minute, most of the time, it's just a mid-range battle that we're losing out. It's either we all in and work around PX7 to set him up for success with the Eternal Guardian. If he lands on Eternal Guardian, it's basically a free fight for us, allowing Kidx to just go, Flicker Implosion, who wants it? I know that both of you don't have Purify.
That's an interesting weakness for Falcon then. Something that teams in the knockouts should look out for. That mid-range engage. So in boxing terms, they're lacking the cross, they're lacking the jab to check range.
Yup. Well, it seems like Falcon was able to land a haymaker here with the MVP performance from Royal Milk on that Phobius. Now, when you have a lineup like that, where you have the Suyo with you, and then the Bruno, and then you have someone who is, yes, the Phobius is tanky, but he's not the most straightforward tank in the meta, frontliner in the meta. It can be quite punishing sometimes to play a Phobius, but there was a lot of control that Royal Milk showed with when he would prompt the Infernal Pursuit, actually use it to keep their formation tight. That Falcon Esports, it happened a few times, but it was rare that they had to break formation because Royal Milk was too deep into the Phobius.
Yeah, partially I think Royal Milk is one of the reasons why Hoon, having stolen the Tigreal or Kidx stole, like what, 4 out of 5 times?
Yeah.
Could not get a solid catch.
I definitely think that in Hoon's position, he probably wanted PX7, but PX7 would refuse to show himself. And that's what Royal Milk is like, you can still be in front of pursuit, try me, as he excels in these fights. Now, as we go into the highlights here, just a big focus on this very first fight that I think was a backbreaker, and more so, the catalyst for Falcon Esports to truly take advantage, because Royal Milk finds 2 kills in the middle of this fight, and is also able to zone out. He went even against Chicken in lane, walks out of it first, and at this point onwards, even Mosaic realizes, wait a minute, he's so much stronger than I thought he was.
Falcon Esports here, it really looked like they went into this feeling very confident. They knew that they had a winning lineup, and that's why in the initial portion we saw a double kill from Zia. They were able to punish overzealousness, but then Falcon Esports doubled down, fixed something again, made sure they were man-marking who they needed to mark, and then once they executed, you really see that the good side of that confidence.
So now the question arises, after we've been singing Falcon Esports' praise for the past 5 minutes, where does this put BTK? Besides the 2-2 bracket, what does this mean for their game?
Yeah, I think, what a lot of teams are going to learn from this is potential answers to this problem. At the same time, I think that BTK is trying to push what the meta is asking of them. And I think it really boils down to both Shark as well as Fly Chicken. What flex picks work for both of these players, but at the same time, it allows Fly to still be a playmaker rather than forcing him to be a pillar.
Yeah, and we also got to see here how the Falcon Esports approach this time around was, again, to double down on who they respected that low E, they still respect the Matilda that could potentially come up from Shark, and even the Eve as well. So with those 2 gone, it seems like the mages that are forced to come in a little bit closer into the team fighting and don't have that instant, like, early mid-game power spike, seems like that's where BTK looks uncomfortable.
Attack the mid trio, that seems to be BTK's beating heart, and if that's compromised, it doesn't matter what Zia or Flight Chicken are doing, despite them being solid cores. Again, it's proven now that you can play a core in the XP.
Well, I'm not 100% going to lean into the idea, mainly because as EXP, a single death, it's just too volatile, right? So many things will fall out of place if you do end up dying once, which Royal Milk has both shown in game number 1, what it looks like when it doesn't go well, and in game number 3 where it's like, we go even, it's totally fine. It's such a big difference. Polar opposites, extreme polar opposites.
This is the proud moment that the Falcon Esports fans and the Burmese fans all over the world have been waiting for, to see their team solidify themselves as one of the top 8 teams in the world in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports as they join RRQ Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and NIP Flash. That is a great achievement for Falcon Esports, a team often overlooked.
Many puts it up on the board, and despite what's been happening in Swiss, despite the upsets, the roller coaster ride of best of ones, and unexpected situations for teams in the 1-2 bracket, it's still the Southeast Asian teams
Yeah.
in the knockouts confirmed.
Despite the rise of teams outside of the Southeast Asian region, the first four are teams hailing from Southeast Asia. But now, coming up next, a hell of a story, another one, as we will see, well, another Southeast Asian team potentially make a running into the top 8 against the Dragons of the North. Team Spirit has solidified themselves as one of the most feared competitors here in the M6 stages so far. How well will they fare in this best of 3 against CFU Gaming, another team often overlooked, but heading into M6 has been hyped as one of the fiercest competitors. Real quick, let's look at it. You know what? Let's just go ahead and throw it up in the air. What are you looking forward to the most for this series?
The vibe gaming at its finest from both, actually, because CFU very aggressive. Team Spirit have their own flavor to that, so let's see that just.
I do want to see that roll, and I think a lot of it is going to be with the spearhead of both. I mean, the spearhead of Oppie coming in from CFU and the big shield in Sawo. I want to see how TS is going to approach it because somehow CFU, they know how to get under your skin and they know how to instigate more fights that honestly should be happening in a very controlled environment.
All right. It's CFU's big bro Obi against the godfather of EECA, Sawo, in the next and final match of the day. Will it be Cambodia, CFU, or EECA's Team Spirit advancing onto the knockout stages? My name is Ramar Santa Cruz, here with Leo and Gideon Q. We will be back for this titanic matchup, which could just be another banger.
form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle. Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters. They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage to their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make Mlbb greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. The crew of the rising superstars leading the way. In Mata, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nakuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibong's superstar performance at the gold lane, Haku's playmaking, and Bagin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike, with M2 veteran Mlbb and core members Detective, Z, and Buddy. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Side Rider. Reinforced by Susujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies. Uncovering gems like Fabia, the deadly jungler, a calculated roller in Weedy the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger. MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming, with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
In some ways, the stories of these two teams are very similar. A lot of eyes on them as potential dark horses and up-and-coming contenders heading into the M6 World Championship. The question, can they deliver? Now, they only have to deliver one series win to make sure that their region and their squad goes into the knockout stages. And CFU Gaming from Cambodia and Team Spirit from EECA as the final best-of-3 series of the day here in the Swiss. My name is Frank Martin Cruz here with Leo and Gideon. Before anything else, quick shout out to Gideon Gaming and Esports District, where we unite gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life. Just search at Gideon Gaming online. Did you guys talk about the meeting at the same time? Because I feel left out.
No, we're just NPCs just like that. But honestly, thanks for bringing out Kadia and communities, because right now I think that even the communities are a little split on who exactly is the dark horse of this particular matchup, with EECA obviously being here for a while, but Cambodia is just one of those regions. If the meta suits them, then you see a new team come up to show, hey, we got this in the bag.
The thing about combined teams is it's less about the meta. It's more about their tempo. And we've seen it from teams like See You Soon that went deep in the last World Championship M5. And I'm pretty sure for a lot of combined fans, this is going to sting. It was Deuce Vult then. Huge part of that team was also now here, part of Team Spirit. So that's some bad blood between these two going in this best of three.
Thank you for reminding me about that again. If you remember those scenes, those emotional scenes from the M5 World Championship and See You Soon fell to Deus Vult. A little bit of regional revenge upcoming here, potentially. So from November 18th to December 29th, you can participate in a little bit revenge for yourself, I guess. If you've missed out on M5's goodies, MSC goodies, it's your time to join the draw for a chance to win Claw's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss the rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. You know, I'm very grateful that we have the old M-Series skins coming back. Why? I mean, like, you know, I missed out on the Roger before, I missed out on the Clint before, so I'm happy that I got to get it. Like, they're leveled up versions. I wonder if we'd ever actually get, like, a quick return for these things.
No, they have to stay limited edition, right? They lose so much value if they do. And I mean, honestly, with the way things have been playing out, I can only imagine that these figurines, they're gonna increase price. They're gonna be like Rolexes soon.
Yeah, all right. You see, they're the very active member of Team Spirit community there, and that is the matchup that we have up next. CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. Again, thank you very much for all of your involvement in making sure that we improve our tournament scenes every single year, every single tournament. So please scan the QR code. Let your voice be heard. Not just on the internet comment sections, you know, those surveys we put them up there for a reason. And we got Leo already scanning with, whoa, that was fast. That loaded that fast.
Yep, they upgraded the camera on the ROG phone. Starting with the ROG Phone 8 series, ROG Phone 9 carries a better lens on it too, so.
Ooh, all right, I like that.
I'm going to give some feedback on our own broadcast. Wait, no, I can actually just message Prod, but never mind.
Well, now, Team Spirit and CFU Gaming, I went into this, I was thinking about it, it's like, I'm trying to find reasons to be extra hype about it. I'm not that I'm not hype. It's just like, outside of what you mentioned between the not bad blood, but like the little Cambodia revenge against EECA, I'm trying to look at the major players of this and how they potentially link up.
You know what? That's the interesting thing about Team Spirit versus CFU Gaming is no matter how you wrestle with the thought concept in your head, even when we bring out our major topic, it's a battle between regions, right? It's a matchup that you would rather digest and watch as it unfolds. It's less something to talk about, more to experience.
I think I can agree with that sentiment as well. I mean, from a technical standpoint, especially when you're looking in the game, CFU is the more aggressive ones moving forward into this. They're more of, give me a spear, I'll puncture your armor as quickly as possible. And then after yesterday's game, looking at EECA as a whole, they can play both styles. There's a lot more balance to it. But the best of the best know, Sawa, even on Beleric, doesn't even need a flicker. He just needs to be the shield.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any Beleric that comes into an international tournament packing Revitalize, good Beleric and Mlbb. And it's not just because that's what I spam when I'm playing in the Indonesian server, but, you know, I just really like the pick.
You menace.
What?
Just the worst.
Why?
And I can't believe we've gone minutes without talking about the potential matchup in gold. How are we not talking about Singh? How are we not talking about his marquee Nathan? How are we not talking about Hiko Mania?
And let's talk about it.
On a Beatrix is currently unbeaten. Well, the 2 matches he's used it in. Things of Beauty. If y'all want to get on the Hiko bandwagon, line starts here.
Yeah, I got to get onto it because Hiko is looking real good, and I think he's been playing, you know, a very, very strong game throughout, being one of the more consistent players on the side of Team Spirit at this point of time. But even making that comparison to Zing, I feel like CFU can come from many different angles. There needs to be a very steady approach for Team Spirit.
Now, I think we have something prepared for you so that we can understand the story of this a little bit more. We've mentioned a few names. Let's look at the overall picture, the big picture between these two.
changed in our team basically really one shot on jungle. Something not work. He not start cry. He
Oh, Mare.
he just like keep trying to do something, and he just trying to find some solutions, some moments where he can win the game.
Team spirit, take them all out in good fashion. Tonight, the Dragons reign 5.
But now it's like new jungler. He just becomes a man.
Being able to kite away, it's a wipeout. CFU Gaming continues the upset. What a performance within the ton.
My past experiences with Cambodian teams were not great. They were always beating us.
Falling down, Wadu gets 2. That gets the kill, but Singh goes on a killing spree.
Belakangan ni boleh nampak yang diorang improve dan boleh sama level dengan kita orang. Mungkin CFU Gaming akan jadi underdog dalam masa yang sama, team yang akan surprising semua orang.
It's not like so much in the game, it's outside, I guess. OP really brings out the comfort in our team. Inside the game, he's like enabler. We can rely on OP to open the team fight and play.
The Dark Knight falls, a kick coming in from OP.
He really brings out the comfort for me and team.
ល្អដោយសារពួកយើងចង់ធ្វើឲ្យល្អជាងហ្នឹងដើម្បីយកពី slot ទៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងវិញ
I hope also performance in the future going to be able to showcase the strength of Western European teams.
For MSEC, right, Cambodia was looked down, and now we are here to put Cambodia under Burma and prove them wrong.
Sorry if it will be we, so we just will, no, it's not about some friendly, some cute, it's just we will fight, and we will do everything for win.
Godfather of EECA has spoken. Nothing cute about this one. It's just going to be a fight.
It's nothing friendly. They're willing to do everything.
Everything to get that dub. Hopefully that everything is within the game. And now, if that's the case, you know, I feel like with him saying that, hopefully more Team Seekers surprise picks, you know?
Well, I mean, surprise picks is one thing, but there's got to be some kind of level of understanding and logic behind it. Because for me, at least as an analyst, Team Spirit, there's a lot of logic when they play the game and when they draft. CFU, it's a mental battle dealing with these guys. They've already taken down Vamos, of course, and how did they do it? They got underneath their skin, they're able to overheat their opponents and douse them with so much fuel that it ends up smothering them.
That's a huge strength coming in from CFU. Again, you watch them play, you watch them even in their home league, MPLKH, the league that they've yet to win up until this point to qualify for M6. You'll know that what Gideon is saying is right. It's a very intuitive way of playing Mlbb. It's very instinctual, very just primal way of responding to team fights and enabling your cores, which was spoken of in that video package. Zing and the detective look to OP to do that.
So now that we are a little bit more familiar with the animalistic side of CFU Gaming and how they play, let's get into their heads. What made them better so that they could finally become champions? The biggest difference this year is the change in the players' mindset. They are more resilient now. This is also their first time at the M Series as CFU, and since there's only one slot for Cambodia, we came into M6 with two things in mind: a learning attitude and the goal to do our best. They're going up against three names mainly who are very experienced in the international stage. Now then, this has put a lot of pressure onto OP to step up, be the big brother yet again, and lead this team against experienced vets in two of them at the center of the map in Sao and Sunset Lover, and one in the EXP lane, which so far today has been like the crucial role of the game in Kid Bomba.
I mean, yes, it is an extremely crucial role, but I think, you know, coming into this, the mentality is so very important. It's so easy to overheat in these tight matches, especially one which allows you to make it basically top 8, almost guaranteed when you qualify for the knockouts. On the opposite end, I think that at least for the EECA, they've been in these types of positions before. They've made it out of groups multiple times after multiple M series, and I think Sawo, as the godfather, the grandfather here, as some may call him, at the very least, can tell the rest of his team, hey, this is not the first time we've been here before. You play better. You play better. You play better. A real thing he did during M5.
And that's just assuming that it has to get to that point. We're talking about how there has to be a method behind the madness. Team Spirit, also has a good coach, a gameplay-centric coach in Coach Vren. So that's going to come into play when they face off against the man we just saw a quote from, Coach Taimigo, leading CFU Gaming.
I mean, CFU Gaming from Cambodia, this is a dangerous squad, man. They've already knocked out one of my representatives, but at the very least, keep your eyes open, not only for Opie, who's going to keep on fighting, but Detective and as well as Zing. Detective is a big standout for me at the very least. He's able to show us many different sides of what the meta could potentially offer, but at the very least, macro-centric, even when his micro is peak.
And he also admits that he sort of looks like Fabian from Team Liquid ID and wants to go up against him. Hopefully that'll be in the top 8 and not in the lower portion of the bracket that CFU is trying to avoid getting into. You mentioned OP earlier, Leo, 100% win rate on the show. Definitely has to be contested by Team Spirit, which they've shown before. And for Singh, which we have also been touching on since the hype package, he is the key to victory. 33% of the damage dealt by this team is from the gold laner alone, but Team Spirit has an epic gold laner in Hiko as well.
Hiko Mania is in full swing, and the world can't get enough of it. What else can this young man play? Will CFU stretch out the hero pool that Team Spirit has prepared? Because again, that Beatrix is a thing of beauty. What else is Hiko packing?
I mean, he's packing a lot, especially with the support system. I would say one of the best duos in the world, Sawo and Sunset Lover.
8 of the men.
These men have grown so much. I mean, Sawo, of course, looks exactly the same, even from M1, but even so, Sunset Lover has been an absolute rock for the team. When Sawo is able to defend, Sunset Lover is able to open the doors for people like One Shot, Kid Bomba, and of course Hiko to blow through their way to the very end.
Very few teams actually can walk the walk and talk the talk like this trio from Team Spirit. They're veterans, Sawo, Sunset Lover, and Kid Bomba. And usually, the aura of these three are enough for you to get blinded by their jungler. What just happened last time when they beat TLID, right? One Shot went ham with that Fanny.
And I'm glad that we're finally touching on very specific heroes now. We've touched a little bit on the show, on the side of CFU Gaming. Now, Team Spirit has shown that One Shot is a very reliable Fanny. Interesting that the two iconic heroes that so far with these are actually, well, they chose to counter the Fanny, as we know. So, well, One Shot even admitted that he did also surprise with the Fanny. He played a lot of it during training and in ranked games, and I just never played it in any tournament before this because it wasn't in the meta. Interesting that last thing he said there, Leo.
The best Fanny he's ever seen is Kyle Teasy, M5 world champion from Falcons AP Bren. Kyle Teasy almost took down MSC as well, so One Shot was watching.
And it makes sense. Who's his coach again? All right, one of the coaches of M5 World Championship winning jungler Kyle Teasy, Coach Vren.
It must have been a crazy experience for them, right? In the EECA, they're looking for a coach. Vren steps up and is like, I'll do it.
That is the equivalent of a young boxer picking up Freddie Roach. Like, I'm the next Manny Pacquiao. I'm the next Manny.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm excited for this matchup because I think the draft is going to be so interesting from both sides. One wants to instigate fights, but we've seen so many unique picks coming in from Team Spirit that has some great ideas behind it. There's always a method to the madness, as they say.
And let's see what madness we'll see from this draft. A part of me is thinking that maybe Team Spirit might hold back a little bit on the little bit more local picks.
Yeah.
But now I feel like CFU might actually bring in one maybe in the midder XP as something unique that we haven't seen or don't usually see.
Watch out, the Hylos and the Cho is still open. So that's a big trade that we should be watching out for. What will they let through?
Honestly, it's hard to read where these drafts are going, especially with a meta so expansive. And again, really benefits teams who have a clear personality and identity coming into these games, right? With strong win conditions and a clear path to victory, teams need to simplify it down. They don't want to have too many tools.
Yeah.
Sometimes too many tools could cost you the game.
Yeah, to add to that idea of simplified, actually, Team Spirit, it's not that they're not versatile, but it seems like they are keen on very specific strategies. They've only played 10 unique heroes in 3 games.
One chose me to
And a little fun fact for Hiko. Hiko and Aaron Shiki remain the only gold laners yet to play Bruno in the M6 Swiss stage. So if ever we see Team Spirit whip out a Bruno, although knowing CFU in Cambodia, they'll probably take it as one of their first 2 picks here. That will be the first time we'll see it.
Here we go.
Oh no, yeah, there, they take it.
Yeah, you called it on the dot, right? We expect the Bruno. I'm also expecting the Cho coming out from the side of CFU. I mean, there's no reason not to. It's just good in pretty much any kind of composition. You need pick-off, Cho's the guy.
OP's pick. It's undefeated.
Detective refused to tell me if that was OP's favorite hero.
Oh, he didn't want to say it?
No, OP's just like, is that one of his favorite heroes? I asked him face to face, like, can't say.
Oh, look at the mind games.
So let's just assume it's yes, right?
Yeah.
If they pick it here.
I mean, 6 more seconds to make sure that they make this decision here and now, unless they want to provide another answer in high loss.
Yep.
Whoa.
That's not normal.
That is not even a prio, but I do know that Detective has this as a pocket pick, but not to pick it so early. Not in the first phase, not in Red 1 and 2.
Okay, this just means that CFU is down to brawl. They are down to get their hands in the mud against Team Spirit. Because again, the Julian into the Suyo matchup is extremely unique, right? Julian is capable of fighting pretty much every 8 seconds, every 7 seconds, just to make sure once you hit level 3, we gotta brawl, we gotta skirmish. If we don't get that lead early and I don't get that level lead, Suyo is eventually going to do more.
All right, draft currently still continuing. Maybe that is a surprise pick. I mean, we talked about surprise picks, either mid in the XP, but it looks like that's going to be a Julian in the jungle. Let's see how it's going to be moving forward. Team Spirit has already now picked the Beatrix and the Glue, interestingly enough.
All right, Hiko Mania seems to be in full swing. Looking to go 100% in the 3rd outing with Hiko. Folks, we need to confirm what exactly happened with that Julian pick.
We will get information down the line. We'll see whether or not this Julian pick was actually meant to be or not to be at this point, and how they're going to manage it is going to be a completely separate question.
It's an unexpected debut suddenly.
It really is. Unless they were trying to hold it for like a little bit later down the line, they were just hovering. It's like, by the way, this is what we want to do. I don't want to read into it too much. For all we know, all intents and purposes, it could be a full reset.
Yep. Right now we see our hard-working marshals at it right now, discussing with the players from both sides, both active, talking to the side of Team Spirit and for CFU Gaming as well. And we're going to be seeing if this draft will continue as it is, as picks are coming up. That's an Amon on the side of CFU Gaming, and as this draft is going on, it really seems like we might see a draft reset in our hands, folks. So thank you for your patience, but of course, thank you as well to our marshals for showing up and helping us out here.
Fast responders, our very first responders, our first line of defense for anything that happens on the stage here at M6 and IOI City Mall. But I gotta think about this for a moment, right? We've seen a lot of teams go for the Suyo first pick opening. I'm assuming that at least first pick is probably verified at this point.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that it's a strong opener? Personally, for me, I feel like any power picks at this stage, other than quote-unquote the Bruno, has been kind of lackluster.
Yeah, especially from the last one, I'm a little bit more okay with Suyo popping up as a first pick, even though there has been this trend of teams forgoing it. But then I think it boils down more to is your jungler a hella good Suyo that is worthy enough as a first pick? If the answer is yes, then it's a great first pick.
Suyo actually shows up more often in a prio pick on red, almost twice as much. On record, it's 8 times in blue, 16 times in red, because it's more easy to make up for that sudden commitment to the jungle when you have another power pick to go for. But yeah, I understand where Gideon's coming from. Blue Yo isn't as strong as it should be, or as it used to be when Suyo was new, but with the way One Shot was playing on that Fanny, and how maybe Team Spirit wants to be more flexible being on blue, I understand.
I think why not, right? I feel like blue side, especially with the first picks, usually I'm very much for, hey, your openers are extremely important in this draft, and especially when it comes down to the first 3 bans, because it gives you a direction that you want to eventually lead into. But now it's starting to feel like a honey trap that people keep sticking their hands into and can't pull up back out.
Yeah, but so far, it should have succeeded, right? Like, I mean, just looking back at like the FNOP one, that succeeded.
Falcon,
that succeeded as well.
I'll tell you what, compare it to the high loss overall, because I feel like at least with the high loss, it is a rock, it is solid, and most of the time, if you want to double back on what your comp wants to do, high loss is okay with it in comparison to Suyo.
Yeah, I feel like some of the questions right now popping up from the coaches to their players are, all right, any of you, if we roam, you guys feel like playing high loss today? Can we play something else? Can we just get the Suyo out first? And like, I don't want to just stand around, bring down a carpet, and use Revitalize.
And that's when the Hylos doesn't even get banned. But in this case, again, assuming that everything was fine and dandy up until that Julian pick, CFU did ban the Hylos. So what have been open left was Agatot. Would you have done that? Would you have
you're not going to rush Gatot.
Exactly. So Blue Yo makes more sense than, you know, first pick Gatot.
All right, I can get behind that. I can kind of get behind that. Because Cho was also open as well.
First pick Cho, but again, knowing Sawa, knowing the Godfather, you know, you'd rather play in the second phase.
But I think for Team Spirit, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't their Cho more of a Kid Bomba EXP lane pick actually?
Usually.
They can flex, they can flex.
Oh, they can flex it. It's also something Sawa.
Sawa can.
I wouldn't put it past Sawo, to be honest. I feel like Team Spirit is more reactive in the way that they kind of draft overall until they've got like a very clear win condition. Like we've seen them first pick Granger before, right? And clearly they had an idea of what they wanted to do from that point onwards.
All right, a little fun fact coming up on your screen right now. I think it's going to be the guessing game that we do sometimes. All right, who is the most banned hero in the history of M series? I'm just going to say it's Cho. It's probably Cho, right? Because he's been read out for all M series.
We're approaching maybe Matilda or Eve. Because as far back as M2, I remember Matilda being on the chopping block already.
I'm trying to see a commonality, right? How far are we really wanting to go back? Because I think that there is an argument. There is an argument for even some of the M1 heroes. Harith, for an example, has been throughout M history, been around.
Okay. So, okay, one hero, you first, Gideon.
I'm going to guess the Harith. I got to double down on it.
Leo?
I'll say Matilda.
I'll say Cho. We're gonna go with Cho. So who is it? Type down in the comment section before we pop it up, because it's about to pop up. What's your answer? The most banned hero in the history of M series is Wan.
She's a relatively new hero, and she hasn't seen much bans in this World Championship. Maybe M4 and M5 may have skewed the stats.
Maybe even in M3.
Was it?
I'm throwing back to Singapore, and in my head, I'm like, I don't really see much 1-1 bans there.
I mean, it's been a while. I was thinking, like, arguably even Beatrix. I know Mirko was definitely happy for this one. He was already hands up, crucifix style. Let me show you what I got.
Wow.
What is that?
That's a shocker. That's a shocker for me, honestly.
Same. Interesting stat. What was that, 236 times?
Yeah, so it can't...
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, it can't be just from one M series. I feel like not even two will be able to encapsulate 200+ bans. That means across multiple M series, at least 3.
So minimum starting M3.
Yeah.
So she racked it up in started to rack it up in M3, a lot in M4, M5.
Oh yeah, wait. Now that I think about it, is it because of the formats that have changed throughout the years of the M series that we got to see so many of those games?
That's M4 did not have any eliminations, so possibly.
Oh,
there were a lot of games then.
Oh yeah, that's true. The M4 schedule was packed. I'm trying to look at like the most banned heroes from the M3 World Championship. 1-1 isn't even in the top here. How? Why
so
did
it's
1-1
not
get
M3.
so many bans?
It's M4 onward.
I mean, no. I mean,
That's
the
ridiculous.
meta probably wasn't that scuffed, right? If not, Fanny probably should have been part of the mix.
M4. We're talking about Benny Cutie here.
That's true.
We're talking about the MVP of M4.
Talking about the CWs. We're talking about the Chewes.
That we are. We're talking about the Super Marcos from M5.
M4 93 bans.
See? There it is.
Okay, yeah, so it's starting M4. Interesting.
Where did the 130-something picks go?
His daughter's nickname was 1-1.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay, it was during his peak. Let's look at M5. She was banned 112 times in M5.
See, so 4 and 5 were the culprits.
That's so crazy to think that the culmination of 4 and 5 was enough to push her over the edge compared to like back in 3, 2, and even 1.
with over half a decade of esports history. Yeah,
That's so nuts.
single-handedly this hero.
Yeah, and Nolan had 150 bans during M5. Fun fact. Who, by the way, Nolan we don't see as much anymore. It seems like the
homie dipped.
Yeah, the one big time burst is a risk not a lot of teams are willing to take anymore.
Yeah. Bro is playing second fiddle to even Fredrin.
Yeah, hopefully he finally went back in time to take care of Layla properly.
Hey,
No,
his life decision allowed for us to have a great mascot.
I bet his last name is Mysterio. Horrible father. Horrible father.
Absent, another nickname to go by. Look, honestly, that really bugs me so much.
Why are you so mad at the one getting the most bans?
I legitimately am, because I feel like I'm mixing up my data with even like when we're talking not only M series but even MSC alongside it.
Yeah, a part of you thought, wait, so are we counting MSCs too?
Yeah.
How did it get to 200 plus?
That's crazy. It's so crazy.
No, it's honestly just M4, the insane amount of bans in M5, and even the 10 from M6. Adds to that, she is the most banned.
Yeah, she does see quite a few second phase bans here.
Yeah.
She does, but only I do feel like she's not as busted as she used to be before.
Yeah. I mean, you can clearly tell like some of the conditions to bring in 1-1. If it's a slow front to back, you have two tanky frontliners, you bring up the 1-1. But then, as we saw with Fnatic on Philippines versus BTK, the 1-1 is now also countered by the Iruthel.
Yep.
In lane can run away with it.
Which means you gotta watch out for the burst.
Yeah.
So you want a good front line and you want no burst. So that's how you get rid of the 1-1.
All right. So, folks, we are just going to go off for a quick moment. We are fixing everything right now to make sure their competitors are set. Again, this is CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. But before anything else, we have a special video prepared for you. Watch this.
Mlbb. Nice to meet you. Hello. How are you?
Dream Team Alliance rules. No self-voting. You cannot vote for yourself, and all pairings must be agreed upon by everyone. One player per team. Only one player can be selected from each team. Role consistency. Players must stay in their assigned roles. Team name and justification. Name your Alliance Dream Team and explain the reasoning behind your selections.
I think this is the first time I've met both of you, right? Yeah. Speak English. I know you already. I know Sky top jungle. Right? How about you, T? Top jungle. You is God in Godland. For real? You trash talk mainstream. Yeah, because you jago sangat lah. Your gameplay is good game in there. Okay.
Question. I think not have question, but you need to take back what you say before.
About what?
About Malaysia.
Easy server?
Yeah.
No, still.
Still easy server.
Still. Who you want to take in jungle? Maybe take King Kong in jungle, so now take Super Mako.
I want to choose Skeldra, because Skeldra, the individual mechanic is good.
He's probably the best of the rest.
I don't like Nets.
Why?
Because he's so noob.
For a gold lane, we choose Skeldra.
I don't like all player because he's cannot champion in my country. Okay, I think we need to discuss. 3 players, right?
Yeah.
We need to choose one player to go out. Kick the player first. Okay, Babazin go first because you choose my teammate, right? Okay.
I think he's the strongest here.
So you
strongest on the table right now. I think I beg to disagree. I like Yums more. I think Yums is more good than Zorn.
I want to kick Yums lah.
Kick Yums?
Yeah.
I agree.
You agree?
Yep.
How about you?
I think I want to kick Zorn.
So our vote is kick Yums first. So we need to put out Yums. Sorry dia makai. I don't want Zon because Zon is my teammate, right?
Yeah.
Because Zon for me only.
I think it's also the same for me. I think I'll pick Zorn because he's not my teammate.
How about you, Bazin?
So I get to choose. You're the verdict. I'll put Zorn.
So Zon.
Our prince. Yeah.
My same to me. I think Rosa.
Yeah,
nice.
He's super slave.
He's performed all hero like unexpected.
Yes. Yeah, especially his
Lilia.
Valentina.
Yeah, Lilia, Valentina. He does 2 backlines so fast. I don't know why he can do this. Yeah. Okay. For me, Rosa too. He's here? Yes. What do you think?
Oh, I like ini apa? My Venus. Yeah. Same gameplay, right? So aggressive. Where Rins, bro?
Rins?
Nah, no need with Sunset Lava. No need drinks. Okay, you also want Sunset, yeah? Let's go?
Yeah.
Yes. Sunset pamit Lin.
Suka-suka dia lah. Itu, Cok. Idol warna Sanji, Haji, Lemon, Moon, Pasti. think I go for Pew.
Yeah.
Because the brain so good.
Yeah.
Right? Alright.
I agree. For me, I pick Suns because I think Suns is mechanically good. Like, even before when he was a jungler, I think he's very good.
I just picked Sunset Lover because I didn't want to go for Indo or PH. I didn't want to go for Indo or PH. For me, though, on the table, I like Theo most. Because he's been playing for so long, and he's always been pretty consistent.
Oh, I want to kick out Sunset Lover.
Damn. All right.
We're down to 2. For this one, I think I'll go with Few.
I think I take Few too.
I'll go to Few because I choose Few, right?
So Few, Dream Team Alliance, mid lane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we choose here.
Yeah, okay. Choose here.
Cool. Later I will story to him.
Guys, why? Why choose you?
Oh, I think definitely he is my teammate and I really trust on him. And for me, he's the best, for Roma.
I think right now, best is Roma.
For me, I think he chose by Roma right now. I play Rome too, I also watch he play. And what he do one by one is so clearly. Yeah.
Against Yums, so super annoying when he play you. This your idol, yeah? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, this also your idol?
No, this is my motivation go to playing Mobile Legends, bro.
Really? Okay, let's take him out. So who do we take out? Maybe Crump? I think Luke. No need Luke. Boots also. Boots not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, you just playing at XP London. Yeah, okay, let's. Bye-bye. Now we have here Tyron, no need. So what do? We choose your idol or your friend? Idol or friend? Sanford, take him out.
No.
Wait, is it who you want?
Hey, I don't like him.
You don't like him? Okay, bye-bye, Cleptin.
Because you cannot choose the same team. Like,
why? Oh, nga pala.
You guys want to go for Sans instead?
Yeah, sure, again. Sans, we need to put Sans. So Sans is our bench player, and then Pew is sick, and then we need to change.
Pew is sick.
To change to Sans, I'm right.
Travel.
Yeah.
I want him out.
In all time, I choose Aura.
Really?
Just he good in the experience. That's my idol, bro.
Okay, let's play rock, paper, scissors for Aura. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, Aura. Aura for XP. There you go. That's our dream team.
Yeah.
Who's better, Dyron or Aura?
Aura.
R7 or Aura?
Aura.
You or Aura? Is Bomba or Aura?
Aura.
The dream team name is Skelra Shiki.
Easy win esport.
Easy win esport? Okay, let's do it. Easy win esport.
Grand final team. Because I think all players here almost go to grand final in their league, like MPL league.
It's good.
I think yeah. They win M7, M8, M9, M10. They win everything. This team, the best team. Because we choose it. Skelra Shiki. Easy win esport.
Airport Esport. Grand final team.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Skylar, Diablo, and Vilexi, and today we're filming My Greater Than Ever Hero Creation. What you guys think about it? Good?
Suck at drawing.
Okay, good.
have you guys ever draw people?
A little bit. No.
First time. First time in my whole life.
Game start.
Game rules 1. Players must draw out who is the most inspirational character to them in their life or in Mlbb. They are free to draw whomever they wish. Game rules 2. They must take a hero out of the character with passives, skill 1, 2, and ultimate. Game rules 3. They have 15 minutes to finish their drawing.
Let's do it.
So, do you have an idea?
I'm drawing my mom.
You draw your mother, I'll draw my father.
You can do it. You can do it.
你在画什么？
兔子。
为什么你画兔子？
因为我朋友送了我个娃娃，就是兔子。
哦。
Drawing myself, bro.
You draw your
Draw your idol, bro.
My idol plus Bomba. It's my idol, yeah? Who's that?
You.
It's me?
Yeah.
So I need to draw you? How to draw you? Look at me. I need to draw you.
Oh.
Yes, I need to draw you. Possible to draw you, no?
Who are you going to draw?
I don't know.
Player?
Yeah. Who? There's no limit.
Why?
It's my inspiration, right?
Oh, okay.
He got the bald hair.
Easy to draw.
Yes.
That's why I picked him.
Who are you drawing?
My father.
Why?
He's my inspiration.
Oh.
But stickman.
Sorry, Dad.
This guy's actually good at drawing. Respect, bro.
What?
Respect. Hey, look good. Good. The drawing is nice, bro.
Thank you. My mom's holding a sleeper.
He's gonna slap you?
Hell yeah.
A few moments later.
Time up.
Let's go.
Let's go. First.
Yeah. Do it.
Okay, would you show what you drew to the person you inspired it from? I would show it to you. And Dexter, and Monkey Punch, then Monkey Shirt, and then Monkey Combo. You have punchy gloves and you punch together. And passive, it's Kid Bomba. It's good, no?
Good.
What about you?
I drawing to my idol, but not same. And then I skill 1 sprint because Aura like sprint, yeah. And then his skill 2 jump. And skill 3 punch. He can punch any hero because he expelled.
I just draw the Just No Limit because he's my idol. Skill 1, full power. Skill 1 is swimming ball, and the skill is Siskako.
这个是我一个比较好的朋友送给我来祈求我比赛胜利的。他的1技能是可以抵挡一下那个飞行物，然后他的2技能是就吃东西，然后恢复一下生命值。3技能是改变他的攻击方式，他是用近战的。
I drew my mom and my dad. They taught me a lot in life. Built who I am now.
Wow.
Passive, death stare. Back then when I was a kid, when I do something wrong, they will do death stare and I already know it. Skill 1, reminder. Skill 2, poke. My dad usually pokes me with his finger when I do something wrong, and it's always a lesson for me. Skill 3, no phones or no gadgets.
I drew my mom because she's a good person and she taught me a lot of stuff. She's a roamer, tank, and the first skill is sleeper slap. Second skill is a wake-up call. Third skill is no dinner. Yeah, passive third eye.
What would you want to say to the person of your drawing?
For my mom and my dad, I want to thank you for always making me feel loved. I appreciate everything. Thank you. I love you.
For Just No Limit, thank you for inspiring me.
Mom, thank you for having me. I'll see you back home soon.
For the last question, who has the best drawing? I think everybody made very nice hero, you know, very good hero. Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
That was so wholesome. I love all that package, and it seems like I told this to the panel behind the scenes. Kid Bomba and Skylar are the buddy cop film I didn't know we needed.
It's too good. It's too good. And the best part about this entire content piece is that as Southeast Asians, we share the Asian parent trauma together. Yes.
That slipper, man.
The slipper slap.
Oh, really? For me, it was a dead stare. My parents would do the same thing. Like, I would just, oh, I know. I won't.
All right, I feel like we can hop in on that, but I'll tweak it a little bit. If you yourself were an Mlbb hero, what would be your ultimate ability?
My ultimate ability? Like, are we talking like pure mechanical area here, or are we talking about like what I think would be cool?
What do you think would be cool?
I think we're missing out a samurai character.
Okay, so you'll be like a samurai type of deal?
Oh, yeah.
Go to your Japanese heritage?
Yeah, well...
Wait, what? Wait, what?
No, I think that all games, at the very least, need to have certain stereotypes. In the Japanese, samurai is always an iconic one. And obviously, it's going to sell the most amount of skins. We all know it.
So what's your ultimate ability?
Ultimate ability? I want to... Anytime... Oh, actually, I want it to be like Guinevere. If somebody is knocked up, you can quickly just and take them out real quick.
So like Saber.
Yeah, a little bit.
So it's suddenly a Japanese flavored Saber skin.
Yes. Yeah. I'm realizing that.
That's literally Onimusha.
Yeah. It's the Onimusha Commander skin.
He had it all along.
He had it all along.
All right, so we already have what Gideon wanted. What about you, Leo?
I would like a
this is a archetype in a lot of different games of our genre. Something that just puts up a bat. Like, you know how Yin has his ult, but he takes you out of the map.
Sure.
I think there's room for. I think our developers are listening. Somewhere wherein you can actually make a small field and use that as CC. Use that as an isolation piece. You know, like something that actually is on the map.
It's a grok wall, but in all directions.
Something like that. Something in between us. Even Sylvana's ult. Something even, you know, it's out there. There's room for that in the meta.
A literal domain expansion.
Something like that.
I can see it.
Hey, what would you pick?
I don't think I'm creative enough to actually come up with it. I can't think of one. The only thing I'm thinking of
This
is
man
just like
puts us on the spot and goes like, I don't have anything.
Okay, okay, crazy overpowered ult. You can only activate it when you're in the river. But if I press it, river turns into a big knockup.
Wait, please tell me what role this is. It's really important you tell me what role.
Gold later. No. Obviously, it'll be a roamer.
So it's arrival or bust.
Okay, because I just imagine I'm like cannonballing into the river, and the cannonball's so crazy, you know, maybe front flip into it, it just knocks up everyone in the river.
Can the knockup crit?
No, it's the damage isn't that crazy. I mean, it'll be overpowered. The damage is crazy, but
the CC.
It's a crowd control. It's a solid crowd control.
Man,
like the whole river is gonna be like.
The only use case, you're at the enemy's base, it's like, I can't use my ult!
Yeah. So, I mean, it sort of balances out. It's a crazy ultimate. It's just a river. It's both very useless and very effective at the best situations. Like me. Wait, no. That didn't come out right. Again, thank you so much for your patience while we're still sorting out what we need to sort out with the players. Of course, we're setting up to make sure that everyone is all fine and then you were all good. If you're just joining us now and you're wondering what the heck is going on, we are in the middle of a technical break between Team Spirit and CFU Gaming. The last time we saw them in the draft, Leo, can you help me remind me of this one? It was a Suyo first pick.
Yep.
And then a Bruno first to red side prio. Could you remind us what the bans were?
Yeah. For Team Spirit, it was Eve, Hilda, and Jushin as a blue prio ban. And then for CFU, it's a Fanny, Matilda, and Hylos. I don't know if in the process of the redraft, we are going to see these bans get reset.
Yeah.
But if you ask me, this is a pretty sound approach to Game 1. So maybe it's just that Bruno X choice that'll get reset here for CFU.
We'll see. Both teams have agreed that they will go into a redraft. It'll be up to them into how much we're gonna go into that. We're gonna see the draft in just a little bit. Although I agree with the statement that I feel like if the teams can decide to, hopefully the bans remain the same.
Yeah, or close to it.
Yeah,
it's
the bans
pretty
are very
sound.
good.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. I think it's a consistent ban all across the board here. And I think at the very least, right, it's just a sense of honor being like, hey, we know exactly where the pigs stop, so we might as well just keep up until that point.
Yeah, so Suyo, we were talking about how do you feel like the Suyo is on the first pick as blue prio. It's safe because you don't really say much, and you're allowing your opponents to make the first big power move, and then you swing back with the blue 2 and 3.
I think another argument that can be made here is how much, when you are respecting your opponents, how often do you need to deny it compared to just saying, hey, we're playing our own style? And we've seen kind of a good mix of both throughout the Swiss stage.
So let's see if the bans will remain the same heading into the draft. We are coming back up again. If you've stuck around with us this whole time, thank you very much for your patience. Of course, thank you to our marshals for sorting everything out. But let's head back into it, the chess match that is the draft. It's CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. Will the bans remain the same? If I'm not mistaken, the sides should still remain the same with Team Spirit going blue and CFU going red side. And Yep,
they are 100% correct. If this is a high loss for CFU, then we're back on track. As well, watch out for that blue yo, that first pick Suyo. Teams are sticking to the course so far.
You thought for a moment, maybe, was this going to be dishonorable? Obviously not. Both teams keeping up and holding up their honor in this game, and there we go.
The Cho!
That's what I was expecting, the Bruno as well as the Cho.
Opie.
Is that a song?
No, it's just confirming that Opie is a fan of the Cho. It's just...
All right. Now, you know what? Let's push it. Opie gets his Cho. Team Spirit will rush the Beatrix. Hiko has undefeated with this pick, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Going for 3 for 3, yep.
Yeah, in 2 games. And Glue.
The Bomba Glue.
Whoa, Glue really is just back, isn't he?
Because I feel like Glue at this point, nothing really counters him unless you throw it in a different role. Nobody beats him in that lane until you start showing that Vex or maybe even a Farmus. But that's why I think that TS is doing a really good job. And even in our previous matchup, right, when you do see that early Glue, getting that Beatrix to say, hey, if you decide to go for the hard counter in Farmus, we're not going to let you get any value with Netherrealm.
Farmus has been soft banished from the metagame. Even when you feel like we have room, just teams don't. And now, the jungler for CFU come through. This is Detective's Joy.
All right, well, so we've seen slightly similar matchups in the previous series between BTK and Falcon. I thought CFU, you actually mentioned one of the majors I had my eyes on, the Vexana. I thought they would have taken a page out of the Burmese playbook and then pick up the Vexana third. But, well, what we've seen from Joy is that it gives you a strong option for playing the macro game. And look at the respect on the Godfather. On Sawa, they banned the Bele.
Interesting. They're going to force you to play something atypical here, but even from Team Spirit's side, really great stuff. Banning out the soft counters as well. Get rid of that Vexana. That way we can try and bulldoze our way through while they're trying to go for that dive backline.
Yeah. Seems like CFU with Cho and Joy, I'm leaning towards they're going to be playing a little bit of the tricky macro, invading in some areas, pulling away attention, and then stealing away resources from the Suyo. Sort of like a mix between NIP Flash and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, how they play.
Yep, throwing it back to their instinctual play style, the primal approach to team fighting that Kamai teams are known for. There goes the Gatot, again, just one of the few more orthodox choices when you're thinking about jungler, rather roamers to put in. Again, when you're cutting through a lineup, what more you want between a Glue and a Gatot? Gatot out of the picture. What else is left for the Godfather?
I mean, there are... I mean, Tigreal is definitely one of those, like, deterrents that they could eventually pick up against CFU. But at this point, right, I'm trying to figure out how do you enable this Beatrix? Where are you going to find that, you know, that natural combo of single target lockdown, if not big team fight ult, and then wombo combo?
So would they even consider going something along like Kaja or Franco as the roamer, if that's the case?
That'll make me a little nervous, but I feel that's more of like the CFU's style rather than the TS style.
It's possible that Wadu picks up the Cho, yeah. Just to double down on power picks and deny him. But no, I think you gotta go for more AoE. Team Spirit needs to go AoE.
Okay, let's see if they'll get that area of effect.
And of course, what goes into Sunset Lover's hands? I don't think there's enough cleanup in Sawa alone. In Suyo alone in the hands of One Shot.
It's tough to say. I think at this point we're just lacking the direction, right? We've got the single target lockdown. We have ways to kind of snowball this out of control for the side of CFU, but we're missing that pillar. I think that Aurora could go perfectly fine blind, but they're gonna go Phoveus instead. They don't mind playing into the bad matchup into Glue.
All right, so we're gonna have a tanky front line in the Phoveus. You have the Cho, their mid laner.
They could go. They could go for a way to disengage even.
Do they go Valentina?
There's something that Mirko showed me here. He's suggesting an Odette. For which team? Team Spirit.
No.
Nope, it's just the Valentina.
All right. It would. That'd be kind of crazy.
Called it.
Yeah, okay. Leo calling the Valentina there.
And what goes into the hands of Sawa?
It can't be Kaja.
Tig.
Franco.
I'd rather the Tigreal.
Tigreal, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's super safe.
Or JH.
Go back to your grip.
No, it's a Tigreal.
Right. Great calls there. The last two picks, Leo. Last one for CFU.
They need a mid.
Good thing they pick the Valentina. At this point, you can just default into Aurora so you get some crowd control.
I mean, we'll see what it's going to be, right? It's not, yep.
Whoa!
Because at this point, you're looking to kind of stop your opponents. They're playing into bad matchups anyways. I'm more into the Team Spirit lineup right now. It's so honest.
It's the one win for CFU, right? Lane to lane.
Yeah. But then they're also giving another round to the Valentina. So many trade-offs. Mirko, Staffa, let's go.
Let's go indeed. One final best of 3 series for today. One final slot in this round of the Swiss stage to go straight through to the knockout and avoid the dreaded 2-2 bracket.
Oh, 2-2 bracket is literally going to be hell, right? Especially after seeing the 1-2 bracket, how that unfolds tomorrow. But man, after seeing the Farmus, Phoveus, and Joy, man,
Spirit have Vren. Vren was the guy who introduced the Odette, so I just had a feeling like maybe he would be crazy enough to go for the Odette. Fortunately, we don't get to see it, but Valentina take, yeah, a lot of CC.
I like the idea, but regardless, this is gonna be a series between the Dragons, the masters of the mountains and skies, versus the Sharks, who master the oceans and are eager to drown their opponents in a massive tidal wave. In game number 1, we've got Team Spirit on the blue side versus CFU on the red.
And the Pherom is picked by Z. Man, I mean, is it gonna pass against the Valentina is my question.
Yeah, like giving away the Netherrealm is a scary thing and something that Team Spirit would have already considered going into it. Just like you guys should consider the M6 Pass, currently available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Complete all the active tasks to reach level 75 for free while these teams are brawling.
Sawo getting the chop down, flickering out to safety. Detective almost going in one shot. Wants to go for the last hit there, unable to get it. Opie feeling the shampoo. Wadu's gonna be caught in the bad spot now. Has the Vengeance too. Goes in as a last ditch effort. First blood picked up. Z gonna be caught. Bomba going in, forcing out the Purify and picking up first blood.
One thing we have to note is that on paper, Team Spirit is the much more aggressive team. And we can already see that in the first minute of the game, getting a very early first blood. CFU, they can do aggression, but are definitely a slower start, right? They play for lane priority. They want to get a little bit of power spike going. But Team Spirit is not going to let that happen, right? They're just going to up the ante from the beginning because this is a team that will dominate games as long as they have a lead at the beginning.
You could definitely say that, man. Spirit are really, really good when it comes to just utilizing the early snowball. CFU, I agree with what you said as well, man. CFU, they take a while to get going in the game. It almost feels like the first few minutes is a warm-up to them. They get rolling, and then once the engine gets hot enough, they will be able to go in for some crazy fights. Sawo doing a good job here, actually just zoning Detective. I don't really think Detective wants to go for the kill anyways, and they can't really contest for the neutral objective against a Glue up against Phobius, who just lost out on level 4 earlier after dying, and it's a Suyo compared to a Joy, right? So, first turtle conceded away. Good choice by CFU Gaming.
Yeah, CFU knows that they don't really have map priority right now. The only lane that they can really say that is straight up winning is going to be Sing on that gold lane with the Bruno versus Beatrix. And even then, it is a little bit 50-50, especially since we know that personality-wise, Sing isn't usually the type of gold laner that wants to go and straight up win the 1v1 in lane, right? He's more of a controlled style, wants to play for that spike, and then group up with the team whenever he can, as compared to Hiko, who will definitely try to win that lane if possible, giving Team Spirit more space.
Stun into the implosion. Good Netherrealm coming down. Detective walking up as well. Kid Bomba. Slam, pass. All with the G Kundo. Just a bit of damage back and forth from CFU and Spirit. They will not commit. Sunset Lover still holding on to the Netherrealm too. Was unnecessary to use it. Great poke from one shot. OP will be zoned away, and one shot will be able to get this camp in the enemy jungle.
I think Pherom definitely is a hero that works well for CFU's playstyle in general, for slowing down team fights and just generally avoiding too much aggression before they're actually ready to go for the 5v5s. Unfortunately, they did end up picking it into a Valentina, and Sunset Lover definitely going to be wanting to use that in a more aggressive way. We can already see the mid lane and map rotation priority that Team Spirit is gaining, and I feel like the longer CFU allows this to continue, the less space they're going to have to really start farming up on Detective and Sing, right? We're already seeing them having to share the same half of the map.
The tempo that Team Spirit get, they're just so smart at utilizing the tempo every single time. They get so much control over the map. CFU trying to get that prio back right now, but unfortunately for them, TS just have so much more tempo. Bomba, immobilization, the stun, OP forced to flicker out. Bomba going into the slam, pass, one last slam should do it. But he will have to respect it. Now brought back to the team. Has to pop in a split, but no. The Netherrealm comes in right in time. The two-man stun. Another Netherrealm from Z. Bomba, pop in a split at the last possible second, but will not be able to survive. Sawo caught again. Infernal pursuit from Wadu. One last shot should take Sawo down. One shot trying to fend off Detective. Getting the kill. 2-for-0 trade here around Turtle 2 and CFU. This time should be the ones to take it for free.
Very nicely played there by CFU Gaming. They dragged out the fight so long that it started to reach a tempo that they're more comfortable with, knowing that they still have access to that Nether Realm since Sunset Lover used it early on. Oh!
Sing might be going for the kill. No, he has the Purify. He can't flicker out if he did go for the dive, but hey, you're saying about that 1v1. Sing's currently winning. One shot's waiting in the bushes. Okay, Sing reads it out.
This is good, this is good. We know that traditionally Sing has been a little more passive as a gold laner, but I think that he's actually developed quite a bit ever since coming to the M6 stage, right? We are actually seeing him try to play more aggressive, get that lane priority. Heck, he even got the 1v1 win against Nets when they were playing against Team Vamos. So it shows development in the player, which I think is very, very important, right? This is a meta that rewards aggression, and controlled aggression reigns supreme if you're able to play with a certain degree of confidence in your rotations in the early game.
OP gonna go and G-Kundo over to Sawo. Cancel the conceal. Bomba still in the midst of it all. Still trying to use a slam here, but will be poked down so low. Spirit have ways to disengage though, and Bomba will just regen back up again. Gold Crab for Sing.
We can see now CFU now shifting to their traditional style of playing around the gold lane, right? They want to scale up Sing as much as possible, though. Wadu also taking a lot of damage. Kid Bomba and Wadu being the frontliners mainly for their team here to open up space and see if they can find the necessary angles.
High-level stuff, man, from both these teams, just trading on the map constantly. One shot getting the invade here. Should be ahead of Detective by quite a bit now. But both teams, I mean, for CFU, they have a 4 and a gold lead, but it doesn't really feel like a big gold lead, or doesn't really feel significant enough for both teams. They're literally just waiting for the next neutral objective before they decide to look for the fights, and it's all about tempo then. It's all about prio. One big fight will happen around Turtle 3, maybe Lord 1. Maybe they still want to just trade it out. Sing in the bottom lane. Gonna get one last shot onto it? No, unfortunately not. The tier 1 will stay alive.
CFU gonna continue controlling Turtle. Sing was able to get the tower eventually.
Hiko caught on the bad spot. The implosion comes down, but Sing's able to purify out of it. Electrifying beats, one shot. Able to escape for a bit. Detective walks up. Netherrealm saves him, but no. Hiko gets the last shot down. He bursts passion onto all of them as Kid Bomba tries to buy him some time with the split. Purify from Z to cancel out the bring back here. OP way the dragon, but there's no follow-up. Bomba versus C. Sing with the balls. Bomba dying, and Sing takes the killing spree for himself.
CFU Gaming are doing a very good job of basically delaying the fights against Team Spirit, right? They know they're against a more aggressive team that wants to make things happen. And because of that, they're slowing it down while still appropriately responding and making sure to maintain their battle lines. Because of this, Team Spirit is forced in a position where they feel like they can still keep going. They can still try to force things through the front lines of CFU, and then realizing they're running out of resources halfway through. And CFU is able to make very, very good use of that. The fact that Team Spirit doesn't actually have too much crowd control for Detective 2 is allowing them a bit more space.
That's a conceal already. Spirit trying to rotate around the map. And yeah, man, for CFU, it's literally just playing it slow, right? Super slow, waiting for these mistakes, waiting for Spirit to be caught in a bad spot, and then they decide to pull the trigger. Sing on the Bruno. He's been safe, like, even though, yes, Sing has been getting, he has 3 kills, the playstyle has been relatively safe. We haven't seen him go and slide tackle forward. We haven't seen him go for anything too aggressive. He's literally just been utilizing the space that CFU give him and capitalizing on it. So with Bruno, I think it's safe to say that you can do that constantly. There's no real rush for you to actually make the plays happen in the fight. All you need to do is deal damage and then play it safe like this. You see someone walk up, you say, all right, that's cool. Whoa! Ow. Bennett's Rage, forcing Z to use that Netherrealm just in case Hiko swaps to the Renner. Let's see if you are able to disengage from this one. They will have to respect Spirit's damage.
But I really like that they are respecting that, right? They're not giving Spirit any angle, any free way of running in, though they're gonna go ahead and do it anyway.
Yeah, Bomba walking up with the pass earlier. Sing getting some good shots. Bomba brought back again for the pursuit. Split doesn't even help him. Wadu smacks him down to the ground. Sing buys the Malefic gun, and now Spirit are in a troublesome situation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for them. We've already mentioned multiple times through the Swiss stage, when you have a Bruno, your timeline, 15-16 minutes. And CFU is purposefully delaying the game until they reach that point. Because like you've already mentioned, Mirko, they really have no reason not to try and do that.
Oh my
They know that they can play for that scaling, though Beatrix is a very good way of just cheating those structures.
OP, ooh! Great kick on a Hiko, let's see the capitalization. Not enough, the nether realm comes down. Oh, OP gun down, he bursts past the arrow shot onto C. Forcing him to purify what? Sing gets a goal from a mile away. One shot to no for Sun. Kid Bomba walking up, Hiko getting the kill onto OP somehow. Wadu caught in the midst of it all, on side of the tier 1. One last shot, one shot gets him down, and Bomba survives, dealing with 3 members.
I think that's the first example of a fight that was actually kind of messy from CFU Gaming there. They tried to prolong it, they tried to go back in because they were already leading, but then they ended up overstaying their welcome, right? I think OP especially trying to flicker in with the Jikundo right at the end to get one final knockup when he literally had no HP to play with was not necessary, but Sing's damage.
Oh my god, one last shot should do it. Sing doesn't want to risk it though, he will just go back, but like you said, that damage.
CFU knows they can play around this damage. They do not mind delaying the game because we already know what Bruno can do once he gets that maximum item limit. However, Hiko also recognizes this, right? He has gone for the more scaling comp with the BOD.
Let us rage. OP gonna be low. Nether realm implosion from Sao! Getting 3 members. No, that's 4. But there's no follow-up. Detective gets rid of the backline. Sunset Lover steals away the electrifying beats. Wow, what a set. But what a return. What an answer from CFU.
Detective was 100% the savior in that engagement. Sao got the implosion of his life, but there was no follow-up on it because they were all running away from the joy. Even Hiko got picked off, so there was no Nibiru's passion or anything like that to really capitalize on that catch and allowed CFU to return the favor despite the amazing initiation. They're going to be able to pick up that mid-tier 1, but still playing a very slow game, right? We are 12 minutes in, and the net worth difference only 1K in favor of CFU Gaming.
And it's a turret take now, Melfic gun for both the gold laners, and it's now pretty significant lead, I would say, for the Bruno, right? It's 1,000. Sing is going to constantly just build this up here as he pushes into waves with the Lord advantage. I don't know. Even though One Shot has items, it really just doesn't seem like he's been able to dish out that damage to CFU properly, right? He's only been targeting the frontliners, and I get that he wants to peel for the team, but at this point, maybe they should try to go for some flanks, try to go for Sing.
The difficult thing for Team Spirit is that their lineup isn't the most suited for flanks, and CFU Gaming has a lot of layers to their team fighting, right? With this Nether Realm, with Detective running into the back line, they're able to force out Vengeance from Wadu at least, but
OP goes over the way of the Dragon. Hiko will be able to capitalize on that, finding the kill. Sing almost getting the worldy bounce, but will not be able to get it. It will be a trade. OP taken down. No tier 2 One Shot coming back. Was that a conceal from Sao?
Not too sure, but well, I think we can definitely confirm that OP is starting to get a little bit trigger happy. They can see the win condition, right? They know that they're in a position to really start taking over the game now that Sing is reaching that 4th item. The Bruno has an incredible KDA up until now. But this show has flickered to his death more than once this game. I understand that he is meant to be the primary initiator, but Team Spirit has a lot of cracks that you can take advantage of. You don't have to feel so desperate to make something happen, especially when you've already been playing the game to your tempo the entire time.
And now it goes back to the slow tempo. Once we see like a fast tempo fight, it gets evened out by some slow tempo macro plays on the map, right? See if you're trying to get Prio over the bottom lane, trying to get that final tier 2 off of Team Spirit. For Spirit, they're also dealing with the waves very, very well. Sending Suyo close to the top, doesn't want to reveal himself just too early though, because they know that CFU can pull the trigger. Sing should be able to get the turret down. Oh, actually doesn't. Hiko gets the clear, shoots out the Bennett's Rage. There's going to be another wave to help him here. Bomba engaged upon. He has to respect this. Oh, flickers out to safety. The conceal comes in around again. OP trying to go for the Jikundo. OP will find it. Whoa, gets punished by the implosion from Sao. But Sing is starting to hurt. You can see it already.
I think Sing and Hiko are actually both starting to hurt, and that was unfortunately another example of OP's trigger happiness. like really desperately trying to make a catch when it's not actually that necessary. CFUC's potential is pretty good. However, Team Spirit's base defense is actually very solid with the Beatrix as well. So I think that's what OP is afraid of, right? They want to try and make it a numerical advantage when they push into the base.
Sing gonna be poked down there. You can see the electrifying beats coming down, but another realm saves them all. Sawo shoving out. Wadu will the chase. That's a flicker out. Kid Bomba trying to act as a front line. One shot going down. Hiko flickering out the safety. The Infernal Pursuit continues. There's a shutdown. Detective looking for the play. Wadu walking up again, zoning them down, but one shot gets the shutdown. And a double. 2-for-1 trade. Detective looking for the play. Jumping into something lover. Sawo getting the implosion to catch Detective again.
Mistake after mistake. What is happening? CFU Gaming, they were so patient, so disciplined the entire game. And now they have been making overextension over and over again. That previous fight did not need to happen so quickly. They were not in position. Detective popped electrifying beats halfway through the river before the NetherRealm even came out. This is not the style that CFU should be trying to force. And Team Spirit are actually in a perfectly comfortable position to go for counter-engage themselves, right? They have Implosion, they have AoE Wave Clear with Hiko. The shoe is on the other foot. It is actually Team Spirit now who is waiting for the counter-engage because CFU is diving too deep.
Now it's a Wind of Nature purchase for Spirit for Hiko. It's going to be quite tough for CFU and Sing to deal damage, even Wadu with the dives. He's been really successful with the dives, but unfortunately no one has actually been able to walk up together with him, right? So Wadu has been isolated in front. Lord charging down to the bottom lane. This is an enhanced Lord. That's a conceal already. Sunset Lover steals away to NetherRealm, but the Worldie takes a lot of damage, a chunk of damage from the rest of the team. It's still bouncing on the Lord. Base turret number 1 in the bottom lane taken down. Team Spirit will be happy. Now it's a conceal from OP. Jikuno and the way to Dragon to catch one shot, but it's going to be cancelled out. NetherRealm coming down to the black. And now Detective, caught in the implosion again. Infernal Pursuit. Hiko, can you escape? No, you can't see. Gets the Ghostbusters. One shot. Has the immortality. Bites to win a crown. Will not be able to tap it in time and will fall. CFU get a good trade back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of disconnect with Detective because while Joy is very good at running people down, you have to make sure your team is at least distracting them somewhat. But it still ends up being a positive trade for CFU because it did actually buy them enough time for Sing to come in and chase down Hiko and one shot. CFU now looking for an inhibitor.
Whoa, they might be looking to end the game. OP try to zone them. They get the base turret, but there's a minion wave that saves Spirit.
And not to mention minion waves pushing up for Spirit as well. CFU taking a good amount of structural damage, even losing that top tier 2 in exchange for that previous push, which I personally don't feel like was the most worth it in the end. But at the very least, it opens up that mid lane, right? It's another thing that Team Spirit will have to deal with. Sing now going to be having that Wind of Nature as well. It already used previously, so there was a bit of an item trade there. As we are now approaching the 18-minute mark. This is normally when a Bruno is able to take over the game, but because Team Spirit hasn't been trying to force things out, they've been able to delay it and kind of match pressure using the Beatrix to snipe down turrets from afar and to wave clear, right? So it is starting to become a case of which team is making the mistake of engaging too far.
It also comes down to just, yeah, I agree with you. It really comes down to whoever's overextending a bit too much. Bottom lane was shoved in already. Wadu is isolated, has the Vengeance, will be able to pop it in time. Bomba has to run. OP leader to play, goes in for the Jiku. No, great shove from Sawo. He has the flicker. NetherRealm coming down. One shot getting in. That's the implosion to catch one, but NetherRealm from C saves him. He brings passion on him. Hiko with a nature in time. Flickers out and kites back. OP, no immortality. Wadu in the front. One shot getting his immortality down as OP will not be able to get the kill on the Sawo. Sunset Lover with a few more shots. Sing gets the last shot. Hiko in a tough spot. CFU looking for it. Hiko just needs one more. OP will fall. That's a triple for Hiko. That's a double. Hiko with a maniac. See, running around. Hiko gets the savage.
The school boy educates his opponents. A savage claimed by Team Spirit. There is a reason this young player has been catching the eyes of the global Mlbb community. His positioning, absolutely perfect in the previous team fight, zoning everything, avoiding all the cooldowns, and making sure he is perfectly spaced. The Beatrix now becoming the ultimate threat in the road for CFU Gaming.
Hiko, what an absolute monster. The spacing, the last shot onto OP as well. That was you know, if you guys play Beatrix, you know how hard it is to land a Bennett shot, especially on someone like Cho. That guy's elusive, man.
Honestly, if you want a masterclass on how to play a gold laner in late game team fights, you just have to rewatch that fight from Hiko's perspective.
He's 16. This guy's the youngest player.
Yeah. It's incredible what he was able to do, just perfectly spaced out from everything CFU tried to throw at him, and punishing even one of the top marksmen in the meta. Sing on this Bruno. Lord now going to be pushing in bot lane for Team Spirit. They don't have a lot of minion waves though. Can this be an end angle for them?
Uh-oh. I think it might be. Again, the Evolved Lord hasn't been chunked now. It gets shoved in. Wado trying to be the front line. You can see the damage. Bennett Rage as well. Popped in by Hiko. He needs to space out perfectly again. Worldy bouncing from Bomba to Sawa to Bomba to Sawa. Detective electrifying beats again to Bennett. Taking down the mid lane base turret. Another arrow shot onto Sing. He has the House Claws though. Should be able to... Oh man! Was that a basic attack? That took Z to half?
Pretty much, yeah. That's how dangerous marksmen are in the current meta, right? It is a lot easier to hit those late game timings with the full item build. And even tanks really aren't able to hold a candle to it with the changes to Malefic Gun and so on, right? The damage dealt ranking, Sing and Hiko obviously at the top. Sing actually having a very big gap between him, and yet Hiko showing that a little bit of finesse makes up for all of that difference. We are now 21 minutes in. The gold difference is basically 0. And the only towers standing are on Team Spirit's side. Next Lord in 60 seconds. So far, their positioning has been clean. This is a very honest draft, as our panel already put up earlier. Very easy to play that front to back to make sure Hiko is safe. A lot of pressure on Detective, because now he's the only one that can really force Hiko into uncomfortable situations.
And after all that fighting stuff, we're left with a 1,000 gold lead. 21 minutes. And it led us to a 1,000 gold lead. Hiko getting that rose gold, dog. Hey, they gotta be careful. Rose golds are kind of cursed nowadays, but I don't know. Maybe it's just an NACT type of thing, you know?
I think it's still an effective item, you know? Like nowadays, the shield really doesn't do all that much, but hey, it lets you tank one extra shot.
Okay.
And that can be all the difference in these really tight late game situations, right? Where a single blow is all it takes for you to turn into paper mache.
Ooh. You can see again the items here. It's almost full items for Sawo too. We're getting to a point in the game where we're really just going to be seeing item swaps with the gold lead, right? The gold lead's gone, by the way. CFU with a clear in the bottom lane are able to neutralize it back again. Winter Crowns, Immortalities, you name it. It's all on the side of CFU though. They have 2 Winter Crowns and 2 Immortalities. Whoa, OP! Trying to go for a play. It was luckily not fully punished, but it's a flicker down. They won't be able to have that shock factor in the fight anymore.
Yeah, too direct. Straight up too direct from CFU Gaming. You could see that coming from a mile away. And now they're absorbing so much poke damage. You can see OP not really able to initiate anymore.
Soul Sever, Bennett's Rage! Oh, almost perfectly timed. Detective, though, looks for the electrifying beats, but it's only out to get Bomba. I think Team Spirit will be happy with that trade. And all in the meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the wave is still pushing in. They're going to have to send someone.
And Team Spirit is just waiting for that. Once they see 1 or 2 players in the CFU base defending, they know that they can easily reclaim control over the Lord Pit. Oh!
Implosion, Purify out from Sing. Another realm coming down, that's a stun over for 1 shot. Bomba in the back line, zoning Sing away. That's 1 shot, picking up with the kill onto Wadu. Electrifying beats also there. Detective running away, but Bomba is on Sing. He's still fighting the minions to attack to get the House Claws, to get the lifesteal. Can he escape? Sliding tackle backwards to base. The minions are on it. Sing, Immortality down. Z trying to save him, desperately Sing. Now with a slide tackle, that's a bring back over. Hiko gets brought back, hit Bomba looking for it. Immortality down, C will fall.
Detective!
Hiko gets a monster kill, he buys the Immortality in time. Detective will shut him down. And again, this game continues. Detective are saving CFU.
What are we watching right now, guys? These 2 teams putting everything on the line, knowing what is at stake. It is only game number 1, and we are now reaching the 24-minute mark. For a moment, it seemed like Team Spirit had the advantage. They were controlling the Lord. They forced out so many resources. Members of CFU had to stay behind to defend, but the damage, the lifesteal from Sing, keeping him alive against everything, and even managing to finally trade against Hiko. CFU will claim this next Lord. And that means Team Spirit will have to play the defensive.
And now it all turns back to Spirit. CFU have an Evolved Lord. Let's see how they manage with the Evolved Lord. Because it comes down to this. We're going to have like another 3 minutes of slow gameplay if this is not an end angle. They're actually just going to play with one wave in the mid lane.
One wave is not really going to be enough. Hiko alone can clear most of that, but OP!
Jikundo in the way to Dragon. He's been gambling a lot on these engages. This time he finds it. NetherRealm saving them. Hiko still able to catch Sawo! Implosion! Hiko looking to capitalize. Wadu jumping in. Hiko has been slain by Wadu! And now it's Sunset Lover and one shot. We've seen this before. It was M5 where Sunset Lover saved the game. Can he do it again? Sunset Lover into the backline. He goes. Detective will stay focused on the base. CFU say you can take the Savage, we'll take the game.
They may be sharks, but they're embodying the spirit of slow and steady wins the race. CFU Gaming. Although they seemed rattled, although it seemed like they were starting to make mistakes uncharacteristically, we're still able to find that composure at the very end and deny Team Spirit a chance at converting a Savage into a victory. What an incredible game number 1. Let's just go ahead and throw it back to the panel. Everyone needs a break after that one.
To describe the insanity of that game number 1, imagine Hiko Mania scored the very first Savage in the M6 World Championship, yet at the end of it all, CFU Gaming wins the game in 25 minutes and 22 seconds with 43 kills shared amongst these two.
I told you. It's something about the way CFU play and the Kamai playstyle that is just so resilient, that is just so primal, so intuitive that even when they're down up against the ropes, even when they've all died to the hands of Hiko Mania, they can still come back.
It's just raw, despite, Sawo trying to put the technical smackdown on these kids. It's surprising to see how that both sides are also showing a lot of resilience, a lot of heart in that game, because the early felt kind of lost for Team Spirit, and I think that most people would have given up at that point, but they still held on.
It felt like we watched one of those games where majority of the shot calls probably were, yeah, we can, go ahead, no, don't stop, just fight.
Just keep on fighting. Don't stop, ever. And I think at the end of it, 21-22 on a perfect 25-25 game time, like, this is destiny. Both of these teams were meant to meet each other.
Angel numbers. But I get what you're saying, Renmar, about how possibly if we were in their ears, we would be hearing just go, 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 right? But how crazy is it that it's whoever's steps on the clutch first, it's whoever changes their pace up and allows for their opponent to overextend is the one who actually wins, because that was the story of that last moment, right? Where we're in, it seemed like TS were already in the base, ending things, and then it had to revert back into a Lord fight that turned things around, and CFU owned the map suddenly because Team Spirit had only like, what, 3 members left.
Yeah, and I think that at least, I think that it's pretty incredible that in a draft like this, where you have clear counters not only in lane, but the way that the team fights need to be played, you have the exact same tools. Basically the exact same amount of stats, decent amount of scaling from coming in from both sides, and the only real difference makers was how exactly do the junglers instigate these wars, allowing the supports to look for the big counter engages.
Yeah, and it felt like both teams were trying to adjust their approach to the team fighting as it went on. Because we have, okay, to keep things simple, I think a lot of the things that happen in team fights revolved around the usage of the Netherrealm. When the Valentina had the Netherrealm from the Faramis, and of course, Z's usage, there were times where I felt like, oh, Z's on point. At one point, he was like 0, 0, and 9. And that just goes to show that, okay, his timing is a little bit better. While then Sunset Lover and Sawa readjusted, and then now we're doing stuff that made me think, yo, that's so aggressive. That's so early. But then it actually forced out Z's earlier, and then it just kept adjusting. Do you guys agree that it felt like they were just adjusting on real time in terms of how they approach?
Oh yeah,
fight?
for sure. Literally footsies within MLBB, range checking, gut checking, and if you talk about that kind of play style, you look at one hero to do that best with very little clapback, with very little punish. OP's Cho. Sometimes you would see him like go in, and even we here as the panel watching, why? OP, stop! But no, it's a very little cost for him. Sure, towards the last few moments of the game, he died and his immortality got popped, and then he would go back. But that doesn't mean his kit isn't spent up. He can do a quick 3-man knockup with or without the kick, and the kick could just be the finisher to that fight, which allowed for CFU Gaming to run over Team Spirit in that last fight.
I mean, there's a couple of things that could have changed, right? I mean, in terms of like how to kind of condition your opponents, when we're looking at this goal graph already, the story is pretty much set in stone, right? A lot of it big, not the biggest of leads, but big enough to actually make an advantage in game. And that's where we saw Z really doing a lot. Once he had his items on Bruno, okay, now we can play this slow-paced out game. But at 15-15, when that turnaround happens for Team Spirit, now CFU have to reset the tempo. Now it's anybody's game, right? Sacrificing the inhibitors was already a potential option, but the back door is coming in from TS, also making these Lord fights really, really hard. One of my favorite adjustments that I saw within this game was the fact that OP was looking at Sawa thinking, all right, he's already looking for me. The only way we lose this is if he gets like a crazy implosion. So his resources matter more than even Beatrix.
One thing I want to look at, though, is was it right for Team Spirit to not go into this without any purifies? Because there were some moments that the Team Spirit team fight getting initiated, or when the counter finally came in, you would see the purifies on Sing and Z work clutch. Do you think that Team Spirit should have packed more purifies in here?
I think I would have put one on Sunset Lover.
At the least.
But that's just me.
Actually, I'm kind of okay not going with Purifies on this one. I think that mainly because when you are looking at our MVP here, Sing, he's got to be a little careful, because no matter who shows up first, you can actually flicker away from him because he's already doing so much damage. But at the same time, you can use it as a very aggressive option. We see Hiko do that a couple of times as well, being able to swap out his guns just the right time to sneak in an auto attack, or at the very least, seeing that projectile fly at him, get a little bit of health when his projectile hits, and then flickering away just to delay and gain it back.
I hear ya. So if it weren't for the flickers on Team Spirit, these 2 deaths on Zing might not have even shown up.
Yes.
It would have been so much easier for this Bruno to just run roughshod and maybe end at 18-19. Wouldn't even get the 25-25.
Yeah, and as it went on, you also saw flickers being used defensively very well by Team Spirit, that at the same time, they also needed to keep their distance from the Bruno when they can. As we look at the highlights here, the 2 marksmen in this game were just popping off, and you could tell these 2 teams have a very similar approach. We make sure our junglers can honestly just play alone. So one-shot, detective, up to you guys how you're going to be playing this game. But everything else is to supplement high damage dealing, high physical damage dealing marksmen.
Yep, and I think the scariest part from both of these sides was how relentless they were in these fights. I think that Team Spirit, obviously, going back to the previous analogy, CFU being that spear and Team Spirit being that shield. The question is which one was going to break first. And unfortunately, it was Team Spirit in this matchup, but by very small margins. Once you get into this endgame, the Lord is just way too strong to actually deal with realistically with the items that you have.
The spear found its way through that small crack. And for what, 6 or 7 minutes, CFU constantly sent blows, sent jabs. If you ask me, mainly through Detective and OP. Like, those are the tips of the spear, and eventually, come that last Lord, it finally hit the heart.
And I think it's also, especially in that last one, I think we finally got to feel the pain that is Glue going up against the Faramis. 187 here for Kid Bomba in a game where that had, again, 21 kills for Team Spirit. He was only involved for 8 of them. This was a tough game for Glue. It seems like Kid Bomba was having a hard time finding anyone to grab onto, latch onto. Well, for Wadu, it's easy. He just goes in, pops up Vengeance and just starts pressing the heck out of the Infernal Pursuit and the enhanced basic attack once it's up. So maybe it just ended up becoming a story of the EXP laner had an easier time executing compared to the other EXP laner. Hence why there was just a little bit more room for the backline of CFU Gaming to shine.
I think that CFU Gaming in this particular scenario just had better battle lines. You know, they played such a tight formation, really centered around Z to make sure that if anything happens, the emergency eject button with that Netherrealm was the bailout mechanic.
And it's not the same dynamic for Team Spirit. Team Spirit have to constantly find ways to make the most of Sao's implosion and then have the 1-2 step of Sunset Lovers Valentina finding the Netherrealm, taking it away from their mid lane, taking it away from Z, and then, you know, consider all of that while Detective is running into your back line. So it's just much more difficult for the shield to actually do its thing.
Crazy back and forth game again. 43 kills on that one. We saw our very first Savage on the gold laner of Team Spirit in Hiko Mania, but they couldn't get the dub. CFU Gaming is up 1-0. So we're gonna go on over now to Michelle and Boston, one of the gentlemen who actually helped us with the draw earlier in the Swiss stage. So let's hear from them down on the floor.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle with Poji. And now we are having the Boston Gaming and the Superfine from EECA with us. Welcome, Po. How is it feeling to be here?
Oh, he is great. And hey everyone, it's Boston. Всем привет, это Boston. He is very great. I'm feeling very good here.
Very good here. And we have met in the MSC, right? In the Saudi Arabia. Yeah, second time to see. So, do you think they got any impression, any progress? Yeah, the improvement throughout the time to be here in the M6.
Of course, Team Spirit has a lot of improvements. First, it's Hiko. He grew a lot. He became a tier S gold laner, and of course, One Shot. One Shot is also a great jungler.
Yeah, sure. They have made a lot of the improvements here. So Poji, you got any questions for our super fan here?
And now with me is Dima, a super friend that fly all the way from EECA. So Dima, привет.
Здорово, привет. Как дела?
That's the only word that I know. But then again, I want to ask you, how does it feel that watching your favorite team in front of your eyes today? Does they play in a very good mood, or do you feel that they still got chance to win against CFU?
Of course they will win, they will win, and I feel that dreams comes true because it's my dreams to be here, and today it's true. Yeah, come true.
Yeah, still got the power. And another question I'm gonna come up with the Boston is after watching the game 1, it's a back and forth game, right? So how is your feeling after watching the game 1?
I was a little upset at the end, but in fact it was a great game. Team Spirit did well. They need to concentrate more, and I think they will make it to 1.
Sure, Poji.
All right, but now, Dima, based on your view on the team itself, who is your favorite player?
It's Hika, of course, because last game it's very cool, very cool, and he destroyed everyone, and now I understand why. Sorry, why he is best player for me, and.
Alright, personally for me it's Kid Bomba because Kid Bomba always dance and something like that. But then again, do you have anything to say to your player right now? Because they are in a rough mode, so they need someone to cheer them up. Can you lift their spirit?
We can say both.
Yeah. Okay.
You can say, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Зверя нет сильнее дракона.
Team Spirit, гордость региона.
Yeah, there's no stronger beast than a dragon. Spirit is a proud of our region.
Team Spirit next the
Team Spirit, go!
Okay, that's a very good cheer.
Never give up.
Thank you, Boston. Thank you for the super fan from ECA. So now let's follow the fairest time to start the game 2. The panel, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Michelle and Poji, and of course our friends over from the EECA. He's very present here in Boston, and I'm glad that he's here. Every time he's up, it's always just a good time with Boston Gaming.
That's a revelation. I did not know Poji was Khmer, Malay, and Central Asian.
Yeah.
I didn't know he spoke that much.
Me neither. He's got away with words. He's got away with words, and also the fact that he's, you know, I can only imagine the position right now, right? 0-1 against CFU at this point of time. Team Spirit, they need to bounce back, right? They need to bounce back despite setting the tone for the upcoming draft. I don't know whether it's going to happen again where CFU is going to be like a little disrespectful. You know, we're going to ego into your winning lanes, and we're going to show you that our team fighting is just that much better.
I hope, I don't know, the crazy fanboy in me is just hoping for another like 40+ kill game. But I think the coaching staff might actually go back, not just for Team Spirit, but for both teams to just go, the kills are good. I know the drafts that we did were good for like team fighting and engagement, but maybe we can just take a little bit more consideration of our minion waves.
I think that is what I want to see. As much as I also do love the double-double stats, I would rather see these teams evolve and suddenly show us macro excellence. Just ways to finish the game under 15. Because it's possible. I do think that it's capable. It is very capable for these two coaches, Coach Taimigo and Coach Vren, to create drafts that allow for their team fighting squads to just let go of that completely, to just skirt the middleman and get to the base.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think that's also part of CFU Gaming's plan. I think, you know, they want to be able to get into the ultra late game, and they want Team Spirit to have to really think creatively about the way that they approach these fights. And at the same time, I think the onus is on CFU for dropping the lead initially. They made that first mistake, and that's what allowed Team Spirit to bounce back in the first place.
So let's see how these two teams are going to be adjusting. I need a quick little adjustment. All right, these two got to Makan while I was, during that game, I didn't.
You want some Makan?
Yeah, where's the Hello Panda?
I mean,
did you finish it?
I'll give you. No, I'm kidding. I saved some for you this time around. Generosity comes in dopes, especially with Hello Panda, especially with how generous they are with the filling. You can take one of those. It's plenty.
I was starting to think that you were gonna be my Trex.
Check your blood sugar.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up your day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more.
He
downed the bag.
He downed the bag.
That's at least half a dozen Hello Pandas.
I left quite a lot. I was surprised you hit so many.
You were so worried that we wouldn't leave you any, so you took everything?
I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good. We got you covered on this one. But man, exciting games. However, do you think that at least, at the bare minimum, a swap of sides coming in from Team Spirit?
Oh yeah, for sure.
They initially started off on blue. I'm hoping that they jump over to the red. At least they can respond, right?
I think so. That will definitely allow for Team Spirit to do more than just the blue yo. That should definitely let them. I guess here's my read. In blue, they're still very reactive.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that if they do switch over to red, they get finally their tempo and they don't have to go down the whole Valentina to answer the potential Faramis, Valentina to answer the potential Cho, and they might even not even open the Cho. I think Opie's Cho was beautiful. It cost Hiko his first Beatrix game loss.
I can agree with that. Second thing that I would like for Team Spirit to change, you don't have to show that glue so early on. Yeah. You still have good responses to it. And either way, I'm very impressed that CFU said, okay, you show glue early, I'm going to get the hard counter, but I'm also going to give you a winning lane at the same time. That's a wild thought.
Yeah, it's cool to see that, especially with the last one. Actually, no, not the last one. Not just the last one, but throughout this day, with the new rising picks in the M series, we see the adjustments that the teams go through. Like, glues up, suddenly, all right, welcome back, Faramis. Oh, you know, a Faramis might actually look good on the other side. Well, we pick a Valentina beforehand. Like, we're really seeing the creativity of teams get stretched. And again, the beauty of the Swiss, going from the BO1s now into the BO3s, teams are now flexing their understanding of the game. As Team Spirit will be going into the blue side again, and CFU will be going on the red. I feel like now, with what you mentioned, Cho isn't going to be super hotly contested because it looked like they were ready to answer it in the last game.
Yeah, no, but we're still too good. Is it just me, or was it just forcing out so many movements and so much resources from Team Spirit. And I don't know if they're aware of that. Watching the game from a bird's eye view, I can see it.
I can see it too, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. Like, Sawo is really on the ball with it. He's communicating well with the rest of his team to allow Sunset Lover to even respond to OP at times to make sure they cancel out the second half the way of the Dragon. So I'll give it to them. They've had interesting ways of handling it, but Blue Yo, once again.
So for OP, the man who played the show that Leo strongly believes right now should be contested in the previous game, OP's IGN is actually inspired by his siblings' IGN, Oppa and Oppo. For real.
So he's OP.
He's OP.
I don't know. I feel like he got the best part of that. out of the three, Oppa's pretty good, but OP just feels like you're busted, you know?
His Cho is busted.
He's overpowered, some may say.
And it's still left open. I don't think they want to pick it up here.
I think, well, see if you decided to go for the Valentina instead. This might be them going like, we're gonna try to check if you actually are confident with picking up Cho.
Yeah, steal it away or else.
Yeah, and then if they don't pick it up here, Team Spirit, it goes third.
And they also have a Hilda open.
Yeah.
How did these picks come through?
I mean, they're trying to change things up, right? The fact that Bruno is getting banned in the first phase, coming in from Vren at the very least.
MVP performance, though.
Yeah, that is fair. I do think that Hilda at the very least probably is going to get picked up.
There she is.
It's a pretty free lane. It's super easy to play, super easy to execute upon, and maybe you can at least try and force out some movements from CFU.
Should be a better game for the Bomba. Going 1-8 in game 1, he has a lot to make up for.
Whoa. What?
Talking about early picks.
Early 1-1, you don't see the gold laner on the other side just yet. You know, the Bruno's gone. But honestly, I wouldn't be so remiss if CFU just decided to go Irithel.
I think that is what they're hoping for, right? They would rather deal. They would rather deal with one of the few problems. Either you give them Cho, they get an alpha, or they get the instant counter pick in the Irithel, right? So three potential picks, and it looks like CFU has decided on the alpha to say, at a bare minimum, I want my jungler to have a good time.
Yep, deal with the Hilda. And now they're going to keep on banning that Belleric. Same spot, same as game 1. Gatot still at large. In the first phase, Team Spirit took out the Vexana. No longer necessary. Instead, they take out the Granger. And what, one more? Would the Irithel be ban-worthy?
I would hope that it's going to be the Irithel at this point, because again, that Hilda with Sprint is going to be able to chase down at same speed, Mach 5 against both of them.
I mean, he's sort of fallen out of favor in the current meta. Not okay, maybe not completely the current meta game, but teams would rather prioritize something else. But honestly, if CFU want to go full dive, I don't see enough pieces on the side of Team Spirit yet to take that down. Like, they might just be able to crash down on the 1-1 with the Harith and the Glorious Pathway and everything that gets brought to the table. That might actually give problems to the 1-1.
I'm looking for a little more burst.
From CFU?
Yeah, if you want to take down the 1-1 quick and maybe make the Hilda's life a living hell. Because she doesn't want to do that to the Alpha, not as much.
I mean, sure, but that's where you take the Irithel. You already have the combinations. You got plenty of heal. You have Glorious Pathways.
That's true.
It's so free. You get so much from her passive as well, where a majority of the damage is. They're not banning it out. So let's see. Let's see what CFU is going to do about it.
Is Coach Vren opening it up because he took out the Bea instead of the Irithel?
Let's see if Singh has a ready Irithel in his hands.
Or maybe he's going for the hard read. You don't play Irithel, and maybe we have an opportunity.
Oh, that's true. I mean, they can actually save up on their gold laner later. They can already show the Roam EXP.
Give us the Cho, right? I mean, even Cho doesn't feel too great here.
Huh?
Oh!
We overshot it.
Okay, so they're going for what we suggested. Instead of looking too much into the team fights, they're thinking a little bit more macro now.
Play the map.
Yeah.
There's the Gatot. Clearly going to go to the hands of Sawo. And what does Sunset Lover play?
At this point, any big burst with crowd control would be good. You're just going to be giving something to the Valentina.
Levex.
Yeah, like Vex, Aurora. All of them are going to be okay in my book.
Yeah, all of them kind of do revolve around the same concept.
I'd rather the Aurora then.
You'd rather the Aurora?
Yep.
Well, that would help set up the 1-1 a little bit better.
I mean, but do you really want to give the ult over to Valentina? I think that's also something that you need to take into consideration.
That or the frigid breath, you know, the frigid ice.
Even when all is forlorn.
Oh, they would rather the eternal.
They want the snap response.
Okay.
They don't have time, man.
Oh, yeah, they don't. They don't. Interesting. Interesting the way that they're, opening this draft as of right now. But now CFU, very final pick here. It feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad to like look for Cho at this point, right?
Yeah, they need a bit more damage in this, but at this point, like, where are you gonna get it?
Phobias.
Phobias just for damage?
I mean, you get free procs. There's so many ways to get free procs as well.
You're not gonna hit the 1-1 with Infernal Pursuit, but at least the good thing is that you could just get a little bit more basic attacks off, enhanced basic attacks. Actually, just have an Infernal Suit flying, Pursuit flying around.
That's also fair, unless they want to go for Benedette. What? Whoa!
Oh,
XP lane high loss it is.
Okay, they XP lane the high loss. Stick, full dive. Oh, I feel the same way again after game number 1. It's like hard to read specific like interactions that this might just end up boiling into fighting. Is it just gonna be another big fun brawl, Mirko, Dafa?
If game 1 is anything to go by, I think fun brawl has very subjective interpretations, depending on whether you're asking us or the teams who are putting their blood, sweat, and tears on that M6 stage.
Yeah, that's pretty well said, man. I don't know. Seeing as well on the Moskov, you would definitely think, you know, up against the 1-1, the Hilda, that the Aerothor would be the best choice. But I guess good read from Spirit, not banning it out, knowing that maybe it's not part of his hero pool.
And maybe it's not the style that CFU is looking to play for, right? They're a slower team, but sometimes steady makes a best. And right now, CFU are 1 victory away from forging a path straight into the knockout stage. Team Spirit, 1 chance, 1 shot to stop them.
Let's see, both junglers starting on purple buff. Hiko, weakness finder here. That's the choice of emblem for the Wanwan. On the Inspire, as expected. Z, there you go. Brave Smite on the Valentina. Not the Impure Rage. Wants to stay sustainable in a lot of these team fights. Knows that Team Spirit at least have a lot of burst damage that he needs to just sustain away from. Tenacity too, the choice for Sing. Yeah, they know how much damage Spirit can dish out.
Yeah, and it's very suited to the CFU playstyle as well, right? Their goal is just to make sure that they are able to extend and prolong the fights. I also like that there's a bit of a lane swap happening here, right? With Kid Bomba taking the mid EXP and allowing Sunset Lover to take the EXP lane as well, just to buff up the Vexana a little bit more and hold out the lane pretty well against Wadu.
It's also interesting that Hiko was gone for the Master Assassin, so usually on the 1-1, you would actually like to play a lot more with the team, right? As soon as the laning phase is over, as soon as you have 2 items, you usually just want to play for your team. That's why a lot of 1-1s, even if you're in a winning matchup, they would much rather go for pull yourself together for you know, increased cooldown on the Inspire instead of the Master Assassin. So we'll see just how good Hiko can play out this lane. Because by the time the laning phase is over, we're really not going to see 1-1 alone much at all.
Unless Hiko just wants to show that he is capable of doing so. After game 1, I think Hiko Mania is at an all-time high. Oh, yeah. Savage in the M6 Swiss stage, and yet wasn't able to actually convert it into a victory. That does leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, you know? I think we all can relate to that from our pub games when we're doing so well and yet not quite able to close it out. CFU, they definitely want to slow this game down, and I think Hiko also knows he's most likely not going to be threatened too often, so that could actually enable him to play more as an independent flanker instead.
The Terrify, even the power of Wilderness coming out. AOG! 2 members knocked up, but they know that they don't want to fight here. Just Wadu popping a Glorious Pathway, and then Team Spirit securing the neutral objective. Again, just like in game 1, TS start off with the neutral objective.
Yeah, I think it is quite expected, just based on the interactions between these 2 teams, that Team Spirit will usually get that first turtle. It is at the stage where not everyone's level 4 yet, so CFU actually not that comfortable with going for the team fight, since that's not really their style, right? It's not the typical path that they go for. From the second turtle onwards, though, it's a lot easier for them to challenge it. And I think it speaks to the way that the meta has developed, where even though we promote a lot of early game aggression and snowballing is stronger than ever, that first turtle actually doesn't make as much of a difference as it used to in the general scope of the game.
And now for CFU, it's all about just, you know, trying to make it even again, trying to go for the invades around the map. Detective with the Alpha. Yeah, the Alpha really does really well too, by the way, up against the Hilda, right? So Bamba's gonna actually have a bad time, I would say, if he actually wants to go and invade the enemy jungle. See if you have many ways to deal with the Hilda. First, the Detective, obviously, with the Alpha. They can shred through the tanky boy, or tanky girl, that is Hilda. Bottom lane, we get to see a bit of action here as Hiko uses... Oh, good take by Sing, using SOD. But yeah, you can see the Master Assassin play a bit, but yeah, Sing just regens back to full, almost.
Yeah, we have to note as well that CFU Gaming actually doesn't have a lot of burst, right? It's wholly Detective in the early game and a little bit from Z.
Oh! First blood, one shot. Gets the one shot in the mid lane, set up perfectly by Sawo and Sunset Lover. Even without the Eternal Guard, that was just Terrify, Taunt, and then stun from one shot.
It was a 1v3 basically, but now this could be a 2v2.
AOG not gonna count a Detective. Good taunt over to Terrify. Also now the Eternal Guard, but Wadu has revitalized OP! Implosion onto 3, but Bamba returns the favor. You can revitalize, I can revitalize. We can all just stand in this green pool.
Literally 3-man implosion, and they came out with more health than they started because of the double revitalize there. CFU on top. Oh! The steal from one shot!
Amazing steal. Bamba walks up, dishing about a bit of damage, just trying to zone them away. But even though the Soul Sever has been nerfed, it still works. Oh, what happened in the mid lane? Sing gets caught by Sunset Lover. Now 2-0, 2,000 gold lead for TS.
This is a much bigger gold lead than Spirit were able to gain in game number 1, which really speaks to how slowly game number 1 went since it's only 2k. But this is very, very important for Team Spirit. CFU does need items to scale on Z and Sing. In comparison, Spirit has a bit more consistent pressure overall with one-shot Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover. So they need to create as much of this space as possible. It's a similar situation to game 1, just that they have more tools to work with this time, right? The more gold lead they can create, the harder it is for CFU to play a slow, safe, counter-engage gameplay style.
Now it's back to slow. It's back to the Spirit tempo. This is what they like to do, especially when they have that gold lead, right? There's no real reason to go for any fights when there are no neutral objectives. So it's just a lot of screening, reading out where the opponents are, and then walking back, disengaging, poking them down. Great Curse Blast. That connects onto 2. Sing will start to group up with the team. Okay. So CFU are actually making way to try to get, what, double lanes? Yeah, Sing goes back up top to try to match up Hiko's farm.
Yeah, Team Spirit can continue doing this. Hiko has much higher mobility overall than Sing, and because he's playing with that Master Assassin, is actually not too badly equipped for direct 1v1s, right? So because of that, Team Spirit can play a 4+1 with Hiko being that one. Ooh, that stun there with Spear of Misery, but no follow-up. CFU is not looking to fight right now.
Yep, they're both just waiting for the neutral objective. Spirit, AOG! Sing with the Purify already. That's going to be OP jumping over the shove. Sawo taking a lot of hits now with the Revitalize as well. That's a kill with the Implosion. One shot comes in from the side. Gets the Soul Sever to assassinate. Hiko on the turret. That's a Terrify as well. Alpha on the turtle. See, walking up Eternal Guard over towards Bamba. But Wadu won't be able to take that punishment. It'll just be a trade. 2 members for Sawo and a turtle.
Yeah, so far so good though for Team Spirit. Like I mentioned, the more kills, the more snowball they can get, the more they force CFU into an uncomfortable situation. We already know that they like to play slow. They want to play responsive. And they're very good at doing that. But if you just run at them too quickly, it can be hard for them to respond. So far, they've displayed good mastery of handling it throughout the Swiss stage. But Team Spirit playing at a higher tempo.
Uh-oh, crossbow tang is ready. Hiko doesn't have the Inspire, will decide to pop it, forcing OP to flicker out. So, shock factor engage from OP is down for the next 2 minutes.
And a really important battle spell for CFU as well. It's not just a way for them to start fights, it's a way for them to counter fights when Team Spirit decides to overextend. So without that flicker, it's a lot easier for Spirit to go for the aggressive positioning in the Land of Dawn and further their goal lead. As of right now, we're 8 minutes in. Only 2k's net worth advantage still for Spirit. So CFU actually not too far behind, but Sing has definitely been affected a good amount. A pretty notable gold gap between the Moskov and the Wanwan.
Yeah, and for Spirit now, they're just going to group up, possibly trying to threaten this mid lane take. They did the setup already to actually go for the siege, but I don't know, CFU just have so many... Whoa! Haas Claws on Hiko? Wait, third item has claws on Hiko on the 1-1. Now that's new.
If the Master Assassin didn't show you that Hiko probably wanted to play mostly independent, the Haas Claw should really push that home. Hiko expects to be making plays on his own, and is basically saying to his team, I'm gonna itemize in a way where you don't really need to babysit me, and that way you can open up the map more easily. Hiko can not only go for macro play, he can also escape if CFU decides to try and overcommit on him. So Spirit is going in this angle.
Whoa. OP walks up, the AOG will connect onto him with one shot. Gets a stun in the back, Eternal Guard onto 2 as well. Hiko looking to play, the SOD connects, Detective Guard in the midst of it all, will be able to survive for a bit, to revitalize too. Hiko unable to find it just yet, the crossbow Tang is ready, he will pop it. Hiko on the crossbow Tang, and the Inspire. Z's next to the chopping block, Hiko looking for the play. Z will fall, Hiko, not again, Hiko, you mad lad. Hiko gets another big play.
The Hiko mania is real, ladies and gentlemen. We literally said it. Hiko wants to play independent. Hiko wants to make plays happen all on his own. And he is doing exactly that, even zoning out Detective on the 1-1.
Wow.
Team Spirit, this has been a secret weapon of theirs for a long time. But he is just getting better and better in every round here at M6.
This guy is a beast. Hiko, game 1 with a Savage, game 2 on the 1-1, has claws, Master Assassin. No wonder he wants to come in and clean up technically. AOG, Detective, you can Spear of Alpha, but Hiko can just continue to chase and he will choose to just accept his fate. Has claws, Malefic gun.
Wow, okay, hold on.
Hiko, that might be a bit too crazy, my guy. OP gets the shove back finally. That's a shutdown over. OP gets the punish. Hiko, a bit too aggressive, pops the Purify built-in, Purify a bit too early as well. Bomba taking a bit of punishment. Still has the Lord of the mid lane.
Sing just finished the Marksman Trinity. 10.5 minutes, pretty slow all things considered, but at least it is done. But Spirit not letting up.
Yeah, Sing has to take a big amount of damage. Now they're gonna have to give away tier 2 in the mid lane. It should be all tier 2 taken down up top by minions, and then they're rotating towards that bottom lane to take the final tier 2 of the map.
Spirit finally breaking through to that roughly 4K net worth advantage where they can really say that they are starting to pressure CFU in a way where they can no longer afford to really slow down the game too much. Turtling at this stage, especially in this meta, has become a lot more difficult with the amount of tools that you can get and the need to really have map control to actually solidify your farm. Even though they got a pretty good ambush onto Hiko previously, Team Spirit is showing that they are a 5-man unit. Hiko is not the only threat you need to be worried about, and that is putting a lot of pressure onto OP. He's basically the only way that CFU can guarantee good engagements onto their opponents.
Yep, and now it's a tier 2 in the bottom lane. All tier 2s taken with the Lord advantage earlier. Spirit will just play again with their 4,000 gold lead here. I think the best play is to actually just freeze up the waves, which they are doing right now. Not letting CFU get near the side lane minions here. They're just going to continuously push in the mid lane, give them a little bit of goal, but this will obviously be to actually get more tempo around the enemy jungle so that they can actually steal away even more resources from CFU and force them to technically just share the gold of the minion waves in the mid lane together, which isn't really too much. Yeah, so CFU, they're caught in a tough spot now. They're just going to be relying on the minions to be slow, pushing back to them to actually get farm. If not, yeah, TS are just going to push in mid again and probably go and try to invade purple.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Team Spirit should actually be trying to push a little bit slower here to maybe bait CFU out further onto the map, because this is a very familiar position for a lot of us Mlbb players, right? It's a very unfortunate position as well, where you are behind. You know that you're weak enough that you have to stay as a 4 or 5-man unit to actually go anywhere on the map, but doing so is not allowing you to farm or catch up to your opponents. Team Spirit needs to perpetuate that situation for as long as possible, but forcing the lanes out isn't working.
Great play. Oh, 3-man Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. Wadu, glorious pathway to run away. Good Spear of Misery. Sing and Detective get away. They get the Lord, but I don't know. Is that worth it?
I wouldn't say it's the most worth it, because Team Spirit can deal with this Lord without having to break a sweat at all. The minion waves were pushing in for them as well, so CFU actually ended up taking some damage to their inhibitors. And now Team Spirit are 5-man strong and can push, while CFU is still on a 10-second respawn timer.
Yeah, this might actually be an end angle for Team Spirit. So you're going to be caught, dismantled, evaporated. Spear of Alpha defensive or just desperately. Hiko will go for it, Inspire in, 13 minutes in. Decisive call from Spirit. Let them take the Lord, we'll take the game.
Not a single team here in this bracket is willing to let go of that ticket to the knockout stage without a fight. Full series throughout the entirety of the day, as we are down to one final game between Team Spirit and CFU Gaming. Only one shall be able to join the others in the knockout stage, and the other once again is facing that dreaded 2-2 bracket. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our panel.
If you are still doubting Hiko Mania at this point, why? That was a 1-1 performance of a lifetime by Hiko. It wasn't a savage or anything like that, but it was very clear the effect that the 1-1 brought for Team Spirit. But other than Hiko, it was just great teamwork overall for Team Spirit.
I think they won in the draft. I think, you know, they had some clear ideas, and the worst part about it all, it was already mentioned in the cast that unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they didn't have a lot of high ground defense. They don't have the wave clear to protect themselves. So every time they're fighting for these neutral objectives, especially when it comes down to Lord, they can't deal with those minions, so they have to pay the tax. I'll sacrifice 3 members, I have to sacrifice 2 members just to try and blitz it and take it away from y'all.
And here we were questioning why the 1-1 had to come early, and it was later on explained by the specific picks on the Vexana and the Gatot. So when Team Spirit draft in the first phase, leaving us questions, best believe the answers will follow through. And was this not what we were looking for? I mean, I specifically was looking for a quick game. I was looking for a plan A, one-way trip to wrecking that base, and they did it in under 14. This is the Team Spirit I was looking for.
It looked like CFU Gaming was banking a little bit more on getting those early to mid-game wins around the Tigreal, Valentina, and then the Alpha. But then Team Spirit did something that when I saw it, I was like, wow, that would be annoying for CFU. Double Revitalize. One on the Gatot Kacha and one on that Hilda Gideon.
I mean, that's not the only thing they did. They also did the lane swap with Sunset Lover as well as Kid Bomba in the mid lane, right? Because they knew at level 1, Kid Bomba was probably going to be walking away and forced back into a bush most of the time rather than opening up the map. So this way, they maintained information. Hey, just clear out that mid lane real quick. You can take a bit of damage, but at the very least, on your path back towards the top side of the map, you can at least tell us where exactly this alpha started.
And you're talking about mid, you're talking about Sunset Lover, you're talking about the Vexana. It's the hero they needed. Switch this up with Aurora. Would it have been the same result? Would have they gotten that instant pow? Again, changing the tides of battle. The extra body, best believe that came into play. The extra body, the Eternal Guard, rather, helped body checking OP.
Yep. It was a good balance of control and quicker scaling magic damage paired up with the Gatot Kacha. So now, yeah, the Vexana, I feel like, has been a revelation today, where teams have somewhat have forgotten her, going for the Valentinas, the Auroras, the Eves. There's another mid laner that's
Aurora.
in my mind right now. The Aurora.
Vexana, Eve.
Now it's just a good reminder of, hey, Vexana still hella good.
With the Faramis that came out in game 1 too, like that's something to remember.
Well, I still think that the Faramis, unfortunately, is a little bit more situational in these types of areas.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think the way that that Sunset Leveler is playing is actually really, really nice. Because again, as much as you want to, peel for Hiko, he's also looking at the trajectory of can I actually, sneak the fear into that backline? And that's where Zing just took so much to the face, especially with the Eternal Guard as well, that turns these fights around, especially down to those choke points.
Yeah, the early game pokes and the combinations coming in from the Vexana and the Gatot Kacha. And of course, what One Shot would be doing in the center of the map meant that Sunset Lover just had CFU's number the entire time. Almost 65,000 damage dealt in this 13-minute and 42-second game.
There's a hero that I'm looking at. It's Z's Valentina, who only dealt about south of 25,000. We'll talk more about his item build. You'll see it later. But of course, Hiko Mania may stumble, but it continues to chug on forward. And what are you going to do, brother, when Hiko Mania runs wild on you?
Just close your ears, pray. Close your ears and pray.
He's showing you what to do.
Yeah, exactly. When he shows up, you better know what to do and fast because he's going to be loud and he's not going to be stopping anytime soon.
Sorry, I can't hear you over my maniac.
Hiko, my goodness. It feels great from the broadcasting perspective when we've decided, even heading into the tournament, that there's one person that we want to put a focus on. Yes, Kid Bomba's there, but we saw Hiko as a special talent, and he has been proving it. Again, a lot of his peers have really just praised him, and we saw it. But you cannot have a performance like that as a gold laner if you aren't supplemented well and supported well. And not to say that Team Spirit are just a supporting cast, it's just they really know how to empower their gold lane.
I mean, as much as you can empower your gold laner, it's up to the gold laner to really release the full potential of it, right?
Yeah.
In this moment, Hiko probably, honestly, if Detective didn't just walk away, that could have been just another savage being achieved by Hiko on this 1-1. He just knows exactly what he's doing, but I think what's scary about him is how mechanically perfect he plays a lot of his games consistently.
At the end of the day, even though that CFU Gaming didn't end up with an Irithel that we thought that they'd pick up for, maybe they should have gone for it. I don't know. The Moscow feels like it was a little bit of a complicated approach to a simple problem.
Why we put Irithel on such a big pedestal is because we need CFU to get some burst on, to try and neutralize Hiko's 1-1. But I saw one effort, and just clearly it wasn't worth it. It didn't work out. Z built a Starlium Scythe on his Valentina first, over everything else. Not a Valentina main, but I'm going to ask you now, how often do we see that?
Honestly, considering how Southeast Asians like to play, it's actually more often than most people would think, right? There are ways to proc it extremely easily, especially with the Shadow Strike, in the way that you can kind of like reset it. But inevitably, as Remar mentioned earlier, it's about that early, hoping that you have enough with your mid trio in terms of early damage to start that train going, you know, feeding the coal into the steam engine.
Yeah, and Team Spirit face that coal engine, face that steam, and shut it down with a double revitalize, and that allowed for Z to maybe even doubt himself and say, oh, this Starlium Scythe isn't worth it. I'm not bursting down the 1-1 as fast as I could. And then he just went back to his old build, the glowing one, and then suddenly jump cut to that maniac moment. So again, they tried. There was an effort there, but it just didn't cut it.
So now, see if you tried to take the more macro-focused approach, it looks like. They picked up a gold laner that would allow them to just, you know, open up the map. But it seemed like they were outplayed with a more aggressive lineup. So don't tell me the next one we're just going to end up going to look for the fights again.
Look, I blame the draft heavily for this one, and I think it's very savable for CFU. I think that the way they've approached it in game number 1 was very, you know, square up, let's brawl down, you know, give some good picks here and there, and then try to play an even game to see if you can team fight better than your opponents. You've already set the standard of, hey, we can actually team fight pretty well. Now you just need the right weapons and tools to bring into the land done if you want to stand a chance against a team like Spirit.
It's tense here right now. Again, another 3-game series in a day of BO3s. You know, I'm just really glad we got Secret Lab like to just help us stay comfortable. It's been a long day, gentlemen.
It has been a long day, and honestly, I would wonder to myself whether these cakes of mine were going to be more sour than usual, but with the Secret Lab, and especially with the size of the Titan Evos, my shoulders fit perfectly fine in it. Nice and snug.
I can go another 3 BO3s, yo.
Another 3, so 9, 8, 3, 6, 9, so 18. 18 games in one day?
Yeah.
As long as we have these on our backs? Yeah, they'll be good. I mean, like, if you want to be able to play better for longer, you know, ergonomics, that's the focus here of Secret Lab. Go in and get yourself what the Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. I'm not falling asleep. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can also enjoy proper ergonomic support while mobile gaming as well. Treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best Mlbb teams with Secret Lab. Hey.
Take it from me. I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, why do I want to pay so much for a Secret Lab chair? You're going to be... I tell them this. How much time are you going to be sitting on a chair? And if you're going to be sitting on a chair, why not make sure that it's going to last, it's comfortable, and since you're going to be on it for such a long time, you might as well pay the price.
All right, if you will not heed our words when it comes to utility, how about sentiment? Year after year after year, Mlbb World Champions have sat on Secret Labs to take home the crown. That could be you too.
So, wait, one of us can win this, right?
No. Wait.
I mean, can we? Is it one of our prizes?
Is it one of our prizes? That's actually a good question. I don't know if they're going to be giving you these bad boys out. Especially this is the Mobile Legends version of it, the M series, by the way. It's got the logo, it's got everything.
It's got the orange trimming.
You know what? Help a brother out. Go to your comment section right now, and I have the power to do this. And type hashtag Redmar for Secret Lab.
Scan the QR code in the survey and say that Redmar deserves a secret lab. That's going to get some attention.
Thank you in advance. I know you guys can do it. Just spam it. So the comment section will be like, woo, cool. All right. So I think that might be a futile attempt on my end. Let's just talk about the draft. So do we just go back to fighting here? It feels like if you try to like outsmart, out-macro Team Spirit, they will just forcefully tell you, what are you doing trying to control the map? We're trying to control you, the center of the river, in the major objectives, in the fights. If you're not ready to deal with that, we will punish you. Do you just go back and just fight? Fight it out with Team Spirit of your CFU.
I wouldn't. I think the way Team Spirit entered Game 2 was the perfect way to go. You deny CFU one of their main strengths. You deny the clear fights. And you just win as fast as you can. Force them into a position wherein they doubt if fighting is the answer anymore.
I think the opposite. I think that CFU first need to take blue side. That's number one, right? Take blue side, let Team Spirit respond to you, and then afterwards look to go all out with these fights. Because again, at least when you get to the second half, you can complete your composition a lot faster, meaning that you can get the power picks necessary to hold your own.
No, I agree with that. That I hope we get to see a different flavor of the draft and see if you this time going blue. If they still continue to remain red, then that's just them thinking, okay, we'll just outdraft them from the red side. They're going for the two-pick power swings that we've seen rise up even more. But nope, it's different now. Finally, a different flavor of the draft is what we're going to be seeing. Team Spirit are respecting, of course, the Bruno and the Suyo, while CFU, they're respecting the Hilda of Kid Bomba and, of course, the Matilda for Sawa.
Oh, if they're banning out... Ooh, interesting. Banning out Blue Yo this time around, just to make sure that, you know, they're not going to get that power pick, but that opens up quite a lot in that draft, right? Once again, we're probably going to see Jushin be left in the open, maybe even like... Because TS, they also got to think about Cho. If they think about landmark picks, benchmark picks, a lot of the meta power picks get to slip through.
Jushin has slipped through.
And that's...
And Hylos.
And Hylos, yeah. I think TS just decided, well, take out the Eve, but if they wanted to play the Hylos, they switch it. Okay. So see if he gets the Hylos instead, but can Team Spirit just pick up the Jushin?
I think that would be the natural response. You probably don't want to be giving it over to CFU at this point.
Yeah.
How often does Jushin show up on red? Let me see.
Shouldn't be very often.
Very rarely. She's usually a power pick on blue and teams let her through, but yeah, no, less than half of the times that she's picked on blue comes out of red, and I think that's part of the discussion that Sawa's having with the rest of the team, and Santa Lover picks it up.
Very animated one. Oh, higher rush? Huh. Whoa.
Scalpel-like approach.
That's one shot Hayabusa, yeah, but that's very early.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't trust one shot on a Hayabusa, but you're giving away the Cho at the same time. Was this not a consideration here? They didn't need to show the jungler as their R2 at this point in time, and now that CFU sees that, maybe this is so that they can open up picks for Kid Bomba later down the line by showing, hey, they have the Cho, they've got the Hylos, now we know exactly what they want for their EXP.
Exactly, that alone in itself is a gambit. By exposing the main front line of CFU, you could better protect the back line in Hiko. Because this is a very jungle core and gold core approach.
I don't know. I think it's too risky. I think it's so risky. Because if you're dealing with like a purple buff reliant assassin, a lot of the time it comes down to, can I control the two lanes that are connected to that side of the map?
So for this side of Team Spirit, it has to be a very active roamer EXP. Oh no, they still go for their Belleric. Now my question is, will Team Spirit do something that we saw often in the Mekong qualifiers that we got to be a part of, Leo, where now that you know the Hylos is going EXP, most likely, why don't you send that Jushin into the EXP lane, early lane swap, similar to what you did, so that you can get early control over the EXP, and then your roam your EXP in the Jushin, whatever fighter you're going to be putting in the mid, plus the Hayabusa will apply a lot of map pressure.
That's a very Legion esports thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's very doable. I think CFU should watch out for that because, again, that's what you get away with by opening up your XP roam choices in the first phase.
Darn it, darn it. CFU, they're already ahead of the game, right? Because if that does happen, if they want to go for that move from the side of Team Spirit, it makes sense. But it's on the exception that the EXP is in a losing matchup, or at the very least, they need an EXP laner who can actually clear waves in the first place. Rather, not just only mid, but at least in its own lane. Banning out the Godfather is a good idea coming in from CFU, but even from the side of TS, getting rid of the Aurora as well as the Loyi, they're smart about this. They're attacking that mid trio indirectly.
And even more so, I think this is supplementing the idea that they might actually commit that early swap.
Yep.
Because if you put a fighter in the mid and you're up against a low E, that's not happy.
Yep, and nobody wins against a Jushin, especially if you're melee.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Sicilian. Unless you can figure out a way to punish that mid lane even harder than Jushin punishing your high loss.
Sicilian should make poking the Belleric, but then the problem is with the Bat's Feast up.
Yeah, and what's gonna happen to the Bat's Feast?
Oh, you just proc his passive a lot more often.
Oh yeah, but also that's a little too much magic damage.
Oh yes, you're right. There's already a lot of magic.
And then you're forced to still put like physical in gold. That's a very expensive lineup.
It is a very expensive lineup. I'm also interested in knowing whether or not this Beatrix was necessary for the side of CFU. I feel like they are worried that this upcoming pick was supposed to be that Beatrix just to kind of deny what they have and force them into something less bursty.
Okay, so one for Team Spirit, even though it's not a slow front to back, they're just banking on putting marks up on the high loss, it seems like.
This one's a little tough. At this point, you can still force out priority. How exactly are they going to do that, though?
You're gonna go dig deep. Valentina's still open. Dare I say the Farsa? Is that an option? No, the Hayabusa's gonna get you.
The Hayabusa, the 1-1, the Belleric.
Oh, the 1-1's a 50-50 chance because sometimes, you know, she just dies before she takes to the sky.
You can burst her down.
Oh! That's a mid-Angela if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Okay, so they're supplementing from...
Wow!
To a Belleric.
Right? This is very bold of CFU. This is saying we've got 2 win conditions. One of them has to make it work.
CFU definitely fighting. This is a fighting lineup.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like 100% win for Team Spirit. It's just now Team Spirit, I feel like, are now worried, like, wait, they're actually going to play like this against us with a Belleric?
Clearing waves is like 8th or 9th down the line for CFU's list of things to do. And TS close up their draft with a glue.
3 straight games in this final best of 3 of the day where the draft, they're not head scratchers, but there are some decisions there that make us go, where are we exactly going to look at? And then at the end of the day, the teams just answer with a lot of action, lots of fighting. I hope that's what we get. The final game of the day, who takes it?
That is a question I would also like to know the answer to. Thank you to our wonderful panel. Our final game of the day, Mirko, how you feeling?
The Belleric, the 1-1. I like it. I like the ways that they actually responded towards CFU's draft. And again, no Irithel to be seen for Sing. The Claude is a pretty good answer against the 1-1 too, but it's just a skill matchup, right? Whereas the Irithel would just stomp the 1-1 in lane. So I'm gonna say, I'm leaning towards Spirit.
All right. Well, let's see who it's going to be. The Dragons versus the Sharks, the skies and the seas shall clash. And when all is said and done, only one shall remain standing as the victor with a direct ticket to the M6 knockout stage. Let's jump back into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between CFU on the blue side and Team Spirit on the red.
It will also be kind of a wait in the mid lane. One shot walking up, forcing the flicker up from OP already. But Sawo and Sunset Lover, that's a Purify, that's a Revitalize too, that they will have to be forced to burn. This time though, Hiko putting a bit of respect over towards Sing in this matchup. It's a Tenacity, no longer the Master Assassin, and same goes for Sing. They both know it's a skill matchup. They both know it will be safer to just go for a bit more the defense.
Yeah, in fact, we're seeing more durable emblem setups in general.
Oh, no flicker this time around though. Sunset Lover, one more Lancer Flare, good revitalize. The taunt almost brings OP back to the turret. That could have been lethal. But yeah, again, the revitalize keeps you healthy for a long time. Wadu, though, is probably going to be missing a few minions up top.
Yeah, Wadu having to come over to be present for this initial engagement means missing out on some very crucial EXP against Kid Bomba. And we've already seen how important the EXP lane is, where both teams are basically playing a 4+1 throughout the entirety of the game to get scaling as well as map control. We can see that generally a lot more durable focus on the emblem setups here, because both teams recognize that their opponents have ways of diving into them. I think CFU has a very in and out gameplay style here. It's a bit difficult to execute on, but if done correctly, it's very difficult for Spirit to punish. And when we are seeing this Hayabusa on one shot, this is also typically a hero that needs to play off of a little bit of snowballing, right? A couple of kills early helps Hayabusa heavily, especially once that Sky Piercer is completed. So Team Spirit will want to try and aim for that.
Okay, setup-wise, Team Spirit definitely have the better setup. Sunset Lover will be able to get a slam, pass over to OP with the Shadow Kill too. Bomba looking for it, the Hard Guard comes in, Detective brought back into the Wrath of the Dryad. The combo strikes in, but both are just healing to infinity. Still, it's Bomba mounting Detective, a lot of damage again, slowly but surely Detective trying to go for it. Kid Bomba won't be able to get the kill, but the turtle goes to Sunset Lover as Bomba goes for the slam, pass over to Wadu. One shot gets the kill, and Lantern Flare will get Wadu slowly but surely.
The amount of time it required for First Blood to even happen there shows just how durable, how much healing both teams have in their kit. But Team Spirit being able to outlast, mostly due to Sawo and his timing. That Wrath of Dryad was perfect to catch out multiple members of CFU, including Detective, who had just zoomed back in with the Heart Guard so that it would not threaten the backline. You can see why up until now they have been specifically respecting this Belleric ban against Team Spirit, Sawo being the only Belleric player to find success throughout this Swiss stage.
The Belleric just works so well against the Joy. It really does. It's kind of like I would say like a better Minotaur right now, right? Minotaur was the better pick for the longest time because you can just go for Flicker and you get that knock up. But now as you need to bring Revitalize, I don't know, it's all about disengage. It's literally pure disengage. You're not an engage type, so you can't really push on, but you already have Bomba to do that on the glue. So yeah, as long as CFU constantly are going to be looking for fights, Sawo just needs to play around his carries and then pop Wrath of Dryad, pop into Revitalize, heal people back up. He's a tree. He just stands there.
Yeah, he just stands there menacingly. That's all he really needs to do. And he is Oh!
Shadow Kill! Z gets assassinated. It wasn't really a one-shot, but you can technically call it a one-shot by one-shot.
Yep, I think the problem is when you draft an Angela versus a Hayabusa, you are basically giving him a very obvious target on who to start building up kills on, right? Especially how vulnerable Angela can be in that mid lane position. So Team Spirit is going to be rotating over there as often as possible to build up Sky Piercer stacks once one shot has it completed. And it looks like we are going to jump into a very quick pause here to solve some technical issues.
It's just, again, for you guys back at home, please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Fair play is our #1 priority. So we'll give the players, the teams, as much time as they need for our marshals to help and troubleshoot the issue here. I don't know if it's, I don't know really what problem it is, but I guess we have more time to talk about the draft itself, to dissect the game plan for both these teams. Claude versus 1-1. Let's talk a bit of the Claude, man. We haven't really seen it. We've seen BTK ban the Claude once. That's it. Personally, for me, I don't think the Claude is that good right now.
I agree with you. Like, he did get buffed recently so that he no longer uses mana, but that doesn't really solve the issue where the meta now really prioritizes marksmen that can farm quick and do damage fast. Claude has never been that good of like a burst marksman. He's very good at whittling people down with the Blazing Duet once he has his items. But you usually will need another person as a finisher. That's why you're not seeing him quite as often as things like the Bruno or Beatrix or Moskov, for example. He is very good at getting in and out of team fights, which I think is what CFU is banking on, right? It gives them a bit more control about when they want to initiate. But it also means that you're giving up lane priority to Hiko, who is already shown is a monster on this 1-1.
On top of that, though, it's also the range, right? your range is, your Claude is a very short range boy, you know? You gotta get in there to deal damage, and there's just too much utility right now, too many things that can catch you from out of nowhere, really, and even poke. We know the Melfic gun is a thing, and especially for Wanwan, the Melfic gun actually works super well with the range of Wanwan and the mobility. So it's kind of like it's crazy. It's legit crazy. So expect, once Hiko gets the Melfic gun and a lot of, you know, first two items, Corrosion Scythe and also DHS, to outrange and also just outrun the Claude every single time. Sing is also on Purify, by the way, so the only real way for Sing to escape from Hiko and, you know, all the others is to Purify out of the weakness marks, or to Purify out of the CC. He doesn't have that much mobility, I would say.
I'm kind of wondering if CFU picked up the Claude so that they would have a marksman that grabs Purify, right? Because
I guess
you purify the weakness stacks from 1-1, you purify the Lantern stacks from
like the Haya.
But yeah, it doesn't really help you against the Haya or anything.
I mean, when you purify, you know, the Shuriken stacks on top of you.
And a good like BMI can disjoint as well. So I think CFU is going for a very defensive option with this Claude, but looks like we are going to be jumping back into game here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us.
Okay, Detective. And Revival is already used up. Sing, Blazing Duet coming out. Wadu brought back Sawo, just taking the hits. He's like, yo, hit me, I'm a tree. He'll recall in front of him. Wadu will fall even despite the Revitalize, and Team Spirit will get so much pride. This is a free turtle.
I feel like our concerns about Claude were immediately answered. Yeah. Because that Blazing Duet literally did nothing.
I think he dealt more damage to himself by dealing damage to Sawo.
Yeah, and I think Spirit ended up coming out with more HP than they started as well.
Yeah.
Like, Claude is just not in a good position. Yes, he doesn't have items yet. We know Claude is very item dependent. Once he has like the Trinity completed, then Blazing Duet will actually do something, but it takes so long for that to happen. And while you're building up to that, One Shot is just gonna continue farming up stacks off of your Angela. I'm not too sure if this will really work out for CFU.
Yeah. It's a battle there. You can see at least when it comes to the 1v1, if it's just basic attacks, that you can actually match up against Hiko. Wadu brought back again. Glorious Pathway there. Oh no, the Bomba special on the glue. Constantly just immobilizing the members. It's so annoying. Lantern Flare 2. If it's not the Slam, it's a Lantern Flare, or then it's Hiko with the Weakness Finder. So many ways to slow the opponents down. Crossbow Tang, not even used. Actually, Hiko will just pop an Inspire to go for the chase out the Sing. As that's going to be the one shot from One Shot again. C taken down. Hiko kiting away. Detective finally getting the shutdown on him. But it's 4 members for 1. And TS, they know Detective doesn't have anything left here. He has the rhythms. He will try to get out. He will be able to get out. But One Shot will just get a turret in the mid lane.
I don't know about you, Mirko, but I feel a little bit disgusted watching what happened in the river there. CFU literally could not move.
Yep.
All of them could not move. They were getting slowed and taunted and pulled back over and over again. They have a Cho, and he could not escape from them. That is the draft that they are playing against right now with this Beleric, Glue, Susin. They are sticky. And CFU are a team that wants to play more for peel and counter engage. This is not a good sign, if you ask me.
And there's a very low chance that OP even gets the 1-1, right? Like, you need to try to get the 1-1 somehow, but what are you going to do when he has a built-in Purify in his kit? You just have to burst him down at that point. Detective, he's struggling to burst down Hiko, as, again, like you mentioned, they just have so much utility. And on the point of utility, yes, you have a Juicin, you have a Glue, you have also a Beleric, but the 1-1's great utility too with the Weakness Finder. It's always constant slows. One Shot picks up the turtle for free. Perfect turtle for Team Spirit. Game number 3, Bomba, just going in, he doesn't care. Walks up over to Z, OP walks up as well. Bomba's just taking the electrifying beats, and he's just standing there. OP trying to go for a split now. Oh man, Lantern Flare, OP. Desperate way the Dragon Wadu brought back again. Sing with a Blazing Duet. And TS are just standing there by Detective, though. Will not let that happen. They're going to go in, still the Lantern Flare, and now he gets mounted down. It looked pretty good for a second. See, does he get recall in time? Oh, right, he does. Sing. Oh, okay, he gets it. He gets out.
All right, CFU able to find a small little something at least. Sing getting a shutdown on One Shot is actually pretty nice. But they lose so much in exchange as well, right? You could see how comfortable Team Spirit is at just walking at CFU because they know there's just no damage that could possibly threaten them. Seeing the only way that CFU can potentially come out on top now, they have to create so much space for this. Claude, he's already behind in farm. At this point, they basically have to delay the game until like 16 to 18 minutes before they're able to fight Team Spirit head to head. The only way that timing doesn't add up is if Spirit makes like a huge blunder and just throws all 5 of them into the CFU base or something.
I don't know. Even in the late game, I'm not too sure about it, right? Because I think Spirit still have so many ways to stop the Joy. As a Joy, okay, in the late game you deal a lot of damage. It's still going to be extremely difficult. But yeah, like you said, getting to the late game itself is already a hard task to ask for. Spirit are constantly playing it so well here with the lead. It's a 5,000 gold lead building up. They have a push in the bottom lane. They'll probably shove the mid lane before they go for the Lord. But only now, 9 minutes, does Detective pick up the Holy Crystal. Hiko clearing it in together with Sawo, and then they should be looking for the Lord. This should be a forced error instantly, right? CFU, they either trade on the map, getting a tier 2, trading it for the Lord. That will obviously be good for Spirit, or they get nothing. It just gets blissed down. Wow. Wadu. Lantern Flare. Oh, man. Burst it down to Wrath of the Dryad. That's it. Another one. C caught again. Hiko will just go and dive. C able to survive, but Spirit get everything.
Yeah, a great opportunity found by Team Spirit there.
That's the gun.
I feel like CFU needed to just commit to the top lane push, right?
I agree.
They were too hesitant. They were split in half. And Team Spirit saw that, right? Instantly, you're like, hey, why are they so far up when we already got the Lord? Let's go for it. And there's nothing CFU can do to respond to it. At the very least, they could have traded for another tower up top. But I get that they're a little bit too afraid to even do that right now. The draft is completely in Team Spirit's favor. They are showing it through their gameplay. And if you were in CFU's position, I think you'd understand there's literally nothing they can do to respond to this.
And they've already dealt with the Holy Defense in the mid lane. Sing, oh my goodness, it was just a Lantern Flare. Slowly but surely, look at Sing. He's getting poked down, man. He was poked down earlier. Obi walks up, Bomba, split, crossbow, a Tang from Hiko again, forcing hard guard defensively. Now Detective walking up, but will just get sliced and diced by one shot on the shadow kill. Hiko's running wild, the base is wide open, and Team Spirit will join the knockout stage together with all the teams that you know. Welcome to the knockout stage, welcome to top 8, and it's a repeat for Team Spirit. It was Deus Volt that knocked out CU. Now CFU will be knocked down to 2-2.
Team Spirit just put CFU through a blender where there was no escape from start to finish. Really good drafting, really smart understanding of their opponents, as Team Spirit will claim yet another slot to the M6 knockout stage. The journey is not over for CFU.